Buff-
I go there for my
to Buffalo, you said?
Buffalo, New York.
Oh, New York. Okay, yeah. I've never been there, no.
And all these abandoned houses, they need work. Guess what? They're not on the tax roll. It's Cleveland and Buffalo does to pay for enforcement. And they can fill them with migrants, get them on the tax roll. Benefit for everybody. Give the migrants a nice home. That just needs fixing out there. But my job is to.
Okay, that's what I thought maybe that's what you were talking about. That's why I was, yeah.
My job is to. I believe that it's our constitution. It's for the state to approach its federal legislation.
Okay, so you would be against the Texas National Guard being here then, right? Like, so you would be for the Border Patrol? Well, I don't mean for, I meant just,
Against the governor's policies.
okay, gotcha. I gotcha, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of people here today that are in support of that, too. Yeah, both sides.
Escapade. The less educated you are, the more this is a threat to you. They're complaining about farmers. You're watching on social media, they can't write a decent sentence. Even though we spend $8,000 a year on their education. I'm
Well, I appreciate you talking to me. And I've heard, my name is Lori Arnold. Yeah. And I've heard other people, there was some people down here, they call themselves, darn it. Oh, what was it? Brown something. Was it Brigade or?
The brown berets.
Brown Berets that were down here.
Yeah, they seem pretty racist to me.
Dude, they were.
It's all based in racism. I mean,
That's what I was gonna. They said the same thing you did. Yeah, pretty much. They did, and I think a lot of people think that. That's why I was gonna ask you, because I have talked to people who say that it's not about racism. That it.
well, of course, I mean,
Yeah.
if they lynch somebody, without a trial, they're going to say, well, it's because they're a criminal. They're not going to say this is about racism.
So you are trying to get. You have to hire some people. Is that what you said? And then you'll be able to start.
I need a bunch of attorneys.
Oh, attorney. Yeah. You're not an attorney then.
I am.
You are an attorney. Okay, that's what I thought.
Somebody has to manage it.
Yeah.
Do the hiring, do the budget, find the officers, pick which cases you want. You're going to pick a case where the person did nothing wrong, maybe had family, had no criminal record. You're going to take that, and it's really big because that'll go this is a state versus federal.
It'll probably be decided, you think, in the courts and in the Supreme Court eventually. Yeah. Regardless of which side you're on it, I think that it ends up the courts decide pretty much everything, don't they? Kind of in the end. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you talking to me.
The district, the fifth, is extremely conservative, and the Supreme Court is
Nice meeting you.
You gonna put it where it is? You gonna put it anywhere?
Yeah, YouTube. You're live. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Hopefully they can hear you. The wind's so bad today. It's hard to.
What's the channel?
It's my name, Lori, Lori. So Lori Arnold. Yep. Have a good day. Can't hear him at all. Yeah, I don't have my microphone.
He was talking really low.
And he was talking so low. You might have to put it on a speaker, your Bluetooth, and put it on a speaker or earbuds, and you could maybe hear him better. Sorry. Sometimes people speak, I'm a loudspeaker, but some people speak very low. Oh, it wasn't the wind? The wind's not too bad here then? Okay, I was worried the wind would be too bad to not be able to hear people. He was saying that he, okay, help me out here, Eddie. Make sure that if I say it.
I didn't catch it all either.
Okay, if I say it wrong.
I couldn't hardly hear him sitting right here.
He is an attorney, and he said he just started, he's going to be defending. So he is against Texas being for like taking over what they're doing, and for the state to override the federal government, and that he is going to be defending the illegal migrants. He needs to hire some more attorneys and stuff, but that he said they want to find a case where someone did not do anything wrong or anything, and then they want to take it to the Supreme Court, and that it will be decided in the Supreme Court. So that is someone with a different point of view than what we've been hearing out here today. He also said that he believes that the reason that people don't want the illegal migrants coming over is because of racism, because they're racist against them, and that I'm trying to remember what he said, and that we have plenty of places here, like abandoned buildings. Just there's plenty of places where we could be putting people and giving them a place to be housed. So I'm trying to, since you didn't hear it, this is my best telling you what he said. So I really like to hear what everybody has to say. And earlier this morning, I did meet a lady from the Kickapoo. I met that lady when we first pulled up and we were walking up, and you went back to the car.
Yes.
And I was standing there kind of talking to the lady that was sitting down there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's from Kickapoo.
She was smiley and happy.
She was smiley and happy. She's a sweetie.
Yeah, she was sitting in the chair or something, right?
Yeah. She seemed very nice.
Yeah.
She was wanting to know what was going on. She's like, I'm from Kickapoo. I came down here, and she's like, what's going on?
Yeah, she was giggling and laughing.
She was a sweetie.
She may have had a good night at the casino last night. You never know.
Yeah, there's a casino over here. I think the Kickapoo Nation is here, and yeah, they have a casino. So the hotels are expensive here, probably because there's a casino, and these are the only hotels. That would be my guess. Even the cheap hotels here are like about what, 200, a little over 200 a night. Is that right? About 200 a night, and that'll get you like a Motel 6 or something to the equivalent of that. So.
I love how you keep saying it that way. You're right, though. You're right. No, I just love the way you say it. Have you been? Has anyone like interviewed you when you said that? I want you to say that. I got a news station or something. That'd be awesome.
I'm gonna come sit down by you, Eddie.
Okay, come on. You got a good view from right here.
I do.
I mean, really, from
There's a lot of like big names.
you can actually see across the river and over into Mexico. If you're down there, you can't.
Right, stop the Ukraine.
It's a better view.
I'm gonna sit here for if we're still here when the governor and them are here.
That's what I'm saying.
Because that we'll be able to see the governors from here, I think, or the show anyway. We'll get a shot of the show.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out exactly where they're.
These guys over here, these police officers, they were here every time we've been here. They've been here. Do you guys even go home? Did you even go home last night? No, seriously, because like you were here when I left, and then you're here when I come back.
Yeah, so we work 16-hour shifts right now.
How many?
16.
16-hour shifts? Oh, wow.
So then we're going to work another 16.
Wow.
You don't need those though, right?
Well, they'll overpay.
They gonna scale it back a little after all this, or as far as your shifts is what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, y'all been doing that for a little while now, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been like this for a while.
Yeah. Those are tough, man. 16-hour days.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
I was about ready to fall over last night, and I'm like, I don't know how they're still just walking around and.
It's not bad. It gets hectic. A lot more than this.
Do they have a lot of events down here at the park? Normally?
So we usually have, I think like the big events that we have, we usually have about 3 each year, and it's all at the same time. And it gets super packed. Like this whole, before they close it up, this whole park here,
Yeah?
all the way down to the bridge and all the way over here. Packed.
Really?
Oh, really?
What kind of events do they have? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, we got Noches Mexicanas, which is like it's a 3-day event. They have they'll have a carnival on one side and then a stage and like vendors and beer and all that stuff on the side.
Oh, cool.
So, like a concert pretty much. And they have different bands that come in from out of town.
That would be fun.
That would be fun, I bet.
We're
Yeah.
also having another one coming up for the solar eclipse. It's going to be a 3-day event as well. They have bands and all kinds of stuff from out of town.
That would be a cool one right there.
That would be a
Solar
fun
eclipse
one.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be here. I think this was the plan. I don't know what else is going on.
That is
That was
neat.
going to be another big event that we're going to have. I think it's pretty good.
Oh, man.
So this is actually really nothing to you guys. This is like, yeah, easy peasy. Right. One way. Okay, gotcha. I was gonna say traffic must be horrible.
So you'll have people walking, people driving, and it's like all chaos.
I bet.
Mix some alcohol with it. Yeah.
Always. There's always bad apples in everything.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
That ruin it for everybody else. We wouldn't need police if there weren't some bad apples now and then. Yeah. So normally, like without all this craziness, it's pretty nice area. You like working over in this area?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know what y'all from bigger cities.
I'm from a small town.
Yeah, I've been
Born and
raised
raised
small
small
town.
So in bigger cities is hectic. I mean, you gotta out and about. That's well, here they go nice to walk down the street.
Rising for free Palestine.
Hello, like Hatem said, my name is Ben Sotheby, and I'm proud to be a member of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 1624. Yeah, honored to serve as president. I am proud that the Austin Central Labor Council was among the first labor councils in this country to call for a ceasefire. And I'm proud that the Texas AFL-CIO at their convention last weekend was the first state labor federation to call for a ceasefire. Now, why is this important to the labor movement? Well, many points are out there. Because of time, I'm going to share 3 brief ones, but they can be summed up by one word: solidarity. We know that the things we organize for here in Texas, in our communities, are the same things that people all over the world organize for, want, and need. Food, shelter, health care, good jobs, education for the kids. These things we organize for here, and our common humanity calls out to us. That is one of the main reasons why it's important to us. We are tied by our common humanity. We cannot shut our eyes to genocide. We cannot sit silent when people are starved. We must stand in solidarity. Second point, as union members, we have learned that although as individuals we may be small, we may be weak, when we stand together, we are strong. We know that without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. Nothing gets done in this world without the workers. So we hear the calls for solidarity from workers in Palestine. Second point. The Palestinian General Federation of Trade Unions has called for trade unions and workers everywhere to refuse to build and transport weapons destined for Israel, to pass motions in our trade unions and federations to this effect, to use our production power, our economic power to disrupt and disrupt companies that are complicit and involved in this brutal and illegal siege, and to pressure governments at all levels, local, state, federal, at all levels, to stop funding genocide, stop the military trade. To our union siblings in Palestine, we hear your call, solidarity. My third and final point, we have intertwined destinies. When others are made safer, we are made safer. As the letter signed by the Austin Central Labor Council states, the road to justice cannot be paved by bombs and war. The road to peace cannot be found through warfare. So talk to your coworkers, form a union, join your union. If there is no union in your workplace, go to workerorganizing.org and make a union. Use every power that you have to stop this. Solidarity.
Allahu Akbar. Okay. Our next speaker is the extraordinary Chaz Moore, who's the Executive Director of Austin Justice Coalition. Chaz?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I literally just got back from Houston from a funeral. My good friend's grandma passed away, and I wanted to go to support that, and literally got back here maybe like 1:15. And I'm sharing this because I think as I'm watching my friend, who is like the successful one in the family, you know, plan all the stuff, do all the things, and to see him struggle with the death of the matriarch in their family, it was really difficult. And then it made me think about, you know, what I'm gonna do when my grandma passes away. I know none of you people know me, but my mom passed away when I was 7 years old. So I was raised by my grandma, and that made me start thinking about my grandma. But the reason I rushed back today is, although that we were mourning the loss of this woman that was 90-something years old, I could not stop thinking about these 20,000, almost 30,000 kids that have not even had a first birthday, that have been killed and slaughtered and slain because of this colonialism, this colonial quest, and this genocide that is happening in Palestine. And I think that's important because as a Black American, I don't forget the people that showed up for us in 2020 with George Floyd. We had Palestinian brothers and sisters however many miles away that showed up day in and day out in the name of Black Lives Matter, and I'll be damned if I sit on the sideline when they need us. And I say that to say, I'm going to go a little bit over because I think we also need to stop. I think we need to decolonize the way we organize, right? As people of color, we don't believe in time, right? We have to move. As long as it feels good, then like, let's just be here together. We're in community. They can't push us out of here all at one time anyway. So I'm going to take my time and talk to my people. So, you know, I think a few things are important, and I'm going to get out the way. One, I want people to know that somebody said, somebody saw I was speaking at this, and it was like, I'm glad AJC is finally showing up. I took a little bit of offense to that because what they don't know is that we were working the back end of these cowards at City Hall trying to get them to do the right thing. These same cowards that say that we don't want to do a ceasefire because it's not a local issue. When they do stuff all the time in South America and in Paris and all these other places. But they can't find the courage and the basic decency to do something really simple. Just say, you know what? A ceasefire is going to save lives across the board, and a ceasefire is going to be something that we can just easily do. But we can't get anybody at City Council to stand up and do the right thing in the name of humanity. Also, I want people to know that, you know, we've been sending out emails hot to my brother. The reason I rushed back today, we sent out emails about all the rallies and the protests that many of you young folks and Palestinian brothers and sisters have been leading in Austin. And you know how many emails we got that say we can no longer support AJC because you support terrorism? I was like, well, you know what? If you don't want to give us your money anyway, well, fuck it. We don't care. Because in white liberal Austin, the white liberals only like me when I'm saying things that make them feel good. And if it's wrong for me to support my Palestinian brothers and sisters and to call this what it is, because it is a genocide. When you have Israeli government officials saying we need to wipe them out, we need to get rid of them, we need to erase them from their land to make it our own, that is colonialism and genocide at its finest. And to be even more clear, right? We're not talking about all Jews. Big shout out to Jewish Voices for Peace that understand at the very essence of Zionism, it's hypocrisy to use what happened to your people and now do it to another group of people. You got ADL saying not ever again, but here they are condoning what's going on with the Israel government and what's going on with this genocide in Palestine. And then anytime you criticize Israel or anytime you call out Zionism, you're being anti-Semitic. Well, I say to hell with that. We have to start calling things by their names. Also, I want to challenge us to stop calling. I mean, I understand, you know, common language, but I was floored when I heard about Palestine. Why do we keep trying to make this comfortable for Western colonial and using that language? It's Palestine. Let's call it by its mother's maiden name. So I'm going to get out of here because I know you're standing ready to rush me out the way, but I just want to say to each and every one of you, keep showing up. Even though it looks like we're not going to win, we always win. The people always win when we show up together, when we are willing to collectively struggle, when we're willing to collectively grieve, right? And it's okay if you don't have the strength to show up every day at every march and rally, that's okay, because I also think it's important to understand there is a fucking genocide going on that has to weigh on everybody in this crowd. It's not normal to just get up and go to work and act like it's normal when 27,000 kids won't get to celebrate a first birthday. It's okay to not be normal when Israel is blowing up governments and churches and hospitals. It's okay to feel that. It's okay to be human. And that is why we need one another, because we all feel this grief. So from Ferguson, Missouri, to Austin, Texas with Mike Ramos, and from the river to the goddamn sea, we're going to continue to fight. So from this black American, from this black Texan, I just want to say, my Palestinian brothers and sisters, I love you, and we will fight, and we will win, and we will fight, and we will win, and we will free Palestine, because it's going to be free.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! All right, guys, our next speaker, Danielle Silva, a proud union member of the United Auto Workers Local 2320, commissioner of the Hispanic Latino Quality of Life Commission, and a community organizer. Daniela.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniela Silva. My pronouns are she, they, and for legal reasons, I have to say I'm not here on official business as a city commissioner. It's just a title that I hold. Hablo hoy a mi linda gente latine. Tenemos vecinos, familiares, amigos y amantes que dicen, pues lo que está pasando allá, está pasando allá. Y yo solo me preocupo con mi gente y mi comunidad, entonces no tiene nada que ver conmigo. Trabajo duro para poner un techo sobre mi familia y comida en la mesa, entonces no me voy a enrollar con las cosas que pasan al otro lado del mundo. Y a esta gente les quiero hablar directamente. Nuestra lucha es la lucha palestina y la lucha palestina es nuestra lucha también. Porque mira cómo explotan a nuestros padres en construir sus grandes ciudades sin pagarles casi nada y sin protecciones de salud. Mira cómo ponen a nuestros hijos en jaulas en la frontera. Mira cómo arruinan las vidas de nuestros primos encerrándoles en la cárcel sin buena razón. Lo que están haciendo en nuestras comunidades lo han estado haciendo por 75 años en Palestina. Solamente ahora están lanzando bombas para destruir sus casas, escuelas y hospitales. Ahora podemos ver en nuestros teléfonos cómo impiden que la ayuda entre a Gaza para ayudar a la gente a no morir de hambre. Nuestra lucha es la lucha palestina. La misma policía que nos abusan y nos arrestan a niveles mucho más altos de los gringos van a Israel para entrenar en cómo vernos. Gente morena, negra, indígena, chicano, latine, como perros y tratarnos peor. El gobernador Abbott nos odia. Y desde el comienzo del genocidio ha mandado millones de dólares a Israel para apoyarlos en sus ataques contra la gente palestina. Nuestra lucha es la lucha palestina. Ellos en poder quieren que te separes de lo que están haciendo en Palestina. Quieren que los miras y digas, no está pasando aquí, entonces no es mi problema. Porque si de veras realizamos que tan interconectados están nuestras luchas, nuestro poder como una gente unida nunca se vencería. No es cuestión de religión ni raza. Esto es una lucha de la gente indígena contra la gente que roba la tierra y explota a la gente que han hecho vida ahí por miles de años. Los enemigos de nosotros no tienen color de piel ni una manera de ser, pero son los que tienen el poder y el dinero que activamente hacen nuestras vidas peores. Mi gente linda, la lucha palestina es nuestra lucha y nuestra lucha es la lucha palestina. Porque nadie tiene libertad hasta que todos tenemos libertad. I'm going to just very quickly try to translate because I know I'm going to go over time, but for my English speakers, I'm talking today to my beautiful Latina people. We have neighbors, relatives, friends, and lovers who say what is happening there is happening there. I only worry about my people and my community, so it has nothing to do with me. I work hard to put a roof over my family and food on the table, so I'm not going to get involved in the things that happen on the other side of the world. And to those people, I'm speaking directly. Our struggles are the Palestinian struggles, and the Palestinian struggle is our struggle as well. Because look at how they exploit our parents in building their big cities without paying them almost anything and without health protections. Look at how they put our children in cages on the border. Look at how they ruined the lives of our cousins, locking them in jail for no good reason. What they are doing in our communities, they have been doing for 75 years in Palestine. Only now they are dropping bombs to destroy destroyed their homes and schools and hospitals. Now we can see on our phones how they prevent aid from entering Gaza to help people not die from hunger. Our struggle is the Palestinian struggle. The same police who abuse and arrest us at much higher rate than those of white people go to Israel to train on how to see us. Brown, black, indigenous, Chicano, Latina people, they treat us like dogs. Worse. Governor Abbott hates us. And from the beginning of the genocide, he has been sending millions of dollars to Israel to support them in their attacks on the Palestinian people. Our struggle is the Palestinian struggle. Those in power want you to separate yourself from what they are doing in Palestine. They want you to look and say, it's happening over there, so it's not my problem. Because if we really realize how interconnected our struggles are, our power as a united people would never be defeated. It is not a matter of religion or race. This is a struggle of the indigenous people against the people who steal the land and exploit the people who have made their lives there for thousands of years. Our enemies do not have a skin color or a way of being, but they are those who have the power and the money and who actively make our lives worse. My beautiful people, the Palestinian struggle is our struggle, and our struggle is the Palestinian struggle, because no one is free until we are all free. The people, united, will never be defeated. La gente unida jamás será vencida. Thank you, and free Palestine. From Palestine to Mexico, all the walls have got to go.
All the walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico,
From Palestine to Mexico,
all the walls have got to go.
all the walls have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation has got to go.
Hey, hey, ho, ho, the occupation has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho,
The occupation's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. The occupation's got to go.
Hey, hey, ho, ho.
The occupation's got to go. Thank you. Yes, let's hear it up. Free, free Palestine. It's my honor and privilege to be introducing Rabbi Laini Kleinman, Jewish Voice for Peace Rabbinical Council, and a member of Rabbis for Ceasefire.
My name is Rabbi Laini Kleinman. Hello. I am here joining in your grief, your mourning, your rage, joining in your hope, your power. As we bear witness to Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people in real time, our grief is so profound. But we must not mistake this grief for hopelessness. It teaches us that we have not lost our humanity. We must not turn away. As we learn from our movement elders, we must mourn the dead, and we must fight like hell for the living. I stand here today as a descendant of survivors of Nazi genocide, and my ancestors compel me to be here, to cry out to the heavens, not in my name, not in my name. I stand on the shoulders of anti-Zionist Jews and activists from whom I inherit my strong convictions against war, against violence in every instance. I represent a Judaism that rejects vengeance, a Judaism that stands in solidarity with the Palestinian struggle for liberation, A Judaism that calls for ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Let's be clear. Judaism has existed for thousands of years outside of Zionism. A Judaism beyond Zionism not only exists, it is the only kind worthy of its name. Jewish tradition teaches me that my safety and liberation is bound up with the safety and liberation of the Palestinian people and with every single one of you here today. My tradition is that of life for everyone, always. I refuse to relinquish my Judaism to those who wish to turn it to the idolatry of nationalism. Right now, our leaders are stoking flames of hatred and justifying genocide in the name of Jewish safety. Shame. We know this is a lie. It does not keep anyone safe. It neither saves lives in the present or the future. Ethnic cleansing and genocide do nothing to address anti-Semitism. The slaughtering of Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank is ending the possibility of a future for anyone in Palestine. And we feel the reverberations around the world. To shift the tide requires nothing short of a multicultural, interfaith, mass movement that refuses to rest until we end Israel's genocidal war. And that is what we are doing here today. That means crying out, ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! It means an end to U.S. military aid to Israel now! It means an end to the siege on Gaza now! It means an end to occupation and apartheid now! I will continue to dream of a reality in which all children, especially Palestinian children, grow old in a world bursting at the seams with food, with medicine, with beauty for all. I will continue to dream of a reality of Palestinian joy and thriving culture in Gaza and beyond. A world where we gather in the thousands like this to celebrate life. Will you share this dream with me? And here, in this very moment, I invite you to lean into relationship, to hold your loved ones a little closer, to come a little tighter, to love a little deeper. Reach out to your neighbor, break bread together, share tales of your ancestors. You can borrow mine if you need help getting started. We stand here today sending love and gratitude to the people of Gaza, to the people of Palestine all throughout the land and the diaspora, and we say, your fight is our fight. We will continue to do everything we can until you are free, until we all are free. We do this together. We need every single one of us. And I say, can you hear it, son? May it be so. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi Lani, from our friends and allies in the Jewish community, Jewish Voice for Peace. Fellow Texans, look around. We have tens of thousands around you that came from all over the state. Thank you for coming out and thank you for standing against genocide. Our next speaker is Imam Muhammad Abdullah from Masjid al-Islam, Dallas.
Assalamu alaikum, peace and blessings be upon everybody. If you're here to support the people of Palestine, make some noise! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Palestine! Oh, people of Gaza! By Allah, I swear by Allah, we're not like the leaders of our government. By Allah, we're not like those cowards. We haven't forgotten you. There isn't one day that goes by that we don't pray for you. We have Muslims and Jews and Christians. There isn't 1 hour that goes by that we don't shed tears in remembrance of your struggle. There isn't 1 second that goes by that our hearts don't tremble for the atrocities that we see every day. We, the African American community, we stand by you because your struggle is our struggle. Keep fighting, keep standing firm, keep holding your heads high. We support you, we haven't forgotten you. As our tax dollars continue to support this genocide against your oppressors, which we don't agree with, as our tax dollars continue to support this genocide, we stand in the United States of America, which has its creed based on 3 unalienable principles: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They have taken your life at an astronomical rate, 25,000 dead, 10,000 children. They have taken your liberty. They have put sieges on you, blockades, no food. But one thing they can never take is your pursuit of happiness. Because they don't control your emotional state. We're with you. Your life, oh people of Gaza, is not like their lives, the oppressors' lives, because their lives are counted in numbers and their names are engraved in stone. But you don't die, you return to your Creator as martyrs, as witnesses. And for every life that you lost, wallahi, I swear by Allah, it has woken up 100 and 1,000 who were previously morally dead. Now we're awake. We're awake. Our spirits have risen. You have ignited a fuel inside of us. The fight will continue. It didn't start with you, and it won't end with you. As long as one of us is alive, then the remembrance of all of us will continue. Say it with me. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. من المياه للمياه فلسطين عربية. One last thing. They're hoping and they're praying, our oppressors, they're hoping and they're praying that their injustices, that their tyranny will cause us to desist, will cause us to stop. No. Allah says in the Quran, قال لهم الناس قد جمعوا لكم فاخشوهم فزادهم إيمانا. When they came for Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and they told him that they gathered a large army against you, what did it do? It only increased him in faith. The more that you bomb, the more that you propagandize, the more that you commit tyranny and oppression, it's only going to raise our numbers. Look how many are out here today. You won't stop us. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now.
Thank you, everyone. Our next speaker is Greg Stoker, A former United States Army Ranger who served 4 tours in Afghanistan, first as a fire team leader, then later as an intelligence collector and analyst. He has since become an anti-war activist and anti-imperialist. Following the outbreak of hostilities in October, he has been outspoken in challenging the propaganda used to justify Israeli military atrocity and the apologist rhetoric employed by military and political pundits in mainstream media. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Stoker, activist, anti-imperialist, and veteran.
Hello, my name is Greg Stoker, and I'm both honored and grateful to be given the opportunity to speak here today on behalf of the Palestinian cause. I spent the most formative years of my life in the special operations and military intelligence community, so you could probably say I have an inside perspective on how the imperialist sausage is made, the lies we tell you and the lies we tell ourselves. I got out of the military mostly in protest against America's forever wars and against the long-standing foreign policy position designed specifically to justify interventionism around the globe. And I was pessimistic that that position could never be challenged or changed until we witnessed in real time the blithe and unmitigated brutality of occupation forces in Gaza and West Bank, which stands in stark contrast to the fortitude and mystifying resolve of the Palestinian people. Until we saw our elected officials and representatives serve before us the interests of a foreign entity, thereby risking and continuing to risk a continental war of annihilation. Palestine has pulled back the curtain for millions of people in the West. When I first went public on social media on October 11th, after seeing 2,000-pound bombs dropped in civilian neighborhood and the specific and subsequent state policy of directly targeting hospitals, my message was simple. They're intentionally targeting civilians. Everything they do violates the law of land warfare, and they are going to lose, and they're rushing towards a strategic defeat from which they will never recover. And even though the geopolitical dimensions of this genocide have spread throughout the globe, those aspects have not changed. I know a lot of people feel hopeless and powerless right now, especially in the face of the monolithic corruption and Islamophobia of Western governments. Our interests are not being represented, and as the bombs continue to fall and the extrajudicial killings continue to mount and disease continues to spread and Rafah is targeted and aid is blocked and cemeteries and holy sites are desecrated, just remember what people have been saying all along. Palestine will free us all. Its example, its courage. Our politicians cynically expected us to lose interest after time and to go back to our lives like it was 2001 or 2003 again. But it's a different time, and social media, amongst other things, have broken down the intentionally constructed East-West media and information divide. The old lies won't work anymore. We see children slaughtered every day by a foreign entity to which we gave last year enough money to end homelessness in America. Yeah. And we're not going to stop, and we're not going to forget, we're not going to stand idly by while our government repeats its old modus operandi of bombing the poorest countries on earth for the sake of foreign special interests, for Boeing, for Raytheon, for General Dynamics, the merchants of death, and the energy sector. For the interests of a tiny few, we, I believe, have passed a point of no return. Gone are the days when imperial war will go unchallenged. And gone are the days when they could hide it. We in the West must stand in solidarity with Palestine and our brothers and sisters in the Middle East because it's morally right and because we suffer due to the same power structures and the same lies. A ceasefire will happen. It's an inevitability at this point, and this bloody regime will eventually crumble. But those are just the opening moves of this long campaign. We won't stop talking about Palestine. We won't stop demonstrating or boycotting. We're not going away. The past 4 months have changed everybody irrevocably. It's just a part of life now. They've already lost. They just don't know it yet. Thanks for your time. Defund Israel. Ceasefire now. Get it over with. Free Palestine.
Give it up to Greg Stoker. Thank you. I would like to give a big hand for our American Sign Language interpreter, Alec. Thank you, Alec. Our next speaker, Dr. Bilal Baracha from Islamic Circle of North America. He's assistant professor for emergency medicine. Dr. Baracha brought 10 medical organizations together and did the white coat protest in DC last month. Welcome with me, Dr. Bilal Baracha.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursaleen. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. Friends, brave Texans standing up for the truth. Palestinians, by your blood or by your love. It will be 4 days. It will be 4 months and 4 days where a new history of the world is being unfolded. A new chapter of the history is being written. And you, the people, we, the people, millions of humans around the world, you are not only on the right side of the history, rather you are making the history. Never before it happened that a genocide is being broadcasted live to the world. Never before it happened, 33,000 human beings killed by the F-16 bombs who are unarmed, 11,000 kids killed, 8,000 women killed, systematic, institutionalized destruction in place, hospitals attacked, ambulances being destroyed, mosques and churches being demolished. Yet, never ever before this happened that the whole world has come together to say, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Never before this happened, the whole world in the General Assembly came together and said, ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Never before this happened, 70 cities of US, including Chicago and Seattle, have passed the resolutions, ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Never before this happened, 70% of the population of US, 70% of the population of the US started seeing the Palestinians' lives matter. And I would like to say, Mr. Joe Biden, Mr. President, as your Zionist lobbies are putting the billboards around the nation saying, don't be naive, Hamas is your problem too, I want to tell you, we will be your problem too. Listen to your own writer, Chris Whipple, who wrote the book, Fight for His Life. And he said, I told President, today, below 30 years of age, everybody is talking about Gaza. He told it will be like 1968 when the population, when US wanted to stop the Vietnam War, you did not listen and you lost. So I would like to end saying that the morality leadership as the world is changing. The nation of Nelson Mandela stood up. The International Court of Justice said this is looking like a genocide. We will not stop talking about the genocide. And I will end on the poem by Dr. Rafat al-Hariri, the esteemed writer of Gaza, who got target killed. He said, this was his last poem on his Twitter account. I will request each and everyone go and follow him still. He has 116,000 followers. He said, if I must lie, if I must die, you must live. If I must die, You must live to tell my story, to sell my things, to make a kite for a child who looks up in the sky and thinks there is an angel bringing back love. If I must die, let it be hope. If I must die, let it be a tale. If I must die, you must live. If I must die, you must live. If I must die, you must live. Long live freedom. Long live Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! Our next speaker is Brother Murjan Abu Mahmoud of the Muslim Coalition of Palestine, Dallas.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Are you ready? Is Texas ready? بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اصبروا وصابروا ورابطوا واتقوا الله لعلكم تفلحون. O you who believe, be patient, be perseverant, and fear Allah, so you may be successful. I would like to start by welcoming and thanking our Jewish brothers and sisters who are with here today. And our Christian brothers and sisters who are with here today. And all of you from the Muslim community and other faiths. After 120 days, Israel is still committing genocide, killing babies, children, women, journalists, doctors. Shame! Shame! Palestinians in Gaza are eating grass and drinking polluted water as famine looms over Gaza. For God's sake, they are grinding animal feed as a flour alternative because of hunger and famine. Shame! In Gaza, doctors have been operating in women and kids without anesthesia. Shame! Israel has displaced more than 1.9 million Palestinians in Gaza. Shame! The war on Gaza is not about freeing hostages. It's about genocide, ethnic cleansing, and driving the Palestinians out of Gaza. Shame! We have Israeli ministers who are calling for the erasure of Gaza, the eradication of Palestinians in Gaza. Shame! Some other ministers, they are calling for using nuclear weapons against our Muslim brothers and Palestinians in Gaza. Shame! We also how the Palestinian old man who was raising a flag, a white flag, has been shot by a sniper in cold blood. Shame! You know what? Israel can kill as many Palestinians as they can, but the Palestinian people will never surrender, will never be defeated. Palestinians have patience, resilience, and they have been standing against genocide, against ethnic cleansing, against oppression, against apartheid for the past 100 years. You will not defeat Palestinians. As for our government, the US government, Israel is using American-made weapon and American tax dollars to kill women and children in Gaza and in the West Bank. Shame! Biden, Genocide Joe, he is on the wrong side of history. 70% of Americans, they want ceasefire now. 50% of the American people, they said that Israel has exceeded the limits in its retaliation against Gaza. Biden should respect the will of the American people and stop sending more weapons and more money to support genocide. The Biden administration, they claim that they stand against ethnic cleansing, while they are enabling the ethnic cleansing with the massive amounts of money and arms sales, and he is also not going to the Congress to get the okay for it. He's sending them the weapon directly. Shame! Brothers and sisters, our political leaders have failed Gaza, have failed us. So pressure has to come from you, from you, from you. Are you ready? For God's sake, we have politicians like Brian Mast from Florida who said that the Palestinian babies killed in Gaza are not innocent Palestinian civilians. Shame! Shame! You got other hypocrite politicians like Nancy Pelosi who wants you to be investigated by the FBI for standing for Gaza. Shame! She thinks that y'all working for Putin and for Russia. When you stand for Palestine, you work for Putin and for Russia. Shame on her. In November, we will remember. In November, we will only vote for candidates who have the courage and who have the charisma and who stands for justice and who stands for the freedom of the Palestinians and who are calling for ceasefire. We should not vote for the cowards who do not dare to call for ceasefire, and on the top of them, Genocide Joe. Brothers and sisters, thank you for coming to Austin from Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, from the cities all over Texas to show support and solidarity with Palestine. Silence is not an option. Silence is complicity. You refused to be silent while Palestinians' families are being slaughtered in Gaza and the West Bank. As Americans, we must oppose the ongoing Israeli assault on Gaza. Nothing can justify this genocide. Your voices are very important. Your voices are being heard by the people of Gaza, by people like Wael al-Dahdouh. Give a loud shout for Wael al-Dahdouh. By people like Mu'taz, and by all the children who are living in Gaza and the West Bank. Believe me, they are listening to your voices. They are watching you, and they are paying attention to your demonstrations, to your protest against the genocide. You represent justice. You represent the strength of community, and you show the importance and the power of collective efforts. You have inspired congressional staffers, even in the Biden administration, and in the Blinken, also in the Blinken administration and in the Biden to stand up and show solidarity with Palestine. And in this regard, we would like to thank Tariq Habash, who resigned over the oppression of the Palestinians. Give him a loud shout. And you know what? We should always give a loud shout for South Africa. Give a loud shout. Mandela said that our freedom will not be complete until Palestinians are free. You know, a few days ago, it was the memory of Dr. Martin Luther King. He said, injustice somewhere is a threat to justice everywhere. You know what? If Mandela was alive, or Dr. Martin Luther King is alive, they will be with us here today, calling for justice, standing against genocide, and calling for ceasefire. Free, free Palestine. Long live Palestine. Viva, viva Palestina. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Occupation gotta go. Joe Biden, we charge you with genocide. Thank you. Long live Palestine. Our next speaker is a hero who always stands for Palestine, Reverend Kennedy Jones. Reverend Jones is the chairman of the Arlington Ministerial Association, and he is the chairman of the NAACP in Arlington, Texas. Please welcome Reverend Kennedy Jones.
Thank you today for allowing me to share in this occasion to bring clarity that it is past time for a change to take place. We are here today in our shared American identity and how we are all bound by our common humanity. Today, every American should feel your pain and should all support this call for a permanent and lasting ceasefire for the people of Palestine and Gaza. The time for half measures and blasé conversation has passed. Now is the time to confront the real evil that has been visited upon the people of Gaza. Yes, the tragedy of October 7th was terrible, but the relentless ravages of this unjust war on Gaza is far more horrific. Now is the time for all men of goodwill and justice to come together to fight against that which has no boundaries, the evil called hatred and greed, which can lead to the dehumanization of folks that you don't like. And when you dehumanize, people become numbers without faces, feelings, or emotions. When you hate, it is easy to justify atrocities and genocide. But not today. Not today. Not this day. This day, we stand like a tree planted by the rivers of water. This day, we call upon the world to remind every nation those who are dying and suffering are just as human as we are. Over 26,000 unjust deaths and untold injured and maimed in Gaza. These are not just numbers. They are families, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, sons and our daughters, struggling to survive and live their God-given life with human dignity. We get sick, they get sick. We need medicine, they need medicine to survive. There is nothing hard in this to argue. Nothing hard. Pregnant mothers, newborn, the elderly, just trying to keep warm. There's nothing hard in this to argue. Kids taking care of kids because their Palestinian parents have been killed by this so-called war on Hamas. And I submit to you today that the war on Hamas has long since passed. And what we have now is nothing more than naked aggression. Perpetrated by a would-be dictator seeking to outrun the arm of the law and justice, but eventually justice will catch up to him and it will be done upon him. The horrors perpetrated by this war is rejected by the vast majority of Americans who are enraged. Black and white, Protestant and Catholic, and even the Jewish Americans are enraged by this naked aggression of the Israeli Prime Minister and the IDF. We are here today. We must make it clear to all, rejecting the human rights of the Palestinians is a threat to human rights throughout the rest of the world. And on this day, we stand in one accord to insist that our Congress, that our President, that our nation remember its creed and hold fast to, without wavering, to the foundation that all of humanity is precious. And I say to you today in closing, there comes that time in human history in which you will stand or you will slink into the shadows. This is your hour. This is our moment in which we stand. And we stand. We stand because right. We stand because right is on our side. We stand because the vast majority of Americans are on our side. We stand because the world is on our side. And we stand because God Almighty is on our side.
Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! Long live Palestine! Long live Gaza! Let Gaza live! Let Gaza live! Thank you, Reverend Jones. Our next speaker is Dr. Hatem Bazian. He is the chairman of American Muslims for Palestine, and he is the chairman of Muslim Legal Fund, and he is one of the civil right leaders who protects the Muslim rights all over the United States. Please welcome Dr. Hatem Bazian.
Assalamu alaikum. I stand on this land of the indigenous people, a land that have suffered multiple genocides and erasure. As Palestinians, we can't speak in any part of Turtle Island without giving appropriate recognition that we are standing on a stolen land. Also, this month is the month of February, the shortest month of the year, but it's also Black History Month. Our black brothers and sisters arrived into this country as cargo in the hulls of ships. Yet they have been able, time and time again, to rise up to struggle, to resist, to define the moral, ethical trajectory of this country. We could speak of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, Angela Davis, Black Lives Matter. When we speak today, we are speaking on the shoulders of those who defined and continue to redefine what America possibility it is. Now we're here in the streets of Austin, but we're speaking to the streets of Gaza, Khan Yunis, Shuja'iyya. We're speaking to those in Nablus, in Jenin, Tol Karim, Haifa, Akka, and every place. And we say unequivocally, for those who make themselves unable to hear, that Palestine will be free. Many ask the question, what do Palestinians want? Some say it's complicated. Again, nuclear physics is complicated. Fuzzy math is complicated. Having a recipe that comes out right is complicated. There is nothing complicated about the demand and the desire for justice and liberty. Palestinians for 100 years have been demanding, struggling, fighting, resisting for freedom. Freedom! Freedom is what the Palestinians want. Now, history is very important for us. It is not coincidental that South Africa is the country that takes Israel to the International Court of Justice. It is not coincident. South Africa was the last settler colonial project to collapse in Africa. When Nelson Mandela came out of that jail, that was the end of settler colonialism in the continent of Africa. From the 1884 Berlin Conference to the key that opened the jail doors, which many of us in this country and across the world were in the streets, but those in the halls of power were cooperating with South Africa. It is not coincidence. We need to understand, Palestine was the last settler colonial project to be commissioned, not in 1948, but in 1917. Palestine was colonized in 1917 by a country that was called Great Britain. And we'll say, Alhamdulillah, it's no longer great, because only God is great. Great Britain at the time was not concerned about the Arabs. And don't let Johnny come lately talking about anti-Semitism. They had no love for the Jews or love for the Arab Palestinians and Muslims. The only thing that they care about, and they continue to care about today, is the mighty dollar and the mighty pound. They wanted to secure their trade route through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Let me tell you about Great Britain. Have you ever seen their weddings? I have never seen a drug cartel and a criminal enterprise show all of the things that they have stolen. Britain took $45 trillion worth of wealth from India. When they arrived to India, India was accounting for 24% of the global GDP. When they left it, they reduced it to 3% of the GDP. When you visit the Louvre or the British London Museum, you're actually going to see the den of thieves. Ali Baba and the 40 thieves. Ali Baba is sent to Guantanamo Bay, and the 40 thieves are displaying what they stole from the global south. Now we're speaking about genocide. What are we speaking about? Genocide. What are we speaking about? Genocide is what Israel is doing right now. Killing civilians is an act of genocide. Bombing hospitals is an act of genocide. Bombing schools is an act of genocide. Bombing 14 universities and detonating bombs in them is an act of genocide. Now, not only that Israel is accused and charged of genocide, possibility of genocide by the International Court of Justice, but South Africa has submitted a claim against the United States and Britain of being complicit in the acts of genocide. Let me tell Biden or Latte Nancy Pelosi, who thinks that we are taking a phone call from Putin to be out here. Niet, we don't need Putin for us to see genocide and come out in the streets. Then the next day, she goes fully racist. She tells us to go and check with China. Talk about being racist toward Asians. In San Francisco, right next to Chinatown, you tell activists from AMP, from Jewish Voice for Peace, from Code Pink to go and check or go back to China. Nancy Pelosi, I know it's difficult. Her latte was cold. She couldn't think, but that's okay. It's a passé. Complicity in genocide. Complicity in genocide. I tell Biden the following. Every time that Israel is bombing in Gaza, you're losing a vote in Michigan. Every time that Israel is bombing a hospital, you're losing a vote in Georgia. Every time that you're allowing Israel to bomb another school, you're losing a vote in Minnesota. Every time that you're sending weapons and aid to Israel, you're losing all of our voice. We are not going to vote for a genocide, Joe. And you cannot try to play around, because again, I need to talk to some of the Muslims in here, that we're going to actually get Muslims, we're going to work on Islamophobia. Sending weapons to Israel is Islamophobia, Mr. President. And if you can select a few Muslims that think that adab, courtesy of not insulting somebody that is coming to genocide, that is going to shut us up, we are not being silent. Gaza transformed Muslims, Arabs, Palestinians, our Jewish brothers and sisters, transforms the whole world. People are courageous. People are coming out to challenge power. People are no longer accepting the unacceptable, witnessing genocide by the minute. The first time in history that genocide is being live streamed. So we'll tell you, we are not going to accept trying to give us crumbs on a table that is not set by us. We need to be not only on the table, but we need to decide the menu. We need to be in the kitchen cooking. We need to renovate the whole White House, because it needs to be a black house before it is actually a White House. Now I know I'm being given the sign, so that's why I'm going to look this way. I love you. His name is Hatem and my name is Hatem. To have two Hatems on the same stage is special, so I'm going to look the other way. I want to really congratulate all the students on the college campuses. If you're part of MSA, if you're part of the SJP, if you're part of the political organizing on campus, Don't let anybody silence you. Don't let anybody silence you. Don't let anyone tell you that you're disturbing the campus climate. If there's genocide, there should not be a campus climate other than a climate for justice. Go back. Organize more on campus. Demand Palestinian classes. Demand a Palestinian studies program. Demand a Middle Eastern studies program that are taught by people. Demand for Edward Said to be taught. Demand the projects and materials that teach all of the poets, all of the contributors of Palestine. You need to do this. That is the time. There is no way going back. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Freedom, 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 freedom. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Hatem Pazian. Let me hear it. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! All right, Texas. I would like to introduce to you one of my friends and favorite comedian, professor, author, writer, and a hell of a speaker, Amir Zahar if you're white, Amir Zahar if you are an Arab. Please welcome with me Amir Zahar.
Good afternoon. We are here today. My name is Amir Zahar, and that's like Hatem said, Amir Zahar if you can't speak Arabic, but you should learn. And I am so honored with all of you here today in Austin, in Mexico. They stole it. As we stand side by side without shame, saying in one loud unified voice, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! As I heard our hosts and speakers welcoming the different groups of people that we have with us today, they forgot one group. Since we are standing here in Texas, denouncing American policy and standing up for the downtrodden of the world and standing up for Palestinians, we should not forget to welcome our uninvited guests from the CIA and FBI that are here with us today. Say hello to them. Say hello to them. Club. I also come to you today from the state of Michigan, from Dearborn, the Arab American capital, from Detroit, the workers' capital, from Detroit, the black capital, where last week our Arab leaders told the Biden campaign quite clearly, you are not welcome in our communities. Now, I am the child of two Palestinian refugees driven from their land, a Palestinian Christian father and a Palestinian Muslim mother. And yes, we do have Palestinian Christians. We are the first Christians on the face of the earth. I always tell people, especially white people, that I am Palestinian like Jesus. He was from Palestine, not Palestine, Texas. Palestine, Palestine. He did not have blonde hair and blue eyes. He didn't look like Brad Pitt. He looked like Mu'taz Azaiza in Gaza. And we are here today, all of us who stand with justice, to say in a loud, unified voice to everyone around the world and everyone, thank you. Say it with me, thank you. Thank you to everyone here today for standing up for truth and justice in the face of major pressure on all fronts. Thank you for being here. Showing up matters, and when we do it together, nobody can stop us. Thank you to the major cities in the United States that have passed ceasefire resolutions, including Chicago and Detroit, where we proved that when we organize effectively, we win. And when we have representation, we win. And when we have the truth, we win. And to our queen in Congress, Rashida Tlaib, from our district up in Dearborn, we say thank you. She has been attacked by everybody, Republicans and Democrats, and has stood her ground proudly, enduring on the floor of the House of Representatives as her fellow Congresspeople shamelessly censured her. And we know why they are afraid of her, because she speaks the truth, unapologetically, loudly, whether it's for Palestinian rights, black rights, indigenous rights, the rights of the poor, the rights to breathe clean air. She is always on the right side of justice and the truth. She personifies what we all hold here today, the power of the truth. See, when you have the truth, beautiful things happen. You don't need as much resources as the other side. You can smile every day. You can laugh every day. There's a reason the martyr's mother smiles, because she has the truth. There are 535 members of the House and Senate. And this one woman from Michigan, Rashida, has made AIPAC lose their damn mind. They have meetings every week. How do we get rid of Rashida? They raise millions of dollars. We got to get rid of Rashida. They offer other candidates $20 million. Please help us get rid of Rashida. Over one woman out of 535. Now, if you are strong and secure and you believe in yourself, you don't care about one woman out of 535. You only care about one woman out of 535 if you are weak and fragile and insecure. Because you know that one woman telling the truth can bring everything crashing down. So if they are that scared of her, imagine how terrified they are when hundreds of thousands of us walk through the streets of America screaming, "Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!" We are here to say thank you to our brave brothers and sisters in our homelands, to those in Gaza who refuse to leave no matter what. They really thought, after doing this for 120 days, that the Palestinians of Gaza would be lined up on the border to leave, but they are not leaving. They are not going anywhere. They are staying in their homelands. We say thank you to those who are risking their lives to speak the truth to the world, whether they are Mu'taz, or Bisan, or Hind, or Wa'il, or Salah, or even 9-year-old little Lema, walking around speaking the truth. We as Palestinians say thank you to our brothers and sisters in Lebanon who have lost their own family members and are protecting the northern border. We say thank you to our brethren in Yemen who placed a little toll plaza in the middle of the Red Sea, protesting the genocide in Gaza. They have not taken one life, yet they are now the victims of a vicious bombing campaign by the United States. Shame! Shame! President Biden has told the Yemeni people, you mess with our money, we will kill your families. That doesn't sound like a president. That sounds like a gangster. That sounds like a mafia boss. We do not stand for that. And we say a huge thank you to the nation who assembled their most talented people to argue for truth at the International Court of Justice. To the people who knew better than anyone else what apartheid truly looks like. The best equipped to identify it and fight against it, who achieved for the world a true victory at the ICJ. Don't get it twisted. Where the court found a plausible case of genocide against Israel, where the court found that Palestinians are a national people protected under international law, where the court ordered Israel to stop the killing now, the nation that brought the case that stands for the truth. And so, to our brothers and sisters in South Africa, we are in awe of you. We adore you, and we say as loudly as we can, thank you. We say to you, thank you. While we are celebrating our many wins and the deep love that surrounds us, we know that we still have a lot of work to do. President Biden attempted to meet with our communities in Michigan last week. They are scared. And let me say this, we Arabs are known for our hospitality, for our generosity. We open our houses to guests who show up without notice. We even tell people we want them to stay when we really want them to go home. So when we say the Biden campaign is not welcome in our community, that should tell you something about how we really feel. Just this week, when he was asked about the attack on American soldiers in Jordan, he said Iran was responsible because it arms the groups that attacks Americans. Well, if one nation can be held responsible for arming other nations when they commit atrocities, what does that say about the United States? The main funder of the Israeli genocide in Palestine. This week, Biden's press secretary was asked what his message would be to the Arab voters who are frustrated with his policy. She said that his message would be, Israel has a right to defend itself. They came into our communities because they don't respect us. They came and asked to sit with us because they think that we don't know that they have lied to us. On October 11th, he said he saw beheaded babies. Do we believe him? Do we believe him? On October 25th, he said that the numbers of deaths coming out of Gaza can't be trusted. Do we believe him? Do we believe him? On October 17th, they said that it was us who bombed our own hospital, killing 500 people. Do we believe them? Do we believe them? They think that we will forget. That is how much they disrespect us. They think that we will forget. Are we going to forget? Are we going to forget? Let us be clear to the American administration. Our anger is not some simple policy disagreement. We are watching our relatives being shoved into mass graves, our children blown to pieces, our families displaced, all with the enthusiastic support of a president who has spread lies about us, fostering an atmosphere of dehumanization that got 3 college students shot in Vermont and a 6-year-old stabbed 26 times in Chicago, 6 years old. This administration has us looking over our shoulders, feeling targeted. His top allies like Nancy Pelosi telling people that we are agents of China and Russia. President Biden has broken everything. In 2020, they asked us to save America from Donald Trump, and now we know that we have to save Palestine from Joe Biden. After the attack in Jordan, President Biden declared to the whole world, if you harm an American, we will respond. Well, President Biden, I have some more American names for you. Rachel Corrie, murdered by the Israeli military on March 16, 2003. Omar Assad, murdered by the Israeli military on January 12, 2022. Shireen Abu Akleh, assassinated by the Israeli military on May 11, 2022. And Tawfiq Ajak, just last week, shot in the head by the Israeli military on January 19th, 2024. What does he think about those Americans? He doesn't care. And we say, shame. We say, shame. We stand here today in their names. And finally, if there's any speakers who are still here, please come up behind me, any speakers or organizers. Especially you two have been holding these signs all day long, Abdul and Gabriella. Come up here. Any of the speakers that are still here, please come up, stand up here. The number one thing that they will say about you to distort everything. They will say that we are a group of people who hate. But we were here today with Arabs, Palestinians, Muslims, Jews, Christians, Latino, black, everybody standing up here on the stage today. They will say that we are a people full of hate. Do we hate people for who they are? Do we hate people for who they are? We hate racism, we hate occupation, we hate apartheid, but we do not hate anybody for who they are. We are a people full of love. We are a people full of love. We are a people full of what? We are a people full of what? So before we march, I want you to look at the person on your right and look at the person on your left and tell them, thank you for coming today. Say it again, thank you for coming. Now look at these people and tell them in a loud voice, I'm proud of you. Tell them again, I'm proud of you. Now look at these people and tell them, I love you. I love you. Because we are a people full of what? A people full of what? Don't let them get it twisted. We are on the right side of history. If Malcolm X were here today, he would say, free, free Palestine. If Martin Luther King were here today, he would on the right side of history. If Malcolm X were here today, he would say, free, free Palestine. If Martin Luther King were here today, he would say, free, free Palestine. If Rosa Parks were here today, she would say, free, free Palestine. If Nelson Mandela were here today, he would say, free, free Palestine. If Cesar Chavez were here today, he would say, free, free Palestine. If the Prophet Muhammad were here today, he would say, free, free Palestine. And don't even forget about it. If Jesus were here today, he would be marching with us, saying, free, free Palestine. And so as we all depart here today, the march will start that way. In a minute, you will all turn around and start walking down there. But I want them to hear you as you are walking down there. I want all of Austin to hear everybody together as loud as you have been today. Say it together. Cease fire now. Keep going. Louder. Keep going. That way. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Join the march. Cease fire now.
Cease fire now.
I don't want to say it.
Fire now.
Sorry. No, sorry. Cease fire now. Cease fire now. Louder. Cease fire now. 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 Hello. Cease fire now. 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 Thank you. Cease fire now. Cease fire now.
Cease fire now! Cease fire now! Cease fire
no!
I'm sorry?
Can you focus on?
Yeah, you can.
Across? Can you?
Can
see
I?
Across?
Here, yeah.
If you will see.
Whoops.
Just below. I just taped them.
Where at? Down by the wall here?
Okay. Okay, you see the white building over there? That's my cousin. I had to go see him.
Okay, yeah, that one.
That's the great thing about this sweater and this.
I barely see it. There's, okay, that.
Okay, see a flag?
Mm-hmm.
Go to the right of it.
Okay. I see, yeah, the containers are right in there.
No, you're across.
Oh, over there. Oh, over in the Mexico side.
Yeah.
I gotcha. I gotcha. No, I gotcha. And there's some people over there. Okay, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if I can actually. I don't know if I can.
Like somebody on the back of a.
I'm not sure.
Over across, yeah. It looks like
yeah, over there.
somebody manning a turret, maybe. That's what it looks to me like. It's going that way, driving down the road.
Oh, okay. I see somebody driving down the road. Yeah.
See there in the back of the truck? There's like a turret on the back of the truck.
Where are you looking at?
Okay.
Well, it's
Just beyond the flag. You're kind of, okay, they're coming.
There's the
driving
vehicle.
that
Oh, yeah, I see
pickup.
that one.
See, now there's a guy in the back that's on a turret.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just, in case Americans cross the river to go to Mexico, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, you can go over, but you can't come back.
You can't even get to the river because the police will keep you from going to the river too. You can't even get over there. You can't get near in our own park.
Well, that's on that side in case the migrants come back.
Consists of several different organizations, groups. That's NGOs, the Brown Berets, probably Antifa, and they're in the mix. They're here protesting and asking the governor to keep the borders open. The governors in there are speaking on the border crisis right now.
You can see, I think it's the pink one. I don't know. Which one? Oh, that one up there? I don't know. Maybe a hotel. I don't know. I thought maybe the golf course. I think it's maybe also there. Hey, grab that water. Yeah, that's over there.
Yeah, I went all the way over here. This place over here, and there's some guard, National Guard caught him with me. I talked to him for a little while. The trailer that's over there that they wait in before they cross. Somebody bought him a trailer. Brand new, and it's sitting over there on the hill. And they wait there
Ahorita está el gobernador allá sobre el río contando mentiras. Está contando mentiras de lo que está pasando en esta área. No se dejen engañar. Escuchen. Saben que la única manera de sacar este gobernador racista es de votar. Voten. Ahorita está pasando algo muy triste y queremos que los apoyen en nuestra comunidad. Ese es nuestro parque, es nuestro río, es nuestra área, es nuestra cultura, es parte de nuestra vida, es parte de la vida de mi mamá, mi abuelo, de todos los que estamos aquí. Salgan a la comunidad a apoyar, a defender nuestro parque. 47 acres de nuestros impuestos. Ahorita está el gobernador, 14 más allí, 14 más otros gobernadores echando mentiras en nuestra comunidad. Aquí siempre hemos recibido a los inmigrantes con respeto, no los tratamos como ganado en el río. Millones de toneladas de pollas, hambre de pollas. Es una cosa bien triste. Tenemos que defender nuestra comunidad. Tenemos que estar unidos. Tenemos que salir adelante. Y si no me entienden, this is our river. Our river. Our river. This is our port. Our port. Our port. Our community. Our community. Support Eagle Pass. Support Eagle Pass. Love you. Listen, we're very proud to be from this community, and we will defend our river. We will defend our property rights. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the Eagle Pass Border Coalition and all the individuals that travel from afar. You're welcome in our community. Just respect our culture, our diversity, our history. If you want to be informed, we'd be glad to speak with you at any time peacefully about our history. Our history is beautiful. La gente mexicana siempre ha estado en esta área y nunca se irá. A los dos que tienen control de dos idiomas y entienden, saben lo que digo.
So, translation to that, guys, he's saying that the Mexican community has always been here. They ain't going nowhere.
Así que, gracias por todos que han estado aquí apoyando la defensa de nuestro parque, de nuestro río, de los inmigrantes.
So he's saying thank you everybody who showed up right here today for defending our park.
Así que, todo el tiempo, acuérdense, apóyenos.
He said, remember, support us at all times. Go out and defend the community.
No nation, no borders, no nation. We don't have borders, we don't have a nation, guys.
So again, we're here on the ground in Austin. The march has just begun.
All right.
Country without borders is not.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate you. Love you. Let's keep this process going. Not to leave.
No, he's not a patriot.
What you're really feeling right now.
There's too many lies by all those people over there. Eagle Pass. Eagle Pass. Eagle Pass. That is our part. Our part. Our part. Woo!
Buenas tardes, habla el señor Rodolfo López.
Excellent. I mean, I know we've had tens of thousands of people.
Good afternoon, my name is
in
Rodolfo
Austin before.
Lopez.
I know there's a growing movement here in Texas to stand for Palestine. It's been incredible to see, especially in cities like San Antonio and other cities.
So I'm just here to tell you whatever Fuentes has been telling you is the truth. He said, I've never seen a circus like the one that's happening today. We believe that. We believe the Governor Abbott's doing this for a political stunt. He says if Governor Abbott's open to debate, we're willing to debate him right over there in the border. I wish these people will let me hear what they're saying.
USA! 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 USA!
Will make sure that they will be held accountable. We will not forget that when Joe Biden had the chance
Sáquenlos y se encarguen de su estado primero. Muchas gracias y viva Iguopaz y viva la policía de Iguopaz por estar cuidándonos a todos nosotros. Gracias.
Remember, guys, where everything that's happening right now with the governors over there, it's another photo op, guys. Until we actually see change, till we see a complete shutdown of a border, nothing's gonna change. Nothing would change. It's a photo op right now. You go down 20 miles north, 20 miles south. People are crossing there illegally. Go over to California, Arizona. It's still ongoing. While national attention is here right now in Eagle Pass in Shelby Park with 15 governors. Thousands of people are still illegally crossing right now at this moment.
USA! 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 USA!
Here at the border is beautiful. We love it. It's so much fun for our communities. And we wish that you would enjoy this. You know, that you have been what it's my impression that if you're believing things that you read on the internet, you're about to hear a lot more noise about it.
USA! 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 USA!
The right to see asylum is a right that is federal law. And sometimes people cross the border because they need to find shelter, they need to find safety. They're fleeing some bad situation. And we hope that we can find it to find empathy for those people and help us find solutions for helping those people succeed instead of fighting. in a community that is not yours, that doesn't represent your culture. So I would just ask you to respect music democracy. What happens in our nation right now.
Abbott, go home. Abbott, go home. Abbott, go home. Abbott, go home.
So the Triumphs is in Abbott home. The question here, where's Gabbitt's home? Abbott, not Gabbett, correction.
Leave our community alone. We are not your political prop, Abbott. We are not your political prop. We are a decent,
I thought it wasn't political! Build the wall, deport them all!
Try not to make this political. Your inflation, your housing crisis, the housing
Sherry Huffman, thank you so much for the gift. Thing to go.
Really quickly, guys, if y'all could please stay behind the banners. We don't want to run over anyone, okay? Unless you're designated to be here. All right, great.
Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine!
The conference is over. Okay, thank you.
We're on the ground here in Austin. The march has begun. There's so much energy. The people on this truck right now really keeping the crowd going. There's horses up front that we definitely want to show later too. So I'm excited to be here on the ground with one of the organizers of the demonstration. Can you share your name and your organization?
Yeah, hi, my name is Mohammed. I'm a member of the Palestine Solidarity Committee. We're based here we're based in Austin, primarily at the university, but we also work for the community. We're the organizers for the event today.
Excellent, excellent. So can you share with us more about your reasoning for coming out today? What are your demands? And if you have a message to Greg Abbott, what's your message?
Absolutely. So our demands are consistent from day one. Since October 7th, our demands have been to reflect best what the Palestinian people in Gaza and on the ground demand. Of course, the most pressing being a ceasefire. We're calling for a ceasefire now. Not only that, but we're calling for Greg Abbott to divest Texas funds from Israel. That includes the over $107 million that he has invested in stocks and bonds for arms dealers and Israeli companies that benefit and prop up the occupation, ethnic cleansing, and genocide of the people of Gaza. And finally, we also are urging Joe Biden to conditionalize aid and cut off aid completely to the apartheid state of Israel to save Palestinian lives right now. If I could say one thing to Greg Abbott, I would urge him immediately to call for a ceasefire, number one, and number two, stop investing money and stop giving money to the state of Israel that is being used to target Palestinians, Palestinian infrastructure like hospitals and water desalination plants, and put an end to what's going on, put an end to the genocide.
Certainly, I mean, we're talking about over, at this point, 30,000 Palestinians killed. I mean, that's 1 in 100 Palestinians have been killed in the last 4 months. It's an outrage to really imagine the kind of carnage that's from you, especially based here in Texas. When we're talking about calling for a ceasefire, what kind of power have you been building on the ground, and what has the situation been looking like and developing in the movement here? Because the thing about the ceasefire demands is that they're all across the country. In fact, they're all across the world right now. We are seeing people all around the world unite around this call to demand that Israel stop this genocide. And so to me, what we're doing here today, here at Breakthrough News, as we really stand up against the corporate media and recognize that we have to tell real stories on the ground of real people. So I want to hear from you how the movement in Texas is growing that the mainstream corporate media has not shown.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, I'd like to reiterate and make it clear that our elected officials, our representatives who claim to be acting in our best interest, are not at all doing that. As a matter of fact, the only way to secure liberation, safety, and a ceasefire for the Palestinian people is through our own means. We cannot rely on people like Greg Abbott or Joe Biden to give a ceasefire to the Palestinian people and urge the state of Israel, who has time and time again shown that they will not heed any call for a ceasefire or any de-escalation of the violence against the Palestinian people. Here in Texas, we've mobilized almost every single week throughout the state, whether that be Austin, Dallas, Houston, whether that be a teach-in, a protest, or sitting at city councils, urging our members, our city council members, to give up and call for a ceasefire, whether it's calling their office or occupying space on campuses at universities or in official government buildings. We are shutting down what we can here in Austin, Texas, to secure the safety of the Palestinian people and call for a ceasefire. We're doing it all over the country. We've taken part in multiple protests. We've helped organize this protest. We've helped organize the last national protest that was in Washington. We helped organize what was happening at our last protest here in Austin, a statewide protest. We're protesting every other week. And as far as PSC is concerned, we're also trying to get our university, a lot of universities around the U.S. who are silencing Palestinian speech, who are critical of pro-Palestinian voices, time and time again show us that they are not interested in the rights of human Palestinian humans on the ground in Gaza. We're trying to urge them as well to divest from structures of occupation that are used to uphold and maintain the genocide that's going on in Gaza today.
Certainly, and my last question for you, you're talking a lot about the student movement. If you could speak more to the growth of the student movement that you've seen in the last 3 months. I mean, I would say since October 7th, we've seen historic protests in the United States. They're continuing to grow. And in fact, the amount of time going by has not changed really at all, the amount of people that are continuing to come out. So I'd love to hear on the student front what the student movements have been looking like in Texas and across the country.
Right, absolutely. Students are the face of this movement. Students are the face of the Palestinian liberation movement here in the U.S. and around the world, everywhere except Palestine.
Stolen land. Justice is our demand. No peace on stolen land.
Economically, until they can
Let's down, don't you cry. Palestine will never die.
And sharing with us here today, there is so much really that we need to continue to talk about and continue to be fighting for. So I appreciate you nonetheless. By the way, for those just tuning in, we're here in Austin. We're on the ground. There's a march going on. I mean, thousands of people are in the streets. You know, the police right here, they're all lined up. They have bikes. Of course, they're trying to block off
towards Israel's slaughter.
They can't go. But in the reality of it all, people
no more money towards Israel's slaughter. We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? resembles a dead baby in Gaza. Imagine there's 11,000 of these children that have been massacred already. We need to up the energy. We need to make our voices heard. I want everybody to scream as loudly as they can from here and make their voices reach Gaza when we say, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
But they might have been saying that it was making yeah, so we're trying to find him in order to take on. Build that wall! Build that wall! Build that wall! Build that wall! This is historic. Build that wall! 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 Yelling is one thing, man. As long as it doesn't come to blows or pushing, we're good. Well, everybody, I've been called worse than that, man. Right? You know that something so we have laws that say if you give a country, you can always get This is the instigator over here. This is the instigator.
Let's try it. Help us out, guys. Help us out. Let's go. Turn two.
What's that?
We need y'all at the border now. Do that same thing.
No, he's an instigator. He's absolutely an instigator. That's why they came up. Yeah, he's trying to get something to happen. There you have it, guys. Which side, one side stays to themselves, just out here peacefully protesting, and then the folks that hate the United States, the folks that want to burn the American flag, are over there trying to instigate, especially that guy you've seen at the end. State agitators. My heart is pounding. He got a heart for church. That's right. I'll never give up. Never back down. Never back down. I was right up in the middle of them all, chanting it up, baby.
The other side has to. Oh, I'm trying to go straight.
And up with liberation.
Why the chicken cross the road?
And down with occupation.
That's the joke of the day.
And up with liberation. And down with occupation. The people united will never be defeated. 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 The people united will never be defeated.
Right now, since last night, local PD here has shut down the streets leading to Shelby Park. They are only allowing media, people with press passes to get down there, and these people were turning around.
God bless each and every one of you who witnessed all that. That was good stuff right there. I don't care how you look at it, where you're from.
And thank you all for matching the challenge out there. This is, again, you get to see this all live, raw, unedited. You're not going to, there's people out here that are taking 60-second clips to get their narrative across. That's not, that's all you're long day, huh? Long day.
What you doing?
They're calling us illegals. They're calling us illegals right now. Yeah, that's what they're calling.
What are they calling?
So for those of us just tuning in, we're in the marching and a statewide coming together of people all across Texas. So we're just now by another activist.
And David and David Warren, thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Gabriella Rosai Dan. I'm with the
they're wearing
I'm also one of the co-authors for the Human Rights Commission that recommended that the City Council support a resolution that fights for a ceasefire.
I wanted to ask you about this resolution.
You're racist!
Here we go. Here goes some of the delegation now pulling out with some of the governors right here, guys.
There's a Florida one.
You got the National Guard falling behind.
Once the commissioners pass it, we need one council member to take the lead on the resolution and
Guys.
co-sign that resolution to bring it to the agenda. We have been successful in getting one council member, then take the lead, and then we have Jose, and we have Zoe Rodriguez, who co-sponsored. We need one more council member, which has been our biggest fight.
Guys, sending food to the wife and the girls
Every other week,
until her vehicle gets
City
fixed.
Council is held. We take up those 10 seats for public speaking. We make sure that we have Jewish members, Muslim, Arab, I'm Lebanese, and the Palestinian community members speaking as to why it's important for the council to
Take care.
ceasefire. And again, every time there's a city council meeting, we fill the chambers. We make sure that they know that we're not going anywhere.
Oh, we're not going in there, guys. Yeah, y'all. W took off already.
Glorious J. Stunt says, stand strong, freedom, patriots! They're putting dum-dum suckers in the chat for They're going to eat dum-dum, so I should talk dum-dum suckers out of my truck, man. We can handle them.
You notice where it's Saturday, there's no police, there's no officer that's just taking care of the crosswalk. But over there, there's no police is there. These are the people that are trying to get into this.
I'm sick of being a party.
There goes Trent. Go buy them, Trent. Go buy them, Trent.
It's just, here we go.
Sidewalk Jesus.
Squeezing. Yeah, you got it.
Here comes some more guys that are leaving right now.
Who knows who's in there? Probably some.
That
was Mark. Oh, that was Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
I mean, so I have an intelligence background, and we did an 85 target strike package that gave Iran 5 days of warning, like, hey, we're going to attack you 5 days, and then they still held for weather. So a lot of theatrics go into international relations. I don't really expect an escalation from this. You know, it's probably going to do some tit-for-tat stuff and fizzle out. That's kind of what we've always done.
Thank you for that. I mean, we'll have to see how things play out. And you know the way the United States moves, it's consistent. It's always, when it comes down to it, the way the U.S. moves is that we see time and time again the U.S. is not getting out of the Middle East. It's continuing to demand and essentially move in such a way that the United States continues to wage imperialist war wherever it might go. So I would like to hear just your final thoughts here when we're talking about this movement, when we're talking about standing up and demanding an end to Israel's genocide of Palestine. What's your message to Joe Biden? What's your message to Greg Abbott?
Well, I mean, Israel's headed towards a strategic defeat. You can pump as much money and political cover into it as you want. It's not going to change the fact that they've already passed the event horizon. They're going straight into the black hole. It might take 20 years, but pariah statehood's already happening. And so that's something you can never recover from. So regardless of whatever happens, however this plays out, there will be no going back to the status quo. Things have been changed irrevocably. So that's it.
Certainly, thank you so much. We're going to go back to the crowd now. There is so much going on. You have to see. We're on the streets in Austin, and we're going to go to the crowd.
Oh yeah, right there.
If you want to let it out before then, thank you. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good.
What outlet are you guys with?
Breaking news. I couldn't hear what you were saying, but I just need a break on my shoulder.
Every day and every night, Palestine is on fire. Money for schools and education, not for boys and occupation. Money for schools and education, not for boys and occupation. From the belly of the beast. Hands off the Middle East. It's from the belly of the beast. Hands off the Middle East. Hands off the Middle East. Hezza, Hezza, head held high. Hezza, Hezza, head held high. The people are by your side. Hezza, Hezza, head held high. Palestine will never die. 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 Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine.
As you can see, people are coming up the street. We still don't even see the end of the march. We're continuing to see people come out, and the march is actually getting bigger from the rally earlier today. So that's definitely a good sign in terms of the numbers here.
Is this the news? Which news is free, free Palestine? Free, free Palestine! Palestine, free, free! Palestine will live forever! From the sea! Palestine will live forever! Free, free, free
Okay, we can go back to the front for now. Yeah, I mean, this is the end, so maybe it's just...
Just tuning in, we're still live here in Austin. There are thousands of people here in the streets marching, and we're joined by many young people, especially in the streets. So we're happy to speak now with a young organizer here in South today. So can you share with us your name and your organization if you have one, and why you're here today?
My name is Selma. I'm with the PSL. I'm here today to be a voice for my people in Palestine. It's been over 100 days now. The genocide is still going on. Most of the world governments are not doing anything to stop it. So us as people, we have to be the one to go out and try to do something.
Certainly, that's really important to be out here and standing up. What's your message for Joe Biden or your message for Greg Abbott today?
I think they're disgusting for supporting and funding this genocide. But the people stand with Palestine. There's thousands of people out here today. We've been marching for a while now. And free Palestine.
Certainly, excellent. Thank you so much for all that and for sharing. Either way, we're still in the streets here in Austin. There are thousands of people out here with us, and there's so much more that we need to continue to be talking about when it comes to the issue of Palestine. I know for a fact that people that are out here today are not going to stop anytime soon. But we're going to go back to the crowd now for a few moments. So we're on the ground here in Austin. There are thousands of people marching, talking about. We're actually passing by Governor Greg Abbott's mansion right now. So it's really incredible. Well, number one, that Greg Abbott has a mansion. When you really think about it more, why is it having these crazy houses and mansions? But there's a reason why the organizers wanted to pass by this route. They really wanted to make sure that Greg Abbott hears their message very loud and very clear. marching here in Austin. People will be continually pushing to make that happen. So as we pass by, let's see what organizers have to say to Greg Abbott in their direct message.
We demand a ceasefire! Greg Abbott, you're a liar! We demand a ceasefire! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Guys, louder, louder, so we can hear. Hey, Greg Abbott, you will see. Palestine will be free. Hey, Greg Abbott, you will learn. By the millions will return. Hey, Greg Abbott, you will learn. By the millions will return.
So we're on the ground here in Austin. All the chants you can hear right now about Greg Abbott are because we are passing his mansion right now. So everybody in this demonstration right now are making sure that Greg Abbott hears loud and clear their message. So I'm joined here by the organizer of today's rally. So I'd love to know what's your name.
My name is Palestine Coalition.
Wonderful. And can you share why you're out here today, why you guys organized this demonstration?
We are out here today to call for an immediate permanent ceasefire, an end to the Israeli military occupation, an end to all U.S. aid, military aid and U.S. aid to Israel. And we are calling on the governor and the state of Texas to stop enabling Israeli genocide by buying Israeli bombs.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that. And what's your message for Greg Abbott? We're right here in front of his mansion. This is why we brought people here. What do you have to say to him specifically?
We as Texans, tens of thousands of us, as a constituents and a proud Texans, we calling on our governor and our state representative to stop the attack on Palestinians, stop arming and financing Israeli military aid by buying Israeli bonds that will enable them to have cash money to buy more weapons to kill and commit genocide in Gaza.
Definitely. I mean, one thing that I learned today that I did not know was that Texas actually has $1 billion in exports to Israel specifically. So if you could share also any other connections that Texas has to Israel that people don't really know. I mean, this is a nationwide broadcast. People all across the country are noticing in their states, in their locations, all the ways that the U.S., their local governments are funding Israel. So I'd love to hear from you about Austin in particular as well as Texas.
Of course, you know, the comptroller, the state of Texas comptroller of public accounts, in October bought $20 million worth of Israeli bonds. That by buying the Israeli bonds, that freed cash for the Israeli government to buy weapons. And back in November again, they bought another $45 million in Israeli bonds that enabled Israel with cash money. Here we are in the Austin, Texas. We've been trying for the last 3 months to get our city council and mayor to pass a ceasefire resolution. Unfortunately, these leaders are not listening to the voices of the people and not representing the constituents of this city that we demand to pass a ceasefire. A ceasefire is essential for our communities in Austin as a moral stand for humanity and against genocide and what's happening in Gaza. Again, our tax money, we play part on that. Our tax money is financing Israeli genocide.
Certainly. Do you have any last thoughts that you want to share with our audience?
Yes, absolutely. I would urge everybody, please contact your representative, your senators. Demand that they call for immediate permanent ceasefire. If you live in cities, reach out to your city council member and mayor and demand that they pass resolution in support of permanent ceasefire to stop this genocide and protect the civilians.
Great, thank you so much for being out here with us. We are on the march, we're on the move now. Again, we've stopped at Governor Greg Abbott's mansion to be loud and clear why we are here. Texas has shown up today to really make the message be known. So let's see what they're saying. Outside of Abbott's house right now, behind the walls, and everybody in the crowd is chanting specifically at Greg Abbott to make sure that he hears this message. But it is interesting to see that he has troopers right up here on the wall.
How many kids have to die? How many kids have to die? Before you hear their freedom cry. Before you hear their freedom cry. And how many kids have to die? How many kids have to die? Before you hear their freedom cry. Before you hear their freedom cry. And free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Occupation is a crime. Occupation is a crime. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Occupation is a crime. Occupation is a crime. Hey, hey. Whoa, whoa. The occupation has got to go. Hey, hey. Whoa, whoa. The occupation has got to go. Hey, hey. Whoa, whoa. The occupation has got to go. Hey, hey. Whoa, whoa. The occupation has got to go. Hey, hey. Whoa, whoa. The occupation has got to go. Hey, Greg Abbott, you're a liar. We demand a ceasefire. We demand a ceasefire.
Austin. There are thousands marching. We just marched past Greg Abbott's mansion. There were troopers outside of his mansion, of course, protecting, I guess, him. Perhaps he's there, perhaps he's not. Regardless, the people made their message very loud and very clear. So I'm out here in the streets with one of the organizers of today's rally. Could you share your name and the organization that you're a part of?
Chaz Moore, the founder and co-executive of Austin Justice Coalition.
Okay, it looks like right now we have police coming in on horses. The situation is getting more tense at this moment. They're trying to clear out activists in a peaceful march right now. We're going to get closer to see exactly what's going on. Police are pushing us back at this point. Keep going! This is a peaceful protest and police are now pushing people. Not taking kindly to this, of course, with your booze. They're bringing in more cars at this point. The police are intimidating the people who are holding the banner right now. That is what is happening. banner says stop U.S.-sponsored genocide in Palestine, and police right now are pushing back on this banner that says stop U.S.-sponsored genocide in Palestine. Peaceful protesters are getting very upset, of course, as the police are continuing to push back. Now, we can see back here, too, our cars lined up now, blocking parts of the crowd. The march is continuing despite the actions of the police. It seems that people are pushing forward. There's a lot of energy regardless, but police are trying to push people out. People are now chanting Israel bombs and Texas pays. Of course, that goes along with the banner that we just read earlier.
Their property, their land, safety, and their enjoyment can all be restored if we have a president who enforces the laws of the United States, as opposed to being hostile to that and being hostile to a state simply trying to enforce the laws of the United States.
Governor Abbott. Governor Abbott. Yep.
I see some state troopers lined up here on the border of the Texas Rangers, standing on the wall. taking horses, they had cars, really pushing down on protesters who are here marching in the streets. So we're marching the streets of Austin, Texas. This is a statewide coming together of people all across Texas. Corpus Christi, we're talking about Waco, Austin, Dallas. People are all coming together excited for a march here in the capital city of Austin. So we have activists on the ground who are coming back strong with all of the energy that they've had since it began today, since the rally began. So it seems that the police are not going to be able to stop the protest. So definitely incredible energy to see. I know we were speaking earlier with an organizer, and I want to grab him to get in the studio to talk with us.
Palestine will live forever! Ceasefire now! 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 Ceasefire now!
Great, so we're excited to be here on the ground. The march is continuing. We're actually returning right back to the Capitol building where we began. And I'm joined here by an organizer of the march. Could you share your name and why you're here today?
Sure. My name is Amr Zahar. I'm one of the speakers here at the march. I came down from Michigan to be with our brothers and sisters here in Texas.
Wonderful. We're so happy to have people coming from across the country to be here. I know we came from New York. Michigan is not a short distance, so it's wonderful to see you on the ground here. So what is your message to Greg Abbott, and what is your message to Joe Biden today?
Well, that we will not forget. You know, I come from a state where they think we're going to forget. We have the largest Arab population in the country. They think that we're going to forget and we're just going to fall in line. And we're here to tell them from all around the country that we will not forget. We know that they have lied to us. We know that they do not respect us. We know that they have funded our genocide. This is not a disagreement over policy. We are watching our people and our families being put in mass graves. We are watching our children being blown to pieces. Our families displaced. We will not forget.
Certainly. I really appreciate that sentiment. It's really important we've been out here today. You know, I wanted to ask you in another vein, there's two demands of this march today. One, of course, is the immediate and necessary ceasefire. And two, the other demand has been to stop U.S. funding of Israel. And I want to hear your thoughts in particular on the United States' role in this conflict. I know we've seen U.S. actually having airstrikes in Yemen. We've seen the U.S. having airstrikes also in Syria. And the results of this, of course, have been 40 people who have been killed. So the U.S. is really escalating what's going on right now in Palestine in all different ways. And we see the U.S. standing by Israel no matter what Israel does, no matter what the international people of the world say. I mean, with the International Criminal Court coming out and saying very specifically that Israel needs to stop and tone down what it is doing immediately. It's really interesting to me that right after that happened, the United States said only a few hours later that they were going to stop, they're going to block funding for the UNRWA. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on the U.S. and its relationship to Israel.
Look, well, we are stuck now with a president who says he's a Zionist, who says if there was no Israel, I'd have to invent one. Someone who maybe more than any other president in history believes in American empire. And so when we talk about ceasefire and ending funding to Israel, this is all part of American empire, making sure that we are putting a check on it. Israel's the last colonial project on earth, and it's no mystery that they are trying to keep it alive. Let's not forget, when there was all these movements against apartheid, the last countries to stand with the apartheid regime were America, the United Kingdom, the countries that have been promoting empire around the world. So we just have to keep going. The politicians are going to be the last people to do the right thing. We know that. So it's important that we have everyone on the streets with us and that we have the truth with us, which is the most important thing. No one can stop us. And people are learning about that. You know, the truth is what is bringing people to the streets here in America. Yes, they see what's going on, but they also realize that they've been being lied to for their whole lives by the American government. And that kind of anger is bringing everybody into the streets. And when they try to defund UNRWA, this is just them saying that, again, once again, our lives are not important to them. They know that UNRWA is the agency that keeps refugees in Palestine living day to day. And they are not interested in our lives at all.
Certainly, I mean, to mention the UNRWA, this agency has been an agency that's been around since the first Nakba happened in Palestine, and it's been providing relief on the ground. So for the United States to say we're going to block funding, and not just the U.S., that's the UK, we have Australia as well. We see, you know, other Western countries standing with the United States in this, and we see that blocking funding to this in so many ways is just greenlighting Israel and saying this is okay for what Israel is doing. Instead of reacting the way that you would think after the International Criminal Court ruling, this is the International Court of Justice ruling. I appreciate that. You know, you would think how it would work out. But I would love to hear just your final thoughts as we are here at the Capitol building. What would you like to say for our audience?
Well, I just want to encourage everybody out there that's going to these movements to keep going, that's speaking the truth to keep doing it, because it's working. Because it's working, and we have to stick together and stand up for the truth.
Certainly, thank you. Now, I see behind us there is quite a big police presence that we're going to be turning our attention to. You can see thousands of people. We have a better angle here of seeing just the sheer numbers that we have out here with us today, and it seems that the repression is increasing. I can see some troopers over there. They're on horses and they're trotting quite fast.
Watch it right here, right here, right here, right here.
You see police cars and police vehicles. We've got a shot right here in front of the police vehicle. The police are now rushing people out. We see horses.
Move to the Capitol, guys. Move back to the Capitol.
The police are not blocking people.
If you let them get to you, they won't.
See, this repression that we're seeing today is in line with what we've been seeing in New York City. We reported on that last week and the week prior as well. In New York City, we've seen activists being targeted and arrested. It seems across the country, the police are moving with a heavier hand of aggression. They want these protests to stop, but they're certainly not going to stop anytime soon. If everything that we've heard from activists is true, which is they plan to continue to organize and come out. So the repression is continuing. We're getting closer now to try to see exactly what's going on.
This is the Austin Police Department. Officers are taking lawful action. Do not interfere with officers taking lawful action.
As you can see, they're saying, do not interfere with Austin officers taking lawful action. It's going to be happening right now. That's the message that's going on right now. The struggle is getting intense here. protesters are saying that they might move to pepper spray. This is something apparently the Austin Police Department might move and do right for them. That's what we're hearing from reports as people are getting upset.
Back up, please back up. You don't want to cause more problems. Back up, please. Back up. Back up, please.
Missed out, boss. They arrested somebody.
Imagine being a bicycle.
Okay, it seems they're setting up a line here.
They have been arrested one time. They have been arrested one time.
We're not sure yet if there are any reports of arrest. It seems the police line extends all the way up the block.
Stand down with occupation! What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? What do we want?
Can you up to the Capitol? Everyone, please. To the Capitol. Do not forget what you are here for. Do not tire. Do not give up. Do not let them get to you. If you let them get to you, they've won. Do not let them get to you. Do not anger. Do not tire. Head back to the Capitol. Please, everyone, head back to the Capitol.
Organizers are encouraging people to head back to the Capitol and move past the police line at this point.
Do not anger. Do not let them get to you. Do not forget what you are here for. Do not forget what message we are trying to spread. Please continue to the Capitol. Everyone, please continue.
Media, excuse me. Small man in a big house wants you to be afraid. The small man in a big house wants you to go home. And the small man in the big house just wants peace. Are we going to give it to him? No! Greg Abbott, you will learn! By the millions will return! Greg Abbott, you will learn! By the millions will return! Greg Abbott, you will see! Palestine will be free! Greg Abbott, you will see! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Gaza, don't you cry! Palestine will never die! Palestine will never die! Everybody, let's keep moving to the Capitol now. Keep moving to the Capitol. We'll keep chanting, but we're also going to move to the Capitol. We're not going to be quiet. We're not going to stop. We're going to keep moving forward, and we're going to keep chanting, and we're going to keep protesting, and we're going to keep holding up these flags. Hold up the flags. We will not stop. We will not stop until Palestine is free. We will not stop until no child is blown to pieces. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Move to the Capitol. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Now moving to the Capitol.
When people
What
are
happened earlier
occupied!
with the police, it seemed that they were surrounding the backside of Greg Abbott's mansion because people had stopped. They were afraid perhaps
Resistance is justified!
obviously moved in such a way to stop people. And it's not lost on anybody to think about the apartheid war and the law that they were creating themselves. So everything is certainly here, and the march is continuing to move forward. This was a permitted march as well, so it's really insane to think about how the police operate in a march like this. seems state troopers are now blocking people who are returning to the Capitol. Interesting to see. So right now it seems that the police are playing a message asking for people to get off the streets and onto the Capitol grounds. They're continuing to cause issues, it seems, over there. We can't quite see from where we are right now, but we've got a good feel. A lot of people have filtered back to the Capitol where the march began at this point, but there are some who still are looking to march.
No, I'm good. I think, like, yeah. No, like, you should probably, I mean, he's probably wrapped. Yeah. I think the interview with the witness is good.
Yeah, the kid getting arrested?
No, unfortunately no. We got there kind of ready whenever. Whenever you're ready.
So we are here at the Capitol. We're here with somebody who saw what was going on. We're trying to get more intel about exactly what the police were doing. So I'd love to hear more in your own words what you just saw.
Okay, so my name is Yassine. I'm one of the people who was one of the chanters on the front car. So I was in the front of the whole rally. We're helping organize the whole thing, keeping people in check. The whole time we were working with the police department, keeping people off the streets, keeping people stuck to the sidewalks, making sure everything was organized, nothing's out of control. And they were helping us in a very...
More distant view, but you can see it here. This is as it crossed over. Again, that's definitely a lowering. Let's see if we have any other reports here on Twitter as well. Yeah, it looks like there's at least some sort of brief touchdown with this storm. Bare minimum, it was a funnel cloud, but it very easily could have been a tornado that crossed over. That is, again, a live view right now of the storm. Guessing that's a tornado warning on this storm? Possibly, or a different one. It's further up here to the north. New tornado warning just north of Brunswick, Georgia. Seek shelter if you're in this area, away from windows, lowest floor possible. The area of rotation is going to be east of Brunswick. It's going to be right here. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We still don't have a tornado warning on this storm, but there is at least the tornado possible label. Since, again, this... Oh, never mind. There we go. Alright, we're on 3 tornado warnings. So we're back to basically where we were before. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows on the lowest floor possible. And again, this is a tornado warning for those in Tulane, Briceville, going through Keene, Crawford, Ratliff, Cary, and we also have one for Joel's Landing and Beeley Heights. This one is weakened. This storm in particular, we've already noticed a funnel cloud live, probably a tornado. This could still produce another tornado as it moves to the north. So again, stay in your safe place and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you are included in this tornado warning, it very easily could drop another tornado. We're going to go back to the live shot on this storm. This is a live view of this storm. And again, what we're looking at is this right here. It's not near, we don't have really as much of a lowering as we did before, but that would be what we're looking for, is right there. That's again moving north. This is west of Jacksonville, moving to the north. We'd be looking for some sort of lowering in here. So we'll be watching this here for at least another couple minutes and see if anything drops here. Again, we have 3 tornado warnings right now. One near Brunswick, Georgia, just east of Brunswick. We also have one still north of Jacksonville. That one's probably going to be canceled in a minute. Either that or it's going to be let to expire. And then this is the other one. Again, this one's currently off to the north of Interstate 10, west of Jacksonville. This one likely had a tornado before even there was a tornado warning. But nonetheless, there is still at least some sort of lowering or at least rotation with this storm as it moves to the north. Let's hold off on hitting 100,000 subscribers. Let's wait a second until these tornado warnings are... I don't want to hit it during 3 tornado warnings. That'd be bad. Alright, let's go back to the radar. Really quick. I'm going to see if we have any cams near Brunswick as well. Brunswick, there's a lot more rain. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for St. Mary's, King Base, and Fernandina Beach in northern Florida and as well southern Georgia here. This storm in particular, again, moving off to the... center this here. But this storm in particular is moving off to the north and east. This is the one that was tornado warned. It is going to be let to expire. Still have a tornado warning back near the Brunswick area. Again, this right here is what we're looking at in terms of our rotation. And stay away from windows on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this tornado warning. That's the rotation. Nothing confirmed at this point. And if there is a tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped. Again, that's just just east of Brunswick. That's not including Brunswick, but if you're in like the Harrington area, German Village, back through New Hope, those will be the areas to watch for. Yeah, if there's a tornado, it's going to be near Tulane here in Florida. I'm going to go back to the live cam and see if we got anything. Still nothing really clear on this one. There's not like a definitive lowering There's like a lowering, but it's not really much. So this storm again could produce a tornado as it moves toward Keene, Cary, and Crawford, Florida, and not an imminent threat right now. Guys, let's stop saying the 100 thing word, because I do not want to hit it during tornado warnings. That'd be so bad. 73 away though, the exact number. I do not think we're gonna hit it today, to be honest. This is one of those when you least expect it storms. We've had a lot of those today. We've had a lot of those. There's been a lot of various tornadoes, and this is just another. I'm 99% sure this was also a tornado, but it was definitely very brief. So. Tornado warning up north of Jacksonville will be let to expire. Still got rotation right now near 301, moving toward the Callahan area, and it's going to be going toward Cary, Keene, Ratliff, and Crawford, Florida. So again, stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. This one has had a history of a funnel cloud. At this time, we do not have a clear lowering, or at least any sort of funnel cloud like we did before. With that being said, we could still see them. So make sure you're staying in your safe place. See if we can find any other live cams here. I don't think we're going to have any. We're not really going to have any more live cams for this particular storm. We're going away from the interstates. Let's see if we have anything in Brunswick as well. I don't think we do, but we're going to check. New severe thunderstorm warning, or an update on this one back up near Rockville. Still quarter-sized tail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We got a few in the Brunswick area. I'm going to see if we have any independent views. Don't see anything right now. Yeah, we don't have any good views out of Brunswick. Yeah, the main tornado warning that we're looking at here in Florida is going to be one north of Baldwin. And stay away from windows on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Again, this particular storm moving north-northeast. Back near Brunswick, again, this storm has rotation. It's located north of Harrington. That'll be moving toward New Hope. So again, if you're up here, make sure you're seeking shelter. Just north of Brunswick, that's near New Hope, the Boys Estate area, Pennock, Harrington, and German Village. Those areas will be in the path of that storm. Here's a zoomed out look of all the warnings. We got the other tornado warning about to expire. I'm going to take that one off, and then we got 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. I believe one of these are going to expire here shortly. Yeah, it is. So the majority of the tornadic activity is now being confined to areas near Jacksonville and also back through Brunswick. So those are the different areas there. Things will start calming down after sunset. Not really after sunset, but probably more than anything after about 7 o'clock tonight. Things should start to calm down more. But we still have a threat probably for the next 45 minutes or so. And we still got some stronger. We have a bit stronger of rotation back near German Village. That's going toward New Hope and Boys Estate. So we're going to be watching this particular area very closely. And this could drop a tornado as well at any time as it moves to the northwest toward New Hope and Boys Estate. A bit more rural areas of the Brunswick area, but with that being said, there's definitely still a lot of people here. This is near Interstate 95, which is always mayhem during this time of the day, so I know that from experience. So there's definitely a lot of people on the roadway here. The rain does not help. This is also, if there's going to be a tornado, it would be rain-wrapped if you're on the west side of it. So don't try to look outside. Waiting for the next velocity scan to come in. Oh, just came in. A bit weaker rotation on the latest scan. We still got some rotation there. It's a little bit weaker, though. Again, that's just to the east of New Hope, moving northwest toward Boise State and Interstate 95. Still stay in your safe place. Weakening of rotation doesn't always mean the tornado threat's done. We definitely could see that recycle. And then the storm back down here near Verde, it is weakening a little bit. If we do have a tornado, it's going to be back up here near Bryceville. The storm is definitely shrinking in size. Hopefully that trend continues. The storm that did have a tornado northwest of Jacksonville, this one's now weakening, and it's not even severe anymore. They're going to let that one, they're probably going to cancel this warning here shortly. That storm's weakening as it moves to the north and east. So our main 2 tornado warnings, the main one right now I'd say is Brunswick. That one has a lot of lightning, but it also has it has a little bit more rotation than the one west of Jacksonville. Again, the one that's north of Brunswick is not imminent to hit Brunswick. Let's stay hydrated. Anybody got any photos or videos, by the way, of these storms? If you do, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll definitely retweet some of those. Have any photos of these storms? Again, west of Jacksonville, we still have that tornado warning ongoing. Storm is starting to shrink in size overall. If there is a tornado, it's going to be right in there, just along and east of 301. And then back up near the St. Simons area, back into the Country Estates area. This rotation is also beginning to weaken a little bit. That is not actually far from Darien, and then again, Interstate 95 right here. There's a ton of rainfall. But we'll be still watching the storm, but the rotation is definitely beginning to weaken a little bit on that one. Let's check out the correlation coefficient here. Let's see what I can on that one. Yeah, no clear CC drop. Again, no confirmed tornado at this point on this storm either. And the severe thunderstorm warning back up in northeast Florida just expired. Where's the hail? If there's any hail with this storm, it's going to be right in this very rural area near Ford Road in Verde. That's about it, though. I mean, and that would around quarter size or less. And then for the Brunswick storm, it's going to be located over New Hope, the marshes of McKay. And that's possibly up to quarter size as well. But I would expect less than quarter size hail. Again, this environment is not very ripe for quarter size hail. I mean, I think we've had a couple reports of that, but it's a long shot with this sort of environment. Definitely more of a tornado threat today, but again, that tornado threat will start to go down over the next hour and a half. It should be done no later than 8 o'clock, I would say, tonight. Storm near St. Simons. The rotation's weakening out on this one. Definitely not nearly as much rotation near New Hope at this point. So this warning might be let to expire. We'll see. The rotation's way weaker than before. And then the one back down here to the south and west of Jacksonville. Again, this storm has been shrinking over the last several minutes. Also something to think about. Apparently an isolated brief tornado is possible just south of Tampa. Or sorry, no, that's not Tampa. That's in California. South of San Francisco, there's a chance for an isolated damaging wind gust or brief tornado over the next couple hours. Tornado watch not expected. That is interesting. That is a rarity. All right, the rotation on both of these storms is definitely weaker than before. They are still ongoing. But I do want to turn our attention to this because it's going to happen probably at some point, and right now it's not a bad time to show it. This is the current count right now on subscribers. We are currently, believe it or not, we are currently 29 subscribers from 100K. Which, again, is just insane to say, but we're probably about to hit it. So I don't want to miss the opportunity to be able to record this exact number. So if you have not already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. It's completely free to do. We're bound to hit it at any second. Again, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you've not already. I will pull that back up once we get closer. Because I know it's going to happen and I'm just going to miss it, so I don't want to miss that. Again, tornado warning north of Brunswick. Rotation's much weaker than before. And back over west of Jacksonville, rotation is still on the weaker side, but still stay in your safe place if you're in the areas just west of Jacksonville, south of Callahan, and then north of Brunswick. All right, guys, we're really close. All right. Here we go. 7 subscribers.
No, we're not gonna go in. I don't even think KLW has an entrance neither. He has entrance for afterwards.
representantes dos shoppings que não foram atendidos pelo Safará.
Tem 5 minutos, a nota subiu sem nem ver. Desce muito. O representante dos shoppings tem que subir na categoria, se juntar. Se hidrate.
A piroca saindo de uma bunda.
Olha só, eu tô aqui, eu preciso de trabalho! Eu tô aqui como empregadinho doméstico! Eu faço tudo! Cozinho, lavo roupa na máquina, eu faço tudo, gente! Peraí.
Vamos invadir! Vamos invadir! Vamos invadir! Eu tenho pulseira! Eu tenho pulseira! Eu tenho pulseira! Pega água!
Caralho, Globo!
Todos querendo passar.
Olha a Globo!
Pegou mó tempão, cara. Essa daí, cara. Bebendo cerveja quente, mano. É da Globo, é da Globo. Outra, você tá quente.
Acabei de pegar, patrão.
Pô, te bebeu quente, mano.
Tá doido? Não, a gente... Vocês vão tocar onde, vocês falaram? Vale.
Is the story of invasions. One group of people moving into someone else's land and taking it. One nation ends, another begins. Invasions drive history. Few Americans understand this is happening to them right now. The United States of America is being invaded.
For the love of God, this is an invasion. Who is allowing this?
They invaded our privacy. I think it's an invasion of the country.
In other words, it's ending. The country you grew up in no longer exists. Soon it will be unrecognizable. No one is fighting back. Few are even acknowledging it. And the people who lead us are letting it happen. Why are our leaders letting this happen? Well, to destroy the country and to change the demographics. Who lives here determines what the country's like. This country is changing faster than you may understand. Americans are being replaced. That's not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact. In August of 2023, illegal immigration outpaced American births, a brand new population. Last year alone, over 3 million people came here illegally just over our southern border. The media won't tell you it's happening, but if you look around, you can see it, and you can see it most clearly in our cities, which are collapsing. We elect people to protect us. That's what politicians are paid to do. But they've done the opposite. They've sold us out, and they've crushed what our ancestors built. Take a look at our cities. They're hellish, and immigration is the reason. The city of Chicago was in tough shape even before Joe Biden opened the borders. Now, parts of it are basically uninhabitable. Even the socialist mayor of Chicago says the city is breaking under the strain.
Without real significant investment from our federal government, it won't just be the city of Chicago that won't be able to maintain this mission. It's the entire country that is now at stake.
Chicago's politicians may complain about illegal immigration in public, but in private, they're paying for it with your money. They're spending more on illegal aliens than on their own citizens. They're doing this secretly. They're hiding it from the public. Our team uncovered a shadow terminal, for example, inside Chicago O'Hare Airport. Hundreds of migrants were being hidden there secretly. Our team pulled up with cameras rolling, and at first we didn't see much. The city erected a black tarp to hide what was going on. The motive was simple. They didn't want us to see it. And a third-party security group paid for with your tax dollars told us that was prohibited. We weren't allowed to see.
What are you doing?
I want to look inside.
For what? For what?
They weren't local or federal law enforcement, so we ignored them. They had no authority. They were rent-a-cops. Inside, our team found more than 100 beds on the floor. The smell was overpowering, repulsive. It was filthy. But it's not just airport terminals that have been given over to people who've come here illegally from the poorest countries in the world, without permission, criminals, and yet being supported in every detail of their lives by taxpayers. No, even police stations in Chicago have been turned into refugee camps. This is new video never seen before of what's actually happening inside Chicago's police stations. Keep in mind, the people who work in those police stations are paid to protect you, but that's not what they're doing. They're running refugee camps for illegal aliens. As our cameraman approached the Chicago police precinct in the city's downtown to see what was happening inside, you see people come out, illegal aliens, shooting them the middle finger and yelling. They didn't hide their hostility. If you've been following any of the stories over the past several years about the movement of hundreds of thousands, millions of people illegally into the United States, you may have come across the phrase Darien Gap. And it's never really explained what it is. It's a physical place. It's between Panama and Colombia. And it is a gap in the Pan-American Highway. In other words, between South America and North America, overland, you have to do that gap. And yes, last year, at least 520,000 migrants crossed the border to come here. How did that happen? What is it? What is going on in the Darien Gap? It's the well, almost no one has taken what's happening. Leave it to a world-renowned biologist to do that, not a journalist, a biologist. That would be Dr. Brett Weinstein. A little more precisely, tell us what it is.
Sure, you did a pretty good job. The Pan American Highway is a road that literally goes from Prudhoe Bay, Alaska to the southern tip of South America. It is unbroken but for a 60-mile stretch between Panama and Colombia. It is not a canyon, as many people imagine the gap must be. It's an impenetrable piece of jungle, and the road has never been completed there, not because it's technically impossible to do, but because the combination of the difficulty of putting a road through that jungle and the danger of doing so has meant that North and South America have been separated in this way for the entire history of that road.
So you often hear people say it's a perilous journey to get across that 60 miles of the Darien Gap. Is that a fair assessment?
It's beyond fair. Let's just say I did my graduate work not far from Darien. I did it in central Panama. And the jungle in the Darien Gap is someplace that one does not go without careful preparation. It is quite dangerous. It involves a number of conditions that make it perilous. For one thing, the Cordillera, which is the mountain range that is effectively the continental divide, the same continental divide that we see in Colorado, for example, continues down through Central America, and it passes through Darien. So imagine a very difficult jungle without proper trails through it, in which migrants have to come up that mountain range, and they're almost all unprepared. They don't have the kinds of materials you would want with you, so they're soaking wet from rain, they're sleeping on the ground, and so they get hypothermia. It's extremely slippery, so people are constantly sliding down hills, breaking limbs. They sleep in their shoes and get trench foot. It's a very treacherous journey, and the difficulty of it should not be underrated.
So I wonder why there's not a permanent team of New York Times reporters there trying to tell the rest of us what exactly is happening. 500,000 people moved through there in 1 year. How did you wind up there?
Well, I wound up there because Michael Yon had been sending me materials, thinking that I would be interested in what was taking place in Panama. And of course, I was utterly fascinated by what I was seeing. Now, some of your viewers may not know Michael. Michael is a former Green Beret who has refashioned himself. Well, the last time I was on your program, I talked about Goliath.
Yes.
And if there's a Goliath, there's a David, and I would argue that Michael Yon is like David's eyes. He's been traversing the world trying to understand a story that as yet has no name, and that story is partially in the Darien of Panama, and it's all sorts of other places, including in various UN installations. There's some story that is difficult to piece together, and he's been physically traveling to all of its various epicenters and showing people. So,
and that is the story of mass migration.
Mass migration, I now think, is a piece of it. Now, when I went to Panama, I had a hard time explaining to myself why I was going, because
those are the best trips, aren't they?
Yes,
they are.
The serendipity of it is important, but it was hard for me to justify in my head going to such a place when it wasn't going to change. You know, the videos he had sent me were quite clear. So what was it I was going to learn by standing there that I couldn't also learn by looking at these things? Well, I'm very glad I went, because it did actually radically change my understanding of what I was looking at for reasons I better understand now. One needs to see the physical relationship between the various sites that he showed us in order to really piece together what this story is.
So you went, if I can summarize what I think you're saying, because you're a researcher and you wanted to know what's actually happening.
The thing that gets de-emphasized when we talk about high-quality science is the degree to which it is informed by well-tutored intuition. So I had a sense that I needed to see it for reasons that my conscious mind wasn't certain of at the time, and I followed that, and I'm very glad I did.
Follow your instincts, boy. That is the lesson of so many moments in life. So what did you find, and what did you conclude?
Well, I concluded a number of things, and the whole thing was so mentally disruptive that I'm still in the process of unpacking what it was and debating with myself about what it means, but I'll give you some basics. But I do have to ask something of your audience. There's part of this that is just me reporting what I saw and what I learned from Michael and others on our trip. And there's part of it that's me speculating, and I'm trying to do it as responsibly as possible, because a great deal hinges on what the actual explanation for what we looked at is. So when I'm speculating, I'm going to be careful to tell you that that's what I'm doing, and people should treat hypotheses as hypotheses and nothing more. But the first place that this trip really changed my understanding was I went down thinking that I was going to see a migration. And other people have called it an invasion. And there's something troubling to me about the tension between these two things. I mean, which is it? And I came away with the sense that it's probably literally both. And the way that manifests is you have a massive movement of people through the Darien survive it, which not all of them do, they can then get relatively direct route all the way through Central America into the U.S. But that's not all that's going on. So we went to several of the, I guess you would call them, transit camps. These are places where people who have come by whatever route to Darien, where they recover if they're injured, and they have to accumulate money, because even if they set out on their journey with enough money to buy a bus ticket to get them through Central America, by the time they've come through Darien, almost all of them have been robbed. And much worse, actually. People are being robbed, women are being raped, and lots of people are dying. The migrants talk about stepping over bodies. And for somebody with experience in these kinds of jungles, it's not hard to see how, without a support network, the kinds of stuff that can happen in the jungle can become deadly very quickly. Things can spiral out of control. So you have all of these migrants from all over the world. Many of them are South American, but that is by no means the whole story. People are coming from the Middle East. We met Afghans, we met people from the Caribbean, Haitians, there are people from Yemen, Iran. It's shocking, really. This looks superficially like the migration of Central Americans that you and I remember from when we were kids.
Yeah.
And there is some of that, but that's not the whole story.
You always have to be the center of attention, man.
There's an authenticity
There's a camp we
involved
went
in
to
caring
called
about
Canaan
oneself.
Membrillo. It's on the Canaan River at the town of Membrillo. Canaan Membrillo, we were allowed to walk around at will, and we could interact with the migrants at will. We were allowed to take pictures. There was no concern about this. We just had to check in with the Senafront. The Senafront is the Panamanian Border Authority. But once we had checked in, we were on our and people were interested in talking, including migrants. So we had many conversations with migrants. And these migrants, I have to tell you, when they come to the southern border of the U.S., they get through on the basis that they are political refugees. They aren't. When we talk to them in the transit camp, everybody tells the same story. They are fleeing economic collapse, and they are fleeing in the direction of what they perceive to be economic opportunity. And of course, in American law, these two things are very different. We protect people who are seeking political asylum, but we do not offer automatic economic asylum. And the reason for that is fairly clear, which is that in order to protect people economically, we end up robbing Americans of their economic well-being, and that's just not something that people are entitled to. No matter how much compassion you may have for people fleeing Venezuela, it is not our responsibility, especially not without some sort of a plan, an agreement about how many people are going to come through and in what way we're going to take care of them and how that's going to get paid for. We don't do that. But in any case, you get the same story from everybody. They're fleeing an economic crisis, and they're moving north, and many of them have terrible stories about what happened to them in the Darien Gap. So that's one thing. And you see, when you go into this camp, Canaan Membrillo, you see the hallmark of the international community. You see NGO emblems all over the place, proudly American flags. We've paid for the water system, the toilets that are there. The United States government is facilitating this economic migration, and it's unmistakable, as is an organization called the IOM, which is the International Organization for Migration. It's a branch of the UN. And if you read their charter, you will discover that this organization believes that migration is an inherently good thing, that it's always good. And so they see it as their job to bring it about, to facilitate it. And in this case, that's particularly tragic, because their desire to induce people to migrate is causing people who are woefully unprepared for the Darien Gap to try to make that journey. And the humanitarian tragedy is immense.
So the UN, of which the United States is, I think, the largest donor by far, is paying for this with the U.S. government.
Yep, apparently they are. Now, Panamanians are largely unaware. Some are aware that there's a migration, but in large measure, this migration, once it gets through the Darien Gap, boards buses, and effectively what I now understand is that all of the countries in Central America are effectively waving the migrants through, because those migrants are not going to stop in these countries. As long as they keep going to the U.S., these countries are willing to remain silent about it. Now, in 1991, Heather and I actually traveled the other direction through Central America, through all of the countries south to Costa Rica. And all of those borders are tightly controlled.
Oh, I've been, yeah.
And so it is very surprising to find those controls are effectively lifted here. That's clearly the result of a massive coordination. And of course, it's resulting in a large migration. But what I was going to tell you about the fact that this migration doesn't appear to me to be just one thing is that we went to another camp called San Vicente. And everything in San Vicente is different than it was at Canaan Mambria. San Vicente, first of all, it's not a town. This is a camp that is built as a transit camp. It's built of containers and various objects to house people. And it is almost entirely Chinese. Now, there were Chinese folks. Chinese.
That's a long way from China.
It sure is. And what's more, in this camp, the rule that you're able to go in and walk around and talk to people is not in evidence. The Senafront, the Panamanian Border Control, actually forbid us to go into the camp. So we had to stay on the outside of it. We were also forbidden to photograph it. So what photographs we have were taken covertly. But the most striking thing...
Wait, may I ask this? So is it the government of China? Do you believe that's funding this?
Well, let me tell you the other thing I found, and then I think the answer to that will become clearer. Outside of the San Vicente camp, the Chinese migrants are, you can interact with them. There are a couple of shops where they go to buy water or snacks or whatever. And so you can interact with them at those places. They are the opposite of forthcoming. They have no interest in talking to outsiders. And I've been to dangerous places before. I've been to places where people fear their government and can't talk to you because they feel it's not safe. This didn't feel like that at all. This felt like people who did not want to share information because it would be a mistake to do.
Like, I'll really freak out at night because I legitimately think we are one or two events away from living in the Stone Age again. And I think it could happen in our lifetime, and it could happen to you and I. Like, I'm really convinced that the fabric is way more fragile than anyone appreciates.
Yeah.
That most people appreciate, rather.
I mean, I feel it in the air.
Yeah.
Can't you just shut it off and not... I mean, there's so many people in this country just walk around and they just don't... All these things that we're talking about right now, they don't think about it. They just live their lives. Don't you think that that's a happier life or no? I just feel so stressed out right now.
You should.
Why?
Because that's the reality that we live in.
It's stressing me out.
That's the reality that we live in. We live in a very dangerous, complicated world. I mean,
it's
insane. It's fucking insane.
But it's like 25,000 now?
At least.
At least.
They don't know how many people are dead. They have no idea. And just half the population is women and children.
And the trauma. And the fucking, famine. It's just, I just can't even comprehend it, really.
Yeah, and the Israelis tell you that it's necessary, and that they have to get rid of Hamas, and this is the way to do it. But just
I believe that. I believe that. I believe that maybe that should be, but I think the approach could be different.
Yeah.
Right or no?
I don't have any expertise in war.
Neither.
But I'm horrified that they can just shoot missiles into buildings. And they tell people to get out, but then they bomb the areas where they're going to. I mean, the whole thing's nuts, man. It's nuts, and it's so dangerous. It's so dangerous. These Free Palestine marches that are happening all over the world, those are all organized too, by the way. When you get on social media and you see the Free Palestine people and the pro-Israel people, what percentage of those people are bots?
Right.
It's not zero. It's not zero. There's a lot of what's getting stirred up, a lot of the hateful things that are being said, a lot of the crazy things that are being said. I guarantee you a lot of that's being instigated by foreign countries. And that's what's scary about social media and the influence it has on people and the way they feel about a particular issue. And that's on top of the horrific nature of the issue itself, both of October 7th, which is undeniably horrific.
Horrific.
And then this. And then on top of that, you have this open anti-Semitism that we never saw before, where it's just open everywhere. It's wild.
It's fucking terrible.
It's so scary, man.
But it's also an issue that will never be resolved.
But it's not just that it'll never be resolved. Like, I never thought it was going to be an issue where the presidents of like major universities were standing in front of Congress and they were justifying people saying death to the Jews, that it wasn't harassment unless it was actionable.
I tell you, that's insane. Yeah.
Like what? And then when the congresswoman was trying to get them to expand on that, do you mean actual genocide, then it's harassment when they commit actual genocide?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you saying?
Yeah.
But it's the same thing we were talking about. It's the cult. They're in that leftist cult, and it's not reasonable. It doesn't make any sense. It's all crazy.
Oh, and when they were like, Osama bin Laden could have been right or whatever.
Where did Osama bin Laden come from? Well, he came from the CIA funding them, the Mujahideen, to fight against the Soviet Union. They're trained. They're trained by Americans.
Yeah.
Look, there's a certain reality to American imperialism. It doesn't do anybody any good to deny it.
Yeah,
we have military bases everywhere.
You're right, yeah.
If you were a foreign country, in a nationalistic foreign country, of course you'd hate America. Of course you'd hate what we do. I mean, look at what's going on right now with this Ukraine-Russia thing. Look at how much money's being funneled through that. The fact that all of a sudden no one wanted to admit that Ukraine had always been a very corrupt country. There's a crazy Twitter exchange between Candace Owens and the New York Times, where Candace Owens was talking about how corrupt Ukraine is, and then the New York Times says to her, like, what evidence do you have that Ukraine is corrupt? She goes, oh, you mean the links from your fucking newspaper? And just from like 2016 and before that, there's all these fucking stories about how corrupt Ukraine is in the New York Times. They didn't even bother looking it up, because when you're in the cult says you support Ukraine. Do you want Ukraine to win, or do you want Russia to win? Like, what the fuck are you even saying?
Yeah.
How much do you know about why this thing was instigated in the first place? How much do you know about NATO? About how much they're moving arms closer to the Soviet Union, about how Ukraine joining NATO was always a red flag. Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know nothing.
Most people that are talking about it don't know either.
I don't know nothing.
That was the red line that you could not cross. Ukraine joining Russia, or joining NATO rather. The whole thing's fucking terrifying, because we're dealing with nuclear superpowers. When Xi Jinping tells Biden that Taiwan will join China again, Like, that means they're going to take Taiwan. What are we going to do if they take Taiwan? Are we going to... And then Biden says we're not going to do anything. Like, okay. First he said we were going to stop them. Now he says we're not going to do anything. Like, oh, my God. And he's only saying whatever the fuck they write down for him. The whole thing's nuts. It's like, who's deciding what happens and doesn't happen? It's not that guy, right? So if it's not him, who the fuck is it? Is it the Secretary of State? Is it the press secretary? Who's is it the military industrial complex? Are they completely at the helm? Will they ever let control of that wheel to anybody else now that they have it? But what's going on now is very different, and it's accentuated by social media. And I think it's accentuated by algorithms naturally, because people are inclined to go towards things that upset them. But also, it's done purposely. And I think it's done, if you have enough stuff about, like, whatever the thing is, whether it's Black Lives Matter or whether it's Ukraine or whether it's free Palestine from the river to the sea, if you have enough of that online, it moves the needle. And the way I described it the other day, it's like if two ships are going in a certain direction. This is a ship, people logically work through things, and this is a ship that's adjusted by the algorithm, affected by the algorithm. And it just moves that much. Over time, this is what we're seeing. So over time, you and I, who used to be on the left, are now like, where's the left? These fucking creeps at the World Economic Forum, they all get together and talk about preparation for disease X. They're calling it virus X or disease X. They're scaring the shit out of me.
But do you think it's... I mean, because I don't know.
Okay.
Can I just ask you something? I don't know. You know me. I don't know much.
Okay.
About nothing, right?
Right.
But do you believe that it was, like, man-made?
Every expert that I have talked to that examined the virus itself, the cleavage sites, the way it skipped all, like, animal forms, like, you can't find that virus out in the wild, and then all of a sudden it made a leap to person. It apparently has all of the earmarks of being engineered.
Wow.
But this is something that they do. This is not like science fiction. These are the same people that want war. These are the same people that are encouraging censorship. These are the same people that are trying to silence dissent. That's all totalitarian shit. And just because it's done for trans kids or for Black Lives Matter or for any social cause that you think is, like, undeniably worthy, it's still the same thing at the end of the day. The Patriot Act still controlled people in a way that was never allowed before. And it did it under the guise that we have to stop a terrorist attack.
Yeah.
So even if they don't do evil shit to make these things happen, once these things happen, they take advantage by doing evil shit. And they enact control over the people that they never had before. And that's what they did during COVID.
Can I ask you, why are they so reluctant to not give us a different option there?
Because it's control. Because whenever there's anything that happens in the world, whether it's 9/11, and through 9/11 they passed the Patriot Act, and there was a devastating blow to free speech and control and just your ability to have privacy. The government had full reign to listen to all your phone calls, read all your emails, and they're doing it right now. And the NSA is doing it right now. They can listen to any time you make a phone call to someone. It's all getting recorded.
Yeah, but when we complain, like, Biden's a little too old, maybe can we find a different option? They're not even open to the idea of it. It's just like, no, he's the guy.
He's not in control right now, right? So if the people who are in control right now, why would they want to swap out a new person?
Deep state.
Well, for real.
Is it deep state?
Listen.
Yeah.
You could put whatever words you want, but if you don't think that these corporations that donate insane amounts of money to political campaigns have an influence on what happens in the world, you're naive. That's a silly way to think of things. Now, if you've got a guy who basically has no mind, and he is your figurehead, if you can keep him alive for 4 years, you just run it the way you're running it right now.
Wow.
I was just watching this video today of this guy who lives on the border, and they're dealing with all these people that come across the border that are smuggling drugs, and it's fucking dangerous. It's like you can't approach them, can't go anywhere near them. You have no idea what they're carrying. You have no idea who they are or what they're doing or who they work for. And he's like, it's terrifying. They're just traveling across your property with a backpack, and, and you just gotta just let it happen.
Yeah, and 2 years ago I played a show down in San Antonio, and there was a rancher there at the show, and we were talking afterwards, and he said. And this would have been like right around that time. This had just happened. So this is April 21. He said one of his best friends, who's also a rancher, got a bunch of feds rolled up to their house one day and put him and his family on house arrest for 2 days without any explanation as to why. And then 2 days go by and they say, okay, it's all good. You know, we're so sorry for the inconvenience. And the guy's like, whoa. You can't just, there has to be an explanation here. And I guess, you know, I don't know if I'm not getting somebody in trouble here, but the guy's like, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but there are 9 insurgents and that had crossed the border, and we, you know, just so happened to get them here on your property.
Holy
you know,
shit.
I bet the feds were probably watching them, and then when they decided to actually take them, it must have been on this guy's ranch. Wow. So you got, you got your kids are out maybe doing a chore on your ranch, on your own farm. So yeah, you got thousands of acres or something, and who knows what you could be running into.
Have you seen some of the recent videos of the lines, the migration lines moving? Not just in Mexico, they're moving from South America through Mexico into the United States.
I saw the ones from like a few years back, but I've almost like tuned out.
The numbers
they're doing
are
it again
insane.
and stuff.
The numbers are insane. Somebody just released a graph that shows the numbers of illegal aliens over the last year into previous years. So it's like you see the graph and it's like 2014, 2015, 2016, and it gets to 2021. It's just like, yikes! There's more illegals have made it into this country over the last year, I believe, than are people that live in 5 different states legally.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
West Virginia's got 1.8 million on a real good year. Maybe it's probably a little less than that. And
there's a lot more illegal aliens every year coming into. I mean, what's the number per month now?
What's the fix for something like that?
Well, you gotta fucking have a secure border if you want to fix it. It doesn't seem like they want to fix it. Like AOC was on TV the other day doing an interview, and she was saying, you know, she was calling them undocumented people, and the way to do it is to give them a path to citizenship. Well, how about you know who the fuck they are? Because if you're a person from another country, say if you're in Europe and you want to come to America and become an American citizen, you know, you're an architect or whatever, this is like a long, lengthy process. And they only take a certain amount of people every year. And you have to prove that you have a skill. There's a reason why you should be here legally.
Yeah.
But if you want to do it illegally, they'll give you money. They'll give you a cell phone. There's people in Mexico. What they're doing is, this is pretty wild, because there's a radio station in San Diego that is a Mexican radio station. This guy was on the Mexican radio station, is explaining how we do it. He's like, he's gone back 4 times that month. So every time he crosses over, he gets $2,000.
He's gaming it.
So he's gaming. He made $8,000 in a month from the federal government.
You almost, like, what do? You set up, because back in the day, you know, when there's, you know, I don't know everything, obviously, but like maybe the similar time in American history would have been the early 1900s. And you had all those Europeans coming over on the boats to work over in the U.S.
That's how my family got here.
Yeah, and everybody went through Ellis Island or somewhere like it, where you go in and you got some sort of papers.
Yeah, it was pretty easy.
And
honestly, they didn't really check.
At least though, you know, they got you, like they got a name.
Yeah.
And
well, not even. People changed it.
Yeah, they changed it right there if it was like too hard to pronounce.
Yeah,
sometimes.
a lot of people did that.
Yeah. My bass player's last name got fucked with a little bit.
I'm sure. Yeah, a lot of people's names got changed. It was easy to come over here back then when my grandparents came here, but you know, that was the law back then. This is not the law. The law is that you're supposed to go through this process where they vet you and they find out if you're a criminal and they find out if you're a terrorist. And they're not doing that at all. They're just opening the border, and they're essentially buying votes.
Yeah.
They're doing this. They're letting these people come in, and they're assuming these people are going to vote for the Democrats. And it's wild. It's wild that it's happening right in front of everybody's eyes, and most people aren't aware of it unless they see these videos. Or like Elon was telling me that when you go there, do you really understand the scope of it? He goes, it's extraordinary. He just, you can't believe the numbers of people that are making their way across. It's just insane. It's just, and everyone knows about it. So all these people that live in these, and I don't blame them at all, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just a regular person that was unfortunate to be born in a terrible environment, and you realize if I can get to America, I can feed my family. I can get a job. I can work on a farm. I can, whatever it is. I can work in a factory, and we could live in a good way instead of being trapped in this hellhole in which we were just unfortunately born in. Yeah, I get it.
You're
I would
gonna
do
go
it too.
for it.
Fuck yeah. If I was in Guatemala, 100% I'd have a backpack.
Yeah.
100% I'd be on that fucking trek. Let's go.
Yeah, if you get up here and get some work and send money home.
How many lazy Americans do we have in this country that just fuck off and don't want to do jack shit, and they're just fucking... Meanwhile, we got people walking here from Mexico.
Yeah, you see it. And that's the thing, like back to the COVID thing, man, it like it flipped a switch in a lot of folks' heads from one end of that to the other with you know, I mean, if you're not where you're at in life, you know, then you're never going to get there half-assing your day.
No.
Wherever you happen to be, it might be the best idea to, like, give it your best.
Attention to what these powerful people were saying. Multiple clips. Last week, the world's elite and other so-called stakeholders gathered in the normally sleepy Swiss town of Davos to plan the future, without input from us plebs, at the World Economic Forum's now infamous annual conference. In contrast to previous years, however, everyone was finally paying attention to what these powerful people were saying. Multiple clips from the conference have since gone viral as a result, and for good reason. So today we're going to give you a summary of some of the most important things that were said at this year's Davos conference, or rather, the ones that the public were allowed to hear. Yes, this is a video you cannot miss. As with all Davos conferences, this one began with opening remarks from the World Economic Forum, or WEF's, president, Børge Brende, and its founder and executive chairman, Klaus Schwab. For context, Klaus founded the WEF in order that so-called stakeholders could meet to plan the future of the world, something he once revealed in an interview. Anyways, Børge started by saying that there were over 3,000 attendees at this year's Davos conference, which was roughly the same as last year's. He acknowledged that the event is taking place amid a complex geopolitical backdrop and stressed that global cooperation is required to address truly global issues. Following a lot of predictable buzzwords, Børge stood down and Klaus stood up. He said that the purpose of the WEF's various programs is to drive global transformation, and acknowledged that this transformation will be disruptive to the average person. I don't remember voting for these programs, by the way. Do you? Anyway, on that note, Klaus underscored the fact that the risks are, quote, centered on the individual and national level. In other words, the interests of individuals and countries are causing issues for the WEF's programs. He said this is a problem because, quote, we are responsible for advancing the world. Newsflash, when he says we, he doesn't mean you and me. He means the stakeholders at the WEF. Now, Klaus went on to note that the theme of this year's Davos conference was rebuilding trust, specifically rebuilding the average person's trust in the institutions the WEF controls and influences. In case you missed the memo, trust in institutions has fallen off a cliff globally since the 2020 pandemic. So this naturally begs the question of how the WEF plans to rebuild trust. Well, Klaus's answer was that it requires, quote, trusteeship, which means caring for the greater good. Put differently, setting aside your individual interests and goals in the name of some collective goal, likely one set by the WEF. Klaus then thanked the Swiss army and the Swiss police for protecting the elites from the plebs at Davos, and invited Swiss President Viola Amherd on stage. She spent most of her time talking about the United Nations, or UN, calling for the organisation to not only be strengthened, but also reformed. Now, if you watched our video about who controls the world, you'll know that it actually seems to be the UN. You'll also know that the WEF has partnered with the UN to ensure that the latter's Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, are met in every country by 2030, hence why you see that date everywhere. More on that in a moment. Now, Viola went on to say that fake news is the biggest threat to the WEF, and said that digitising everything can help rebuild trust, because it means that the WEF can control the flow of information. Believe it or not, but she acknowledged that many people watching are not fans of the WEF. And you know what she said to that? She said it's because of plain old populism. It has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that the elites at Davos are explicitly planning global policies that disenfranchise the average person. No, it's populism. And she called on corporations to stop it. Not only that, but she insisted that the WEF is not at the mercy of these trends, that these trends must nevertheless be stopped, and that's what everyone at the WEF is here to do. Translation: we must retake control of the narrative before more people wake up and realise what's going on here. And speaking of which, if you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to smash that like button to give it a boost, and take a second to share it so that the word gets out. Hold up a second there, Guy. Sorry to interrupt, folks, but I just wanted to very quickly tell you about the Coin Bureau deals page. Now, this is the place where we have put together some of the very best deals and promos in all of crypto. So you can think things like exchange sign-up bonuses, trading fee discounts, and money off of hardware wallets, and much, much more besides. So if you want to check that out, coinbureau.com/deals is the place to go, or you can just use the link in the description of this video down below. Thanks very much, and now back to you, Guy. Now, as you can imagine, there were a lot of speeches and panel discussions at Davos, too many for us to summarise here. For what it's worth, we went through what we believe were some of the most important ones, including many that were not reported on or even really noticed by many observers. One of these was a press conference panel where Kathy Lee, the head of the WEF's Centre for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, announced that the WEF is building an AI that will align and enforce the UN's aforementioned SDGs. The panelists revealed that they want to use it to address crises too. FYI, the SDGs include things like the creation of digital IDs, smart cities, and central bank digital currencies, all objectively dystopian technologies that we've explained at length in previous videos. We'll leave a link to a few of those in the description if you haven't seen already. As a cherry on top, one of the panelists insisted that AI should be ring-fenced, that is, restricted for use by only a few, and only in the name of the WEF's version of the greater good. For reference, the WEF famously predicted that we will all own nothing and be happy by 2030. That is their greater good. Anyhow, another WEF press conference that seems to have flown under the radar was the announcement by Borge himself that the WEF is working to, quote, transform global trade. It's honestly not entirely clear what's meant by this. Of course, there was lots of discussion about AI supply chains. The one thing that did catch our ear, though, was a comment by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the director of the World Trade Organization, or WTO. She revealed that there are also efforts to reform the WTO. You'll recall that the WEF is also pushing to reform the UN, at least according to the Swiss president. Unfortunately, it's not entirely clear what these reforms entail. Fortunately, though, the panelists revealed that there will be a big announcement about it in Abu Dhabi in late February, so keep your eyes and ears peeled. But back to those dystopian technologies. Now, if you watched our video about the financial system that central banks are trying to create, you'll know they all want assets to be tokenized on centrally controlled blockchains. This could be the way in which you really do own nothing and are happy. Anyway, speculation aside, there was a panel discussion about tokenization at the WEF, which featured a few prominent voices from the crypto industry. Now, to be clear, the kind of tokenization that the crypto industry is pushing for is not the same as the one the WEF is pushing for. It's decentralized, not centralized. The caveat is that there are some institutions within the crypto industry that are, not so subtly, trying to introduce systems that are no less dystopian. If you watched our video about USDC issuer Circle, you'll know that it appears to fall into this category. The company seems to have close connections to the WEF. That's why it's surprising that Circle's CEO, Jeremy Allaire, pushed back on the idea of same risk, same regulation, a principle that's being used to regulate crypto and aligns with the WEF. It highlights something we've mentioned before. There seem to be tensions between powerful financial entities. From our perspective, this is why regulators like the SEC have been so nonsensical in their rulemaking. Behind the scenes, there seems to be a battle of influence between entities aligned with megabanks and entities aligned with asset managers. It's possible that there are similar tensions happening at the WEF. We actually found more circumstantial evidence of this, but we'll come back to that later. Now, though, we need to address a big feature from this year's Davos conference, and that's all the viral content that emerged from it. As it turns out, most of these clips came from speeches made by key figures. This is not surprising given that main stage events are the ones the WEF puts on YouTube. Now, the most popular clips came from the speech given by Javier Milei, the recently elected president of Argentina. For those unfamiliar, Javier is a libertarian. In practice, this means he wants to minimize the government's influence on the economy and is even trying to close the country's central bank. Now, if you actually watch the speech from start to finish, though, you'll notice something odd. For starters, Klaus was the one to introduce him, and he was very excited to do so. Subsequent reports by major mainstream media outlets suggest that the WEF elites actually enjoyed Javier's speech. This could be a sign that it wasn't taken seriously, or that there's more to this speech than meets the eye. We'll let you be the judge of that. Whatever the case, Javier's speech was still legit. He warned that the Western world is abandoning freedom for collectivism, i.e. socialism. He went into detail about how capitalism has lifted 95% of the world out of poverty since the 1800s. He even asked, quote, "Does anyone voluntarily pay taxes?" Javier also said a few intense things about certain social issues, which we won't repeat here for
buying large bags or
in our
large
opinion,
items,
though,
order
the
online
best
and pick
part
it up
of
for
Javier's
free in just
speech
1
was
hour
towards the
with
end,
Blaine's
where he
Farm and Fleet's
explained
drive-thru.
exactly
Just
how it
order
is
online,
that
stop
Western
by, and we'll
countries
load you
are
up.
becoming
Save
socialist.
time and find
He
value
admitted
with
that
Blaine's
the
Farm and
textbook
Fleet's
definition of
drive-thru.
socialism is where the government controls the economy, and said that this isn't obvious at first glance. Upon closer inspection, however, he said that you'll realise this control is indirect and is being done primarily by regulations and central banks, namely by controlling the flow of credit. This is more accurate than you think because access to credit is becoming increasingly politicised and controlled. An easy example here is the ESG investment ideology, which has its roots in the UN's SDGs. If you watched our summary of the 2022 Davos conference, you'll know that megabanks and asset managers literally said they will not provide credit to businesses that do not comply with ESG. that is terrifying. But back to Javier's speech. Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this was the highlight of the conference. If we're talking in terms of view count, however, it appears that the highlight of the conference was in fact another set of dissenting comments made on a panel discussion, which didn't get posted to the WEF's YouTube channel. This was the panel discussion about what to expect from a Republican administration, assuming that the Republican Party wins the 2024 elections in the United States. The fact that the WEF even allowed a panel like this suggests they believe there's a real chance of this happening. Now, the panelist in question was Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation, a conservative US think tank. He said that the next Republican administration must reject every policy that's being proposed by the WEF and free the average citizen from the grip of the WEF's technocrats. Notably, Kevin said that the biggest geopolitical threat to the US-led world order and to freedom is China. He said that it's shocking that this is never discussed at Davos. As it so happens, China reportedly had its biggest presence at Davos in years, and this reportedly put pressure on the US to respond in kind. This ties into another Davos speech that, however, didn't get nearly as many clicks. And that was the speech by Chinese Premier Li Qiang, which happened right after the remarks, by the way. FYI, Premier is the second highest position that you can hold in the Chinese Communist Party. Klaus introduced Li by saying that he's, quote, no stranger to the WEF, and that it was nice to meet him at the WEF's summer event in 2023, which was titled, quote, Annual Meeting of the New Champions. We're sure this event had nothing to do with the WEF's direct influence on governments. Anyway, sarcasm aside, when Li took to the stage, he spent quite a bit of time talking about the SDGs, particularly those related to the environment and energy. Now, this is to be expected, given that China controls most renewable energy supply chains, a fact that's also never discussed at Davos, or by the mainstream media for that matter. Conspiracy theory. Look it up. We'll leave a link in the description. Li went on to insist that China is worthy of trust, open for business, and is growing fast without stimulus. That last comment is particularly important because it underlines the fact that China is refusing to stimulate, despite its weak economic growth, something that Wall Street doesn't seem to like. Now, after Li was finished, Klaus asked him a few questions, some of which were about Li said that AI seems kind of overhyped, a sentiment that very few other attendees seem to share. The one sentiment that Li and the other attendees did share, however, is that AI must be controlled in the name of safety. Where have we heard that one before? Now, this relates to another Davos event that didn't get many clicks, and that was the interview with US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Although Antony is technically fifth in command by order of presidential succession, he's been a key player in US geopolitics, being the one on the ground. Antony's comment about new technologies being potentially leveraged by hostile states seems to have been the only significant one. Everything else was talking points around the Middle East and Eastern Europe, and I'm sure you can all guess what they related to specifically. He also touched on Taiwan a couple of times. Now, the only other comment worth noting was about AI, which Antony said could be used to accelerate the SDGs, which he admitted have been lagging behind schedule. He went as far as to say that AI can solve everything from energy shortages to environmental issues, and said that NGOs need to be involved in these initiatives. Basically, your standard WEF talking points. When it comes to these WEF talking points, there's no bigger advocate for them than EU President Ursula von der Leyen, whose Davos speech garnered a moderate amount of interest. This probably has something to do with the fact that it was filled with enough gaslighting to keep Europe warm through the winter. Ursula started by citing the WEF's recent Global Risks Report, which noted disinformation, misinformation, and polarization as the biggest risks. By now, you'll know that disinformation and misinformation are just words for information that the elites don't want us to know, a truly Orwellian term. Naturally, she said that these risks transcend borders, so global cooperation is required. She essentially put up the EU's Digital Services Act as a template for how to address these risks. And if you watched our video about online censorship around the world, you'll know it contains some truly crazy provisions. For instance, the ability for the EU to control social media algorithms in the event of a crisis, or even just the possibility of a crisis, done using a network of de facto ministries of truth in EU countries. Incredibly, Ursula acknowledged the fact that Europe is struggling on the energy front and that European businesses aren't happy about this, including a few with representatives at Davos. She said there's a silver lining though, and that's that Europe has become less reliant on Russia. This is arguably incorrect, however, because Europe reportedly continues to import record levels of Russian oil and gas via third countries, namely India and China, which are selling these resources at a huge markup. Some of you may have seen that the US also recently stopped exports of liquid natural gas, or LNG. And don't even get me started about how the Middle East conflict could mess up Europe's energy supply. Ursula concluded by saying that Europe will keep employing the successful strategies it's been using since the pandemic. Now, we understood this as meaning that the EU will continue to give large amounts of money to its member countries when they comply with its increasingly totalitarian rules, like a wannabe IMF. Following Ursula's speech, Klaus asked her a single question. Last year, you talked about de-risking, not decoupling. What has the progress there been like? Well, Ursula immediately began speaking about China, tacitly admitting that Europe is extremely
I don't even know who I'm looking at right now.
This reminded us of another ironic headline.
I really did the best
EU
under the
is
circumstances
reportedly
of a
trying to
person who
stop
hates people and yet had
from
to be amongst
exporting
them.
cheap EVs to the
Curb your
continent.
enthusiasm.
This is
Streaming
ironic
exclusively
given
on
that the
Max.
EU is obsessed with going green. So, logically, going green would surely mean embracing these cheap EVs, not rejecting them. All this pertains to a speech given by the final boss, UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. If you watched our summary of last year's Davos conference, you'll know Antonio had an absolute meltdown over the geopolitical divide and how it's slowing down the implementation of the UN's dystopian SDGs. This time, Antonio was a lot calmer and more collected, and the message was slightly different. Perhaps we're mistaken, but it appeared that Antonio was not so subtly slamming the US. He criticised the fact that the country continues to produce dirty energy and urged its transition to clean energy. And I'll remind you that China controls that supply chain. Moreover, Antonio called for peace in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, a radical idea these days. Make no mistake though, the main reason Antonio wants peace is so that all countries involved can get on with the SDGs. Like the Swiss president, Antonio also wants reforms to global governance. To give his exact words, quote, "Rebuilding trust requires deep reforms to global governance." Then came the Q&A, this time with Borga, and this is where Antonio's allegiances were put on full display. He explained that the global system we have today was put in place by the global North after the Second World War. However, the global South is rising, and this means we need a new global system. What's strange is Antonio said that a fragmented world is fine so long as there's, quote, global governance. Then Antonio said something that could be interpreted as justifying Russia's invasion of Ukraine, noting that the ways that borders are drawn aren't always right, but should be respected. This was in response to a question from Borga about the ongoing war in Ukraine, while he also noted that Antonio had travelled both to Kyiv and Moscow. Borg appeared visibly nervous when Antonio made that comment about borders, and it fits into something we mentioned in our video about the UN. Put simply, it looks like the US and China are fighting for control of the UN. In that aforementioned video, we speculated that the UN's interests would start to align more with the global South in the coming years as a result. In retrospect, though, it looks like this process could already be in place. As we mentioned in that video, this could be a double-edged sword. While it means that US-led initiatives like the SDGs would fall by the wayside, a Chinese-led UN could usher in even more dystopian initiatives. After all, China isn't exactly known for its commitment to freedom and autonomy. And this brings us to what we believe were the three most important discussions at this year's Davos conference. All three were related to something that's going to be front and centre for the rest of the year. That's freedom of speech, or rather, the lack thereof, ahead of many major national elections. In case you haven't noticed, governments around the world have been justifying their online censorship in the name of safety, protecting the vulnerable. Lo and behold, one of the panel discussions at the WEF was titled, quote, "Protecting the Vulnerable Online." What was said was nothing short of insane. As expected, the moderator began by citing the WEF's Global Risks Report, which you'll recall had misinformation and disinformation at the top of the list. The moderator said these risks will grow because of AI and that the only solution to protecting the vulnerable is international regulations. Now, if you thought that this just applied to protecting children online, like the description of the event says, you'd be dead wrong. A few minutes later, Maurice Levy, the chairman of Publicis Group, a French advertising agency, said that everyone on the internet is vulnerable, even those who just use email. He seemed to take issue with the fact that the US Constitution would prevent EU-style online regulations from being implemented globally. I'll remind you that these involve giving EU governments the power to control what you see online in the event of a crisis, or even just the possibility of a crisis, indefinitely. Now here is where things get interesting. Morris said he once spoke about his online censorship obsessions with the leaders of the G8 countries. Back then, Angela Merkel was still the Chancellor of Germany, and she said she was scared of implementing these kind of rules because the population could revolt. More accurately, she was scared that 5% of the population would revolt. Why is this significant? Well, it's estimated that you only need around 3.5% of the population to topple a dictator. This is presumably why Angela was scared about just 5% of the population pushing back against her government's policies. Let's remember that one, shall we? Now, if you thought all that was insane, consider this. Julie Grant, who heads the Australian government's e-safety department, revealed that she's in the process of putting together a, quote, global online safety regulators network, which will seek to impose EU-style online censorship regulations around the world. Meanwhile, Morris bragged about pressuring advertisers to pull funding from social media companies, such as X, that refuse to fall in line with these censorship laws. Helena Laurent, the head of a UK organisation obsessed with online safety, lamented the fact that only 60% of countries have such laws. Before the clock ran out, Helena managed to drop a bombshell, and that's that the WEF doesn't seem to be keen on talking about the more than $1 trillion that are lost to online scams every year. Maurice also squeezed in another dystopian soundbite. He wants everyone online to be a safe box. Did you hear anything about actually protecting vulnerable people online in all of this? Nope, neither did we. Now this ties into the second censorship-related panel discussion, which was titled, quote, "Where is freedom of expression going?" The short answer is that it's not going to a place any of us want it to go to. The worst part of all is that the elites are gaslighting us into thinking that we're the ones at fault here. This was the impression that we got from watching the initial speech by Tirana Hassan, the director of Human Rights Watch. She effectively said that the censorship of content that many people find obscene is a slippery slope towards outright censorship, which, to be fair, could be argued under some circumstances. She also slammed Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele for imprisoning so many people, even though the measure has resulted in the lowest murder rate in the country for over 30 years, as per mainstream media reports. Now, don't get us wrong, Nayib has his faults, but lowering crime by locking up criminals isn't one of them. Then came the panel discussion, where Belarusian politician Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya said that people in her country can't say how they truly feel without getting in trouble with the government. What's fascinating is that the description of the WEF's video about the discussion notes Sviatlana as being the president-elect of Belarus, implying she's about to become president. This is fascinating given that Belarus will be having elections at the end of February. Does the WEF know something we don't? Whatever the case, the most eye-opening part of this discussion was an audience question about Sri Lanka's online safety bill. As with all other online safety bills, the true purpose of this bill is to censor all opposition. Tirana tacitly admitted this to be true, but didn't acknowledge it's happening everywhere. Sri Lanka's online safety bill became law a few days later, for anyone wondering. It's also worth remembering that Sri Lanka once had the highest ESG score of any country before it collapsed, meaning it was the most SDG compliant. It looks like the WEF is looking to build back better, as the elites like to say. This relates to the third panel discussion about free speech, and that was, quote, protecting democracy against bots and plots. It goes without saying that bots and plots are not good for democracy, but neither is using these as an excuse to crack down on legitimate dissent, as we've seen in the past. Once again, the moderator began by saying that misinformation and disinformation are the greatest risks, according to the WEF, and that they will be amplified by AI. Alexandra Givens of the Centre for Democracy and Technology wasted no time explaining that trusted information must be promoted. And that's not all. She wants all US politicians to have their websites hosted by the government when they're campaigning. She added that the 2016 election taught big tech how to intervene when there's misinformation and disinformation online. We'll leave an article about that in the description. Next up was Jan Lipavsky, the Czech Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was treated with relative disrespect by the moderator and the panel. This might have something to do with the fact that he revealed that Russia has been funding radical left-wing groups, not just radical right-wing groups. I'll quickly note that there have been numerous reports of Russia funding radical environmental groups too, something that fits hand in glove with China's control of renewable energy supply chains. It's almost like the two countries are working together to trick the US and its allies into becoming reliant on them. Wouldn't that be wild? Matthew Prince, the co-founder and CEO of Cloudflare, also caused a stir when he said that it won't be possible for the government to regulate AI's outputs. Jan was very dissatisfied with this statement and insisted that the government must have this control. Gives you an idea of what's happening in Czechia. Amazingly, Alexandra chimed in to defend Matthew by saying that giving the government this kind of power is overkill and could lead to a technological dystopia. This is probably why Alexandra was looking angrily at Smriti Zubin Irani, an Indian foreign minister who arrived late to the panel. That's because Smriti bragged about everything in India being digitized and closely monitored and controlled by the government, including voting, social media activity, and soon AI content. She said it's the best kind of democracy. The moderator asked if there were enough checks and balances. Smriti said it's fine. Now, to wrap things up, I want to summarize one more important panel discussion that relates to what we believe was the real theme of this year's Davos conference: ensuring that the outcomes of all the elections around the world in 2024 align with the WEF's goals, which are partially rooted in the UN's SDGs. This might sound silly, but it seems that the attendees at this year's Davos conference had one thing in common. They were all mortified at the possibility that Donald Trump could become US president again later this year. That's because they know he would defund the WEF, the UN, and all these other organizations. Case in point, Trump was front and center during the final panel discussion about the global economic outlook. All the panelists agreed that a Trump presidency would create significant uncertainty in the markets due to the political and geopolitical implications it would have. They don't want it to happen. But that's not the panel discussion we're going to summarise here, though you should watch it. It's also insane and reveals that there are significant tensions within the EU and other such organisations. No, the panel discussion we're going to summarise was titled, quote, 4.2 billion people at the ballot box. Now, clips from this panel discussion have likewise gone viral, but these viral clips only scratch the surface of what was said. One of the panelists was author Rachel Botsman, and she made two very astute observations. The first was that trust in institutions is at a record low since the pandemic, as we said earlier. The second was that this trust hasn't disappeared, it's just been redirected. Rather than trusting centralised institutions of power, people are putting their trust in decentralised structures. We would go as far as to say that the growing adoption of crypto is a part of this trust trend Rachel has rightly identified. To Rachel's credit, she admitted that this change in trust is going to make it extremely difficult for governments to control information. That's an understatement. The more that governments try to control information, the less that people will trust them, something the elites don't seem to understand. Another panelist, meanwhile, was Alexander Soros, the chair of the controversial Open Society Foundation and the grandson of the even more controversial billionaire George Soros. Clips of Alexander have gone viral too, which is annoying because he didn't really say anything of substance. He's not a very good speaker. On the other hand, Grandpa George has a history of being a very effective investor and influencer, and not in the silly social media way. Just recently, it was reported that George is investing millions of dollars into community groups across Texas to try and flip the state blue during the 2024 election. Food for thought. Now, a third panelist, Mark Leonard, the director of the European Council on Foreign Relations, seemed to sum up the sentiment of almost every Davos panel discussion we watched. The 2024 US election will have a global impact, and the, quote, technocratic imperative is being stopped by populism. Let me repeat that. The technocratic imperative, that is, the will of the WEF and its allies, is being stopped by populism, that is, the will of the people who support candidates the WEF hates. Now, this is in fact a convenient statement because it includes the solution we've all been looking for. This year, vote for people who oppose the WEF, regardless of their political leanings. To be clear, this is not an endorsement of any political candidate or party. It's an endorsement of the freedom that's slowly being taken away from us by unelected and unaccountable individuals and institutions like the WEF and its stakeholders. If we play our cards right this year, we may just be able to wrestle ourselves out of their hands. Let's hope we can before it's too late. Okay, that's all for today's video. So if you found it informative, smash that like button to let us know. If you want to stay informed, subscribe to the channel and ping that notification bell. If you want to help inform others, take a second to share this video with them. If you happen to be into crypto, then be sure to check out the Coin Bureau Deals page. It's got trading fee discounts of up to 60% and sign-up bonuses of up to $50,000 on the best crypto exchanges, and discounts on the best hardware wallets too. The link is in the description. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching.
apelito dele.
Caralho, tu lembra?
Mas aqui é meio do caminho,
de rádio, irmão. Essa que é a graça do boxe.
Hey, tá com quem?
goodbye to outdated and siloed data. Supermetrics unites all your marketing and sales data in one comprehensive solution. For data analysts, scalable data warehouse solutions. For marketers, quick on-demand data in spreadsheets for real-time insights. Streamline workflows, improve decision-making, and increase ROI. Make better decisions with data.
Walsh Pasulka is a professor of religious studies who is most well known for her two latest books, American Cosmic, UFOs and Encounters, Experiences with Non-Human Intelligences, Explorations with UFOs, Dreams, Angels, AI, and Other Dimensions. Diana has worked as a consultant for Amblin's Encounters docuseries on Netflix and well-known films including The Conjuring. In this interview, we discuss mind-boggling phenomena related to religion, UFOs, and consciousness. Timestamps are in the description. We hope you enjoy the interview. Thank you so much for doing this with me, Diana. To start us off, can you please tell me briefly about your background and your main areas of research interest?
Yeah, sure. So I am a professor of religious studies at the University of North Carolina in Wilmington. And I grew up in California and studied at University of California for undergrad. I went to the Jesuit School of Theology, which funded my research into religion and Catholic history. And then I went to Syracuse University in New York to get a PhD focusing on religious history and philosophy, basically. Wow. And what I look at is I look at material culture, but specifically digital infrastructures and how they implicate and intersect with religious belief. And more specifically than that, I've been publishing and teaching about miracles and things that, extraordinary events within the Christian tradition.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, there's so many fascinating things there, like miracles is something I definitely want to circle back to later and other things too. I guess a good kind of question to kick us off is how do you, and again, like in a nutshell, because loads of these questions are probably things we could discuss for ages and, have an actual discussion on just these individual questions. But in a nutshell, how do you define religion?
Yeah, so religion, that's such a great question. And most people, so religion is a Western term. Mm-hmm. And if you go to, say, Kyoto University or, universities in other countries, they don't actually have a department of religious studies, right? So they have Buddhist studies and they consider that a philosophy and things like that. So religion is, and in religious studies, we define it in lots of different ways as well. Mm-hmm. So what is religion? Okay, so I like Jeffrey Kripal's, and I'm going to paraphrase him. Jeffrey Kripal is a professor of comparative religion at Rice University. Yeah. And he basically says, when you look at the history of religions, what you see sky gods and goddesses, sky entities, sky beings coming down and interacting and engaging with humans. And then you have, discourse around that evolves into religions. We're talking about like angels and things like that, or things seen in the sky that are considered to be gods and goddesses. You find that in ancient Greece and Rome and even today. But how I define religion is a set of beliefs and practices directed toward that which is considered to be of sacred and transforming power. So in the Western tradition, a lot of times when we look at religions, we look at them as monotheistic. We tend to see them like our own religions, the religion we grew up with, which could be Islam, Christianity, Judaism. Like that are religions that look very different than that. We have atheist religions, right? We have religions that, are based on fiction, These are called new religious movements like Judaism.
Yeah.
So religion is a very big category, and we tend in the West to put a lot of emphasis on religions that look like what we think they should look like. But there's a whole variety of different types of religions.
Yeah. Yeah, wow, there's a really comprehensive answer. Thank you. And you're right, like in the West, when we think religion, we immediately think of, like the big boys, the big, like Christianity and Islam and maybe Buddhism. And you're right, there's going to be others. And the various kind of denominations, or the main denominations of Christianity, I guess, like Catholicism and Protestants and everything like that. But yeah, the Jediism was an interesting one that I learned about through your book, or I'd heard of it before, but I kind of had a new kind of take on it from reading your book, American Cosmic, which was, I think it's kind of a cool religion, right? Like you said, based on the Force and everything like that.
It is.
The Force, from everything I've learned from all the people I've spoken to, and there's lots of science to back it up, essentially the Force is a real thing, depending on, how you word it and how you want to look at it. And there's every culture and every religion has a different word for it. It's essentially the Holy Spirit, right? I suppose. In the same breath. Do you think all the world's religions, or the vast majority, or the majority, or however, how many of the world's religions have common roots? And are those roots kind of based in reality? Are they rooted in reality?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So there are commonalities and patterns within even Judaism and Christianity have, you just said, that looks like the Holy Spirit. A lot of Christians, when they look at Star Wars, say, oh yeah, that's like the Holy Spirit. I've heard them literally say that. Okay. So there's a reason why there's my field, religious studies, and it's interdisciplinary. So we have archaeologists, historians, people who do, comparative religious studies, things like that. Even literature and religion. So the thing about this is that, yes, there are commonalities within these religions, and most people in the world are religious. So it's people who are secular who are actually in the minority. And if most people in the world are religious, we basically should study religions for this reason, that they seem to inspire behavior that is like ultimate behavior, right? So people will die for their religion. They won't necessarily die for their political ideology, although they might. But religion, they definitely would, people have died for their religion. So religion inspires behaviors. And I think that that's what makes it very important.
Yeah, that's a fascinating thought. Yeah, people will die for their religion. They'll kill for their religion. They'll get married into a situation that they're not necessarily happy with for their religion. Like, yeah, it's a lifestyle. It's everything, right? They live and breathe.
Yeah, it's like really it's transformative. So if we're looking at something that inspires these kinds of behaviors and mass behaviors, masses of people do these things, I think we should pay attention.
Yeah, definitely. And lots of people do it out of fear, and lots of people do it out of like the opposite, I guess, out of like more like love and openness and curiosity. But there's a big amount out of like that God fearing, I guess, is like the kind of phrase that comes to mind. You said most of the people in the world are religious. That doesn't surprise me, although it's kind of surprising to hear it in a way.
It is
you see what I
surprising
mean?
to hear it,
like it's kind of it's logical, but at the same time, I'm like, oh yeah, weird. But do you have any idea of a percentage, like, or like a rough percentage of like how many of the people in the world are religious in some form?
So let's take the countries that are secular, right? Secular countries that propose to be secular. Look, the United States proposes to be secular, but more than 85% of people in the United States claim to be theistic. They claim to be, religious in some way. Okay. Yeah. So then you have to do an analysis of what are actual places on earth where people live, where they're secular, they propose to be secular, but they're also atheist. Okay. And now you're looking at, places in Europe, right? So, France is culturally Catholic, but, people claim to be atheists. So, you have maybe like 15% people claim to believe in a God in France. So it looks like a very secular, truly secular society. They don't have a large population like, India or, the United States, or, so we're looking at small percentages. You do have China, which officially is a non-religious secular but you do also have people who claim to be religious within that country. So I don't necessarily, if you asked me about, I don't know, 2 years ago when I was teaching my summary of religions, I would have a statistic for you. But I would say that I can't give statistics in good faith and say that they're accurate.
Yeah.
But I would say that there are billions of people who are religious and claim to be religious, but I don't think there are billions of atheists.
Yeah. Okay. No, that makes total sense, because you're right about how hard it would be to put a proper statistic on that, seeing as even if you go down to like individual people, there'd be so many out there that have such nuanced views that they're like, yeah, I'm religious. But when you really drill down into it, after a 10-minute conversation, even, you could probably make them realize that, in fact, you're not really religious, are you? Your parents told you they were religious. And so you know, that kind of religion. But yeah, it's really interesting. Why are the world's dominant religions the world's dominant religions? And why and how did they split into so many denominations and offshoots? Because with Christianity, for example, sorry to jump back in, with Christianity in particular, I have some Christian family, and I often think like they you know, sometimes they tell me their views, and I hear different views from different family members, and I always think that, you know, like there must be thousands, tens of thousands, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of like very individual denominations, because it's kind of unique to the person, I think, right, a lot of the time. And so like one person might they might go to the exact same church and hear the exact same sermons and have the same kind of general beliefs, but then when it comes down to it, one of them thinks, oh yeah, good people can still go to heaven, and the other one's like, no way, they have to believe in God to go to heaven. Even if they're really good, you know, if they don't believe, they go to hell. And I think there's always these intricate details. So anyway, back to the question, why and how, why are the world's dominant religions the world's dominant religions, and how and why are there so many offshoots and denominations?
That's such a great question, and I'm going to answer it with your own example, Christianity. So it's not an intuitive answer, but it is the answer. So the answer is why do we have these religions of specific locations? How did that happen? And then why did they split into different types of denominations? And, you know, how did that happen? Okay, so let's answer the first question. First of all, my answer is technology, which is why I study, you know, technology and religion. So the first answer is that it's obviously these religions are regional. Okay, so they, you know, religions are like plants. They grow up in specific areas, right? They're belief systems that are indigenous to certain environments. Christianity, you know, is in a certain environment, and it gets spread, right, through cultural diffusion. People migrate to other places, they bring their religion, and that's how it spreads. Okay, so you have these migratory routes of different types of religions, but they're not global religions. So let's take Christianity, because it's very specific how the two major denominations of Christianity, one which is Catholicism, which is the largest denomination of Christianity, and Protestantism, which has I think more than 10,000 denominations, by the way, of Christian denominations. How did this happen? This happened through the printing press. Okay, so the printing press was able to bring information to people fast, let them read it on their own, you know, because they were, you know, it helped, you know, people started to read once they were able to get things that, you know, like documents. And of course, religion was what was the hot item. It was the viral item in the 16th century. So it facilitated this schism, which the person who's identified as the person who, you know, is responsible for this is Martin Luther. But he was a Catholic monk. He didn't actually want to create a new religion. It just so happened. And it just so happened because of the printing press. So he had arguments with the Catholic Church, which he ceremoniously, you know, put on a church on All Hallows Eve, right? So Halloween, just before All Souls Day and All Hallows. Okay, so basically, which is a Catholic holiday to, you know, pray for those who have departed. So he has issues with their indulgences, you know, like, hey, let's pay the Catholic Church, you know, a sum of money, and they'll pray my grandmother who might be in purgatory, they'll pray her out of purgatory. Well, that was wrong. He said, that's wrong. It's just, you're taking money from poor people, because they care so much about their grandmother and such. And so this got out and spread through technology. Now, if we look at technology today, especially with the internet, people are having these experiences that they consider to be religious. I use the UFO as an example of this. And they have an experience of a UFO event, a UAP UFO event, and it's spiritual to them. And they post that on social media. And, you go to Reddit or you go to Twitter, and there are these communities dedicated to people who have these experiences. And so this is a new form of spreading a certain type of religiosity. So you can see that technology is the medium for the communication. So it's basically, migratory routes are now technological. They're no longer just, we no longer just go there in boats, or walk there, right? We type there.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you're right. And I guess it's like way, I don't know the right word, it's not coming to me, but just like an explosion compared to what it used to be like with, how things can spread and how things can like change shape and everything like that. Yeah, it's fascinating. I've got a list of phenomena, I guess is a good way to word them, that I've written down. I wanted to grab your kind of brief thoughts on the phenomena and on their potential reality. So they're all kind of obviously tied to religion, but they're not necessarily specific, like only tied to religion. Like they can, I think lots of these things can have merit outside of religious belief. But anyway, so I start with predictions and prophecies. So this is something that's big in like Christianity again, and the Bible. Lots of Christians will say that the Bible's laid everything out and it's all in there, and they said there's going to be wars over the black gold, which they always tell is oil, and like we're in the end times and everything's pointing to that, and yeah, basically that it's all been laid out. So what are your thoughts on that? Is that like real? Is there stuff in the Bible that's like actually coming to fruition, and is that just coincidence? Is it the same in other religions? What are your thoughts on all of that?
Right. So you're talking about apocalypse.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
So,
other like
yeah.
just general predictions and prophecies, but that would be the biggest one, I guess, of like coming towards the end times. Yeah, the headliner.
Yeah, the headliner. Yeah, the apocalypse. So apocalypse being a Greek word which means revelation, like to be revealed. Okay. So all right. So when I began doing work in looking at people who have experiences of UFOs, I met a lot of people who were experiencers, and a lot of them had very similar ideas that the world was having some issues like soon, right? And this was about 10 years ago. And they said, some of them even went so far as to make huge gardens in their backyard and grow vegetables and, do these things that they thought they needed to be sustainable because they felt like really truly the end of the world was going to happen, and it was probably going to happen next weekend. Okay. Well, in religious studies, if you happen to have studied Christianity or Judaism, you know about apocalypses because they've been around for about 2,500 years. Okay. So people have had these experiences. In fact, when Jesus was crucified, he was crucified for treason by Rome. His followers thought he was coming next weekend. He was coming back next weekend, right? So they literally thought that it was going to happen, but it didn't. So, so what I'm saying is that these ideas are urgent. And when people have religious experiences, they urgently change their lives. They urgently, these things, there's an urgency about them. I don't look, they might occur, they might not occur. But what I have to say is that we've had these now for a long time, thousands of years, and people have been, gone up on the mountain and waited for Jesus to come. And then, all of their friends are like, what are you doing up on that mountain? And then they're embarrassed and they come back down. In 2011, there was a gentleman here who's since passed away in the United States, who basically told people that the apocalypse was going to happen on this date. I think it was like May 11th or something. And a lot of people gave their money to him so he could spread the word. And so he took the fortunes of these people, he took their retirements, he even took the money that was put aside for their children to go to college, right? But the apocalypse didn't happen,
Yeah. So, but do you think
doesn't say that that doesn't mean to say that. So there are different apocalypses. There are even secular apocalypses, right? So we're in a climate change apocalypse. Like a lot of people are saying, the apocalypse is going to happen because of climate change. A lot of these people are not religious. They're scientists.
Yeah.
And they're saying this. So they're saying we are coming to an apocalypse. It could just, I have no opinion about if it's going to happen or not, because I've just been, I guess, so aware that these things have been around for a very long period of time. Like almost every era, almost every 20-year era will have its idea of an apocalypse. Some communities have experienced apocalypses. So we have indigenous communities that didn't survive smallpox when, English people or French people came to my country, the United States, before it was the United States. They literally just did not survive.
Yeah.
And they definitely experienced an apocalypse. So that's not to say that apocalypses don't happen. Extinction events is another way to put it. They definitely happen.
Yeah. Yeah. What about prayer? What are your thoughts on prayer? Again, it's something that is obviously one of the main features of many of the world's religions, especially the most known about religions, like we said earlier, like the ones that we think about in the Western world when we say the word religion. And prayer is something I don't think there's been much, like, in terms of actual studies into it, like, but I'm aware of a couple that they've done, like, that were kind of based across various religions, not really one religion specific, but there have been some studies that show that there might be some effect to prayer, and it kind of goes along with other things I've looked at in terms of consciousness and things like that. But what are your thoughts on prayer and its potential reality?
Yeah, so this is so there have been studies on prayer. So some studies have been done at Duke University. There have also been studies and ongoing studies on practices of mindfulness and meditation. Okay, and these studies have shown that it's beneficial for you. It's beneficial for your health. It's beneficial for your brain. It actually changes your brain chemistry even. Okay, so and prayer and meditation are actually roots of the same practices. So if you go back into Christian, a lot of some Christian denominations say, oh, meditation is, you shouldn't do that. Well, that's what centering prayer is. Like prayer, if you go back to the monastic traditions within Christianity, you'll see that they're doing what looks like meditation, right? They're sitting in their cell and they're focusing on the ultimate goodness for them is God. Okay. So they're quieting their mind. I mean, it's even in the Bible. Jesus says, go into your quiet space, your closet in your house and quiet your mind and know that there's this God. Okay. So looks like meditation, just different language there.
Yeah.
Okay. Different language. Okay. So what do I think about it? I actually do believe in it. I believe that the people that I've been in contact with since 2012 onward, who have been super high functioning people, but also have lives that they like enjoyable lives, and they're productive and doing well and making really changes in society for the better. Without a doubt, every single one of them has some type of a practice of prayer or meditation. Every single one of them. So based on that, I think that, and what I've learned about it, I think that it's effective.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I just think that people don't actually do it. So a lot of people, because sadly in the United States, we have school shootings. And at my university, we've had lockdowns. I've had friends visiting me at my university where we'd have to lock ourselves into my office. My kids have been at school and then got a notice that there's a school shooting. And a lot of people then say, oh, prayers. But a lot of people say, we don't need prayers, we need different policies. Well, of course, we do need different policies. But prayer also does help. If more people prayed, maybe we wouldn't have that many, of the, this type of situation. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think people just don't do it. They think that you could just pray, something. Actually, it takes a very, very concerted effort to have a practice of prayer and meditation. Like, you actually have to learn how to do it. You have to set aside time in your life to do it daily or more, weekly or whatnot, right? It's just not a one-off that you can do. Oh God, please help me find a parking space. People do that. That's not prayer.
Yeah, it's not just a quick like a verbal message to something. It's more like like getting into that, like you say, like a deeper state, a meditative state, a different, maybe an altered state of consciousness, and like you say, it's a deeper thing. But anyway, I think it's fascinating. It's like obviously it comes up in all religions, or essentially all religions. And I think if anybody was to watch, my entire collection of interviews that I've done with various scientists, academics, researchers, experiencers, you're going to see that it's a kind of fits really with this kind of bizarre thing we call reality, this bizarre the reality that we all exist in. Can
I say something more about it?
Sorry, yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. So a lot of people in the West, in England or in the United States, are very unaware that this idea of prayer has been central to the formation of our communities. So if you look at the churches, you just go through and look at the churches, especially in say in your country or even in Europe, and you'll see that a lot of times you'll find anchorite quarters, like cells attached to the old churches, and that's where a person lived who was absolutely just dedicated their lives to prayer. And that person was important for every community. Every community had a person like that. And it was thought they took care of those people. They fed them, they made sure that they were well, because it was thought that person somehow was helping the entire community. Even if you go to Ireland, there's a place called Skellig Michael, the rocks of St. Michael. I don't know if you're aware of those, but they're off the coast of Western Ireland.
I think I've heard of them, yeah, but I'm not too familiar.
If anybody has seen Star Wars movies, they will have seen this place because they actually filmed there in The Last Jedi.
Right.
That's
where Luke was staying, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's an actual place. I've been to it, and it's about a quarter mile outside of Ireland, and monks lived there in the 7th century. And when you go there, you're like, how the heck did they get here? So what they did was they brought all their animals, and they brought, but they lived there and they built quarters up there. And what they did, it's almost as if their entire existence was dedicated to prayer.
Wow. Yeah.
And that prayer was basically to help all of Ireland.
Wow. That's amazing. I wasn't aware about, like you said, these cells kind of attached to the church and things like that, and people would bring them stuff and they'd essentially live there. That's incredible. That's really, really fascinating. It's kind of like a different take on the shaman idea from, different cultures and things like that. It's like a Western shaman almost. But yeah, it's really, really interesting.
And we have no cultural memory of that. We have no cultural memory of that, but it's still in our material culture. So when you go to the old churches, they'll have that there.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, I've probably, we've all been to an old church. I've probably seen like this little room, and you're like, "What's that?" And I guess some of the time it was this. It's really, really interesting. Another kind of phenomenon, let's call it, or that's probably the only word I can use for it. Another phenomenon that very, very connected to prayer, a lot of overlap, and in fact, lots of people pray for this, would be like kind of anomalous healing, or healing, through a god or through prayer or these kind of things. Because again, that's big in religions. This is something a year or two ago I thought would be nonsense, right? Healing via anomalous means. I'm now aware there is kind of research into these areas with like scientists that look into various ways of anomalous healing, which is kind of mind-blowing stuff. And it's a rabbit hole. But yeah, what are your thoughts on prayer in religion and its potential, healing in religion and its potential reality again?
Yeah, this is really interesting. So in the history of Catholicism, so the Catholic tradition, there's a tradition of, making saints. It's called the canonization tradition. Yeah. How do we decide who's a saint? That kind of thing. Mostly we decide because there's a miracle associated with that saint, and it happens usually it's a healing. Okay, so I spent a lot of time looking at the canonization.
I was going to ask you about miracles as well. I was just going to say, if you want to kind of do both of those at once, like, because miracles was going to be my next one. So if you want to mix that in, like healing and miracles, whenever you want. But please, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. The canonization.
No, that's okay. Yeah, so a lot of times, the organic way that this began in the Catholic tradition was that, and this is before the 1500s. Okay, so this is a very long time ago. Is that communities would have local saints. Like somebody they know lived the holy life, they would die, and then they would pray that person pray to God for them. It would be called intercessory prayer. So they would say, Saint Richard, or somebody, please, Saint Christopher, my aunt is sick, pray that God heals them and something like that. Okay. And then the healing would happen. Okay. And then that saint would acquire a reputation. During the time of the 1500s, when science was making its entrance into, it's an early modern time period in Europe. So science is coming along. Well, some of the popes were quite rational people, and they thought, we can't just identify these people, these like deceased people as holy and saints. We actually have to put this through a process of rational inquiry to figure out if a miracle actually happened. Yeah. And that's where this saying called the devil's advocate, it comes directly out of this tradition. So the devil's advocate, it was an actual position in the Catholic Church. The devil's advocate was this person who basically made sure that this was a holy person, that no one was lying. And they took, they would go to the village, they would interview people. It was almost as if they were getting a clearance, right? They were doing, because in the United States, in order to be a police officer, or in order to have some kind of like very important position here, even if you want to join the FBI or something like that, your kindergarten teacher is interviewed. Your brothers and sisters and cousins are interviewed. Your neighbors are interviewed. Everyone is interviewed. So this is exactly what it was like during this time period. So so they would make sure that this was an anomalous, supernatural event that could not be explained other than reference to maybe something supernatural. What I found when I started to do experience or research into people who have had experiences, and I do write about this in American Cosmic in the chapter on Ray and Dulce Hernandez. So Ray is an atheist attorney, and he's married to a woman who is Catholic. And at one point, their dog is ill and going to die. And so Dulce prays for a healing. And after Dulce prays for a healing, Ray and Dulce experience what he calls a UFO, something unexplained, come to their house and heal their dog. So you do see these healings, but you also see things that are not so good too in UFO events. But you do see these things in, of course, within religious traditions, but also within the UFO culture.
Yeah. It's fascinating. I bet you've heard some crazy like anecdotes, right, about like prayer and miracles and things like that and healing. Like my nan is very religious. She's a Christian, and she always tells me this little story about. I won't go into detail. She doesn't really tell me in much detail, but it's like like an anecdote that's she just kind of has in her back pocket. She always tells a story about like somebody had a problem with their leg. I think one of their legs was like much shorter than the other one or something like that, and they prayed, like they took her to the church, and the minister or whoever prayed for her leg to grow or whatever. And my nan, the way my nan tells it, like they watched this leg grow, like, right in front of them, like just grow. And what do you say to that? I mean, when I was younger, I'd always say, yeah, come on, nan, like that, absolute nonsense. Now there's right. A part of me, I'm like, I wonder, like, it's still obviously insanely hard to kind of digest something like that, but you never know, like reality is really bizarre. And yeah, I bet you've heard some wild things too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the dog is pretty wild. And, Ray's dog is pretty wild.
I mean, the thing is that like there are things that are mysterious, right? That we can't say, hey, how does this happen? There are definitely those things. The Catholic Church has a department dedicated to study the Shroud of Turin. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you know anything about the Shroud of Turin, but it's truly very strange. How did this image get on the shroud? It seems to be a certain type of radiation that, a radiated image, and, they think it's from the 13th century, but it might not be. And I mean, it's just so strange. And so they're trying to use science to understand these kinds of things.
Yeah.
And by the way, they believe that science is compatible with miracles and things like that.
Yeah, which is refreshing, because obviously we want to look into these things and we want to actually verify them, and we want to look at it with the scientific method, all of this kind of stuff, because if it's real, it should stand up, right? It shouldn't just be like, oh no, God doesn't want us to look into it, or like, oh right. no, that's the devil. If if it's bad, it's the devil, and all that kind of thing. Like, let's just look into it and find out. And I don't know if you've people will notice in a minute, this list of things I'm going through and getting your take on, they're going to get a bit wilder in a minute. So there's going to be more of the stuff that you talk about and
okay.
you're going to be aware of it. So just again, brief thoughts on karma, judgment, good, evil, these concepts that come up so frequently. Do you think there's anything to that, or do you think it's all kind of maybe a control mechanism, or where did that all come from? And yeah, is it based in any reality in your mind?
Okay. So this is where you get into okay. So you can't actually, at least now,
can't prove any of this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's true that there's evil. I mean, just look around us.
Mm-hmm.
So there's human trafficking. That's evil. That's really bad. But the question you're asking is there's objective evil without, like, is there something really objective?
Yeah, it's hard to kind of put words to it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there have been, I mean, this is something that philosophers and people in religious studies can put words to and have talked about. So, I would call myself so there's this book called The Republic by Plato. He wrote it, more than 2,000 years ago, before Christianity. And he basically said that justice is a thing. There's a reality to justice, and so is goodness. Goodness is a thing. Justice is part of it. Okay. And that it's something that's objective of human experience. Okay. And he had some credentials to say this, because he found what we now call like the Platonic solids, which are these things that actually exist, but they're abstract. You can only understand them with your intellect. You can't, and now we can actually identify them with computers, by the way. So what he figured out so many years ago, we're now being able to talk about in classes at UC Berkeley, like say, doing mathematics and quantum, not quantum, but computing, things like that. Okay. So he kind of had an idea of something that I think is probably right. And this went on to inform Christianity. So there were what are called the Neoplatonists. So this is an idea that there is reality to the good, and reality to goodness. I believe this personally. Okay. I can't prove this, but this is what I believe. I believe personally that there are things that are intrinsically good, and acts of kindness are some of those things. They're intrinsically good. Okay. Mm-hmm. And you do them without caring whether or not the recipient, gives it back to you, right? You do it out of the very fact that it's good to do. Enjoy being that, enjoy virtue, you enjoy it. There's something really good about it. So that's my personal position. But I have another thing to say about that. This idea of evil, Plato actually didn't say that there was like an objective reality to evil. He didn't say that. That said, he did give some really interesting stories about stuff that looked like evil. And one of those stories is the allegory of the cave, where, I think everybody knows this allegory, but maybe not. But it's represented in ideas like the Matrix, where, humans are held in a place where they don't see reality. Reality is created for them, and they see that. And evil things are done to them. They're against their knowledge, they just don't know. And they could get dragged out of there. In fact, this is the cave. What Plato says is that somebody gets dragged out of the cave and they see that it's just, a facade, and that there's reality. There's some other type of reality. So that would be evil. That would be what Plato indicates as a form of evil, or let's just put it this way, it's not good. And I can say that seems relevant to our lives today, because we now have this idea of fake news, right? Like, we've probably always had it, by the way, but now we're more aware of it, right? And we do have that, and that's, there's an agenda when people utilize it, and the agenda is they want power. Okay, so it seems structural. So I believe that there's a structural world within which we live where this kind of thing happens. What can we do about it? I think honestly, the only thing we can do about it is just cultivate our own goodness and virtue. I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't think we can fight it. If we try to fight it, what happened to Socrates, his way of fighting it was to educate people, and he was killed by his government.
Yeah. Yeah, this. I think you're right. I agree. You can't. Not what one person can't take on something that big. You have to just try to do your bit to put goodness out there in the world, and to try and do good around you. What about your thoughts in brief on possessions and exorcisms, which are a kind of fascinating and slightly, frightening to a lot of people part of some religions? Catholicism, I think, is quite big and quite strongly related to this. So I'm thinking not just of, your run-of-the-mill possession and exorcism, if there is such a thing, but like diabolical possessions. And I've heard cases from another scholar who looks into lots of similar things to you, Michael Grosso. You're probably aware of him and his work.
Yes.
He's come across cases of, like children speaking like Latin, and things like that. And like he said, they're very rare, but I think he has come across one or two cases along those lines. What are your thoughts on that? And what do you do with that?
Yeah. So you see possession and diabolical possession in many, many different cultures. Even in non-Christian cultures, they have an idea that people could be, possessed by beings that are not good. So it's something that I actually haven't studied it. Okay. I've come across people who believe it, and I've come across people who, either said that they've had this happen to them, or they've seen loved ones go through it. And I don't doubt them. I don't doubt that this is a real phenomenon. It seems like a real phenomenon. I don't know how to discuss it with respect to, my field. Like I don't know, other than to look at it in a cultural context, that, a lot of people are,
that's
and
fine. No, I understand. If it's not something you've gone into much and you don't feel too comfortable to go into it, like you said, it's something that lots of people report, and it seems like there's some credence to the reports, but it's something, I appreciate and understand that you don't want to delve too far into it if you haven't looked into it too much. Is stigmata something you've looked into?
Yes.
A lot.
So stigmata is, yes.
Because that's pretty fascinating as well. And again, these are where the things get a bit wilder, and because they have the kind of physical, it's not like prayer is something that's maybe, I find it so hard to put words to these things sometimes. I'm like tripping over my words as I'm trying to speak. But stigmata is something that, it has a physical manifestation. So again, what are your thoughts on that? And is it a real thing, essentially, in your mind?
Okay. So, all right. So people appear to have it. Okay. So, and they claim to have it.
Yeah.
And most likely there have been fakes with it as well. The first person to have it was Francis of Assisi, and I used to know the exact date that he attained this. The stigmata, for your viewers, is thought to be the wounds of Christ that appear on a human being. Okay, so you have
from when he was on the cross, like the hands and
exactly right, and mostly the hands that bleed either from the palm or the wrist. Okay. So Francis, now I just did a deep analysis into the primary sources for this when he acquired this stigmata. He acquired this stigmata through what appears to look like kind of like almost like a UAP event. So he's on this he's in this mountain, he's praying, and there appears something that comes down from the sky, and he doesn't identify it as Jesus, although in certain representations, artistic representations, the artist makes it look like Jesus. So when a lot of people see this, if they see the stigmata of St. Francis, they'll see this being in the sky nailed to a cross coming down with flames all around it. That's not how he described it, though.
Right.
So people have to understand that what they see when they go to, say, the Louvre or some of these museums is going to be different than the actual experience that person had.
Yeah.
Almost always is what I've found. It's very, very rarely do you see a kind of more accurate portrayal of now, but what did he experience? So the question is that, and what sources show what he experienced? Well, he actually wrote about his experience on a parchment of paper that he gave to his friend, Brother Leo. And then later people took that and explained. Now, when he had this experience of this, what he called a seraph, which is a type of angel. And he saw it, and it looked like it was suffering, but it also looked happy. So there's all these kinds of conflicting ways in which people describe sometimes these experiences in this being. And one of the sources said it dealt harshly with him, which means that maybe, well, yeah, it may have hurt him. And how it hurt him was he received these wounds. Now, these wounds hurt him so badly that eventually he passed away. Okay, so after about a year and a half or so, after he had this experience, maybe it was 2 years, but a year and a half at least, he then passed away. Brother Leo and he and maybe one other monk kept this quiet. They didn't tell anybody that he had these wounds. We don't even know if they were. I mean, I'm talking as a scholar now and not as a Catholic. Okay, so Catholics will say, well, of course he had the wounds of Christ, right? But the wounds may or may not have been exactly as, if the representations have changed, what really were the wounds like? So they describe the wounds much, much differently than how we see them portrayed. They're cleaned up a lot. But, this hurt him a lot. So he reported pain, and Brother Leo had to tend to him and help him. They were embarrassed by it. They didn't want the other monks to know. But when he finally died, they couldn't hide the wounds anymore. And they said, he has these wounds. We believe they're the wounds of Christ. And that's the first stigmata. Yeah. After that, other people, there were like copycat stigmatas around, right? And the Catholic Church did not at that point want to say that he had this stigmata. They did not. So there's a lot of, when you go into the actual like stigmata event, the original one in the Catholic tradition, there's a lot to the story and it gets really complicated. But that doesn't mean that people after that, in the way in which they pray and maybe have devotion to St. Francis, because he was a very charismatic person, wouldn't then have the stigmata. I just haven't looked into those, but Herbert Thurston has. So if you have viewers that are very interested in saints, there's a great book called, I think it's called The Physical Reality of Miracles. And it's by Herbert Thurston, who is a Jesuit who looked into psi in the early 20th century.
Cool.
Every book that he's written, people should read.
Okay, nice. Well, I'll check that out and I'll try and link some in the description if I have space and can find them. But yeah, that sounds really interesting. But yeah, I think stigmata is fascinating. It's like kind of, I think it shows like the power of belief, right? Like I spoke to Ed Kelly, Dr. Ed Kelly, and he kind of talked to me about that, but also mentioned some, accounts of like, I think, somebody who'd been tied up, like I think kidnapped or something like that. They'd been tied up, they'd had rope put around their wrists and everything like that. And then maybe later on they were reliving that experience through like hypnosis or meditation or something along those lines. And essentially the marks from the rope burn are like showing up again on the wrists. And I think another one, which is a bit different, is like a lady is like in a field and she watches her brother or her friend like mangle his hand up in like some farming accident. And she was heavily pregnant at the time. And then like, 2 months later, she gives birth and the baby has like the exact same mangled hand as the thing that she watched. And there's like these weird things that like, again, I just think it's this really mysterious riddle of reality. And another thought I had pop into my mind while you were talking was you were saying about how the paintings are often very different from the actual accounts, and it made me think of your book American Cosmic, and it's like essentially that every film and every docu-series that you see that's like based on real events, like when you dig in, it's like very different to the real events. Like it's based on it and some things are the same, but it's actually very different because it seems, it's going to sell better or it's going to be more entertaining. And I guess it's essentially the same thing with these paintings. They were like, but this is what they want to see. Yeah. They want to see Christ coming down in fire and fury and everything like that.
Well, I think also, I've really thought about why, because, we're taught to do redaction criticism in religious studies, which means that we're looking at redacted documents, documents that are completely changed. You also see this in CIA, right? So it kind of prepared me to do ufology, right? Because here I am doing this, trying to get to the source and what not to say that we can know fully what actually happened, but we can get a more accurate representation, a better idea of what happened. And I'm beginning to believe that because of the nature of these events being very traumatic, I'm beginning to think that it's a trauma response redaction. Mm-hmm. So not, of course, with the CIA. That's a very politically motivated response. But when we're looking at, this man who's super charismatic and loving and giving and, a good person, we don't want to see that he's been harmed. We don't want to see the brutality of the wounds, and so we clean them up in the representation.
Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely. Another one that's wild, a wild kind of phenomenon, incorruptible body phenomenon. Again, just in brief, what are your thoughts on that? And I guess I don't need to ask you if that's real, because that's real, right? Like we see some of these bodies. Like, and I'm not going to ask you how, because that's a question for the future generations maybe. But what do you make of that? Essentially, again, just in brief.
Away we go. Continental. Every freak in that hotel will be after us.
Let's take this house and everything that comes with it.
Oh my goodness! Out of nowhere, she answers right back.
You have some experience with possession.
Yes, more than I'd like.
I believe you can help get our girls back.
Don't be scared. We've met before.
Yeah. So, okay. So it may not be a question for generations. We do have people that are, trying to figure out what's going on. And it's the incorruptible bodies, by the way, for those who don't know. So in the Catholic tradition, but also in other traditions. So you have this in the Buddhist tradition too, and Tibetan Buddhism. You have people who've lived really holy lives. And then when they die, their bodies don't corrupt. They don't actually disintegrate in a normal way, and sometimes rarely. So what is this? What is this? And how does this happen? In the Catholic Church, it's taken as a sign of a person who's a saint, right? That, and we just had a person who has an incorruptible body die here in the United States just recently, about a year ago. And they dug up her body because they were going to move her to another place. She founded a convent in the United States. And they found that her body was incorrupt. And then they're doing an investigation because they think, okay, here's one sign that this might be a holy person. In Tibetan Buddhism, they have various forms of incorruptible bodies. Sometimes it's the body itself. So there have been people who've lived lives of meditation who died sitting in meditation and their body's not being corrupt. So this would be one case. But they also have this phenomenon called the rainbow body. And I don't know if you know about that, but it's fascinating.
Don't think so, no.
Yeah, so the rainbow body is basically for a person who has lived this life of meditation. In the religion, they believe that there's some like frequency that the body has attained, like some kind of like holy frequency, and therefore during the process of death and a couple days after, their body disintegrates and just disappears.
Oh,
and then colors come around, and that's why it's called the rainbow body. There's a priest, actually, I wish I could remember his name, who does this research, and he's written a book called The Rainbow Body. And he basically did this research by going to Nepal, talking to people who have witnessed it, and also he correlates this to early Christianity, because that form of Buddhism and early Christians happen to be there in like early in Christian history. Like I think it was 5th century or something like that. They were talking to, Buddhists about Jesus and, resurrection and things like that. So he's connecting these two. And his last name is Tiso. So his father Tiso, Tiso. Fascinating research on this idea of incorruptibles, rainbow body, how this is, and why I say it's maybe a question for our generation is because I'm working with a physicist right now who's looking into miracles and things like that. And he has some really good theories about why these things happen. And they're totally scientific.
Yeah. Wow. So what do you know? Can you give his name, or is he not something?
I need to ask him before I do that, but I think he'll let me. But I could give you his name. I'll shoot him a text today and say, do you mind if we say he's known for things? He's known for UFO research as well.
Cool. Okay.
People could probably guess who he is.
Okay. Well, if he's cool with it, let me know. We can kind of put it on screen or something.
Okay,
but
sure.
That's fascinating. So another one, that just kind of blows my mind and is wild. And I think I know you've looked into this because it came up in your book. Something that when I spoke to Michael Grosso, we talked about this at length because he's written a book, The Man Who Could Fly. So I wanted to get your thoughts on levitation and, some of the most notable ones. I think Saint Teresa of Avila and of course, Saint Joseph of Cupertino. What are your thoughts on this? Could it be real? And could there be some kind of crossover with UFO phenomenon? I'm thinking, in terms of abductions, when people are allegedly lifted out of their bed, they're levitated. Is there something there? Yeah, take it away. What do you think about all this?
This is really interesting. So this in religious studies, we call these ascent narratives, okay where bodies ascend, and it's usually within an event that has to do with angels or some kind of an event like St. Francis's event. And this is a kind of an interesting thing that happened. And it speaks to the place of synchronicities or strange, meaningful coincidences. You can't explain how this happened. So during the time period that I was studying UFO experiences and UFOs and our space program, I was working with this man who I call Tyler D, who is a space, he's a mission controller, and, his hobby is doing UFO research. And I was already supposed to go to the Vatican and look at the records of Saint Joseph of Cupertino in the Vatican. It's no longer called the Secret Archive, by the way. It's called the Apostolic Library. But it was the Secret Archive, and you need special credentials to get into it and things like that. It's hard to get into. I was asked to go there by a wealthy man who has since passed away, who was fascinated with this idea of levitation for the reason, he was Catholic, because he had an aunt who was a nun, and he'd seen her on many occasions levitate, and as a child and as a young man, and all of his family members did. And he also saw fires spontaneously combust around her, like something would just light on fire. And so, he's very interested in this. So he asked me if I would go to the archive and look at Joseph's record. And I was interested in Maria of Agreda, who is a Spanish nun, who said that she floated on the wings of angels and saw the earth spinning, beneath her. So I thought I'd go there and look at both of their records to get an idea of what was happening. Now, this was all had nothing to do, I thought, to my UFO research. Okay, I didn't think anything about it actually. But when I got there, I realized that levitation is one of the foremost aspects of these UFO, propulsion, levitation, all these kinds of things. So I recognized that even though I didn't know it consciously, I was put in the right place at the right time to do this type of analysis of these records, with this person who I took with me to, who's already looking at propulsion and UFOs and technology and things like that. So I was put in the right place at the right time to do this type of thing. And what I found was that I definitely believe in levitation. I also believe that it occurs where there's a high percentage of believers. So if you look at where, levitation occurs, well, today it occurs with people generally isolated, unless they're like in a car and a UFO comes and, the whole family somehow levitates up and, they have missing time and things like that. Like there's so many people who have those experiences. So I don't doubt that people are having those experiences of, of UFOs and levitation. I don't know what those are, but I can also say that in the historical record, even up to the 1960s, where people in Spain identified these girls levitating and having what they call an experience of the Virgin Mary. And they're having the same kinds of, things happening to them. They even see lights and beings, little beings and things like that. So it looks very similar. So I would say that I definitely believe in it. And one of the physicists that I work with, again, is studying levitation as well. And, for various reasons. I mean, of course, they're interested in it for propulsion. They're wanting to like figure that out. And I'm just trying to figure out what's happening as an event for these people. And what I was going to say was, back when it was happening before, it seemed to happen to, let's put it this way, when Joseph's records were being looked at, people didn't believe it then either. So the Catholic Church sent people out to get credible witness reports. And this was during the Inquisition. So, you could actually be killed for lying to the Catholic Church. So people had gone on record, page after page after page, who they were, what kind of work they did, what family they were from, and then what they saw. And they saw Joseph levitate.
Yeah. And to double down on that, like, because again, I spoke to Michael Grosso about it in detail about Joseph. Like, there were loads of people that verified that they saw Joseph levitate, right? And like credible
so many people,
like scientists and politicians, whatever. I don't know everybody, but a lot. And if anybody wants to learn more about Joseph, check out my interview with Michael Grosso, and there's more information in your book as well, American Cosmic. And that's where I learned about another phenomenon for the first time, which I don't know how I hadn't come across it, but I guess I'm always kind of learning about new things here and there, right? They pop out of nowhere. You're like, what is that? How have I never heard of that? So this would be bilocation, if I'm pronouncing it right.
Yes, bilocation.
So again, in general, what are your thoughts on that and its potential reality? And to kind of add on, are there any corroborating documents supporting, like with Maria, I think is the one you talked about mostly in your book, but are there any documents supporting, like, really that these people were actually literally physically in two places at one time? And again, what are your thoughts on potential crossover with some UFO events? And again, I'm thinking like people like still seem to be in their bed sometimes while they potentially feel like they're somewhere else at the same time.
Yes. So this idea of bilocation, we don't know. We don't have any scientific proof at all for bilocation, but what we have are people who witnessed people here, and then at the same time, somebody's witnessing the same person somewhere else. And so the case of Maria, so she's in Spain, and my country is not a country yet. It's being colonized actually by the Spanish, and they're sending out people to come to the Southwest in order to see what's here, but also to talk to indigenous people here, right? Mm-hmm. And so Maria, at the same time as this is happening, she's cloistered, which means that she actually doesn't talk to people except for her confessor and her fellow nuns. And from her cell, she feels that she's being taken by angels, like she doesn't know how, but she's being taken by angels up into space, where she looks down and she literally says, I see the earth spinning. Okay. And she's going to this place. She doesn't know where it is, but she basically says, I think it's the New World. Mm-hmm. And she describes the foliage there. And she also says that she meets people there. So she meets this indigenous tribe called the Humanos, right? And they're still here, by the way. And they believe in her. Cool. And so she speaks to them and she says, look, there's going to be some men and they're going to come and you need to ask them to get baptized, and this is how, she tells them about Jesus. And then she goes back. So she knows them specifically. She even knows one of them has a blind eye, like they can't see out of one eye. Okay. So she gives very specific details. Well, these men who have no clue who she is, this tribe approaches them and basically asks to be baptized. And of course they're surprised and they say, what? And they say, how did you learn about this? And they said, this woman, she was in blue, this woman in blue. And so they had a picture, a drawing of a nun, and they showed that, did she look like this? And they said, she was wearing the same clothes, but she was younger than that. And they were like, what? And so they went back to Spain and they heard about Maria. So one of them got an audience with her to figure out what was going on. And so word spread about this. And in the Southwest now, there are churches and statues devoted to her. And so that was, and oh, by the way, what was really interesting to me is that I had just been that man, Tyler. He actually took me before we went to the Vatican. he took me to New Mexico to an alleged UFO crash site, which I didn't believe in, but I went. And it was around that area that she was. So when I was at the Vatican, I was reading this, I was thinking, wait a minute, I think she bilocated to a place very close to where I was.
Yeah, that's wild. Again, another like synchronicity in your work and your research that seems to kind of, strange how all that works. But yeah, it's such a fascinating and bizarre thing that's so hard to wrap
very
around.
very strange.
Yeah. Did she ever say like, so she was asked like, were you in two places at once? Or did she ever kind of go on the record as it were?
So
and like,
you have to understand now that, again, during the Inquisition, okay, so this is dangerous, right? What she's saying, because they could then determine that the devil is doing this or something, So she's really, once she gets a lot of attention for it, she becomes afraid. And so she's careful about what she says. And she says, I don't know. She says, I don't know if I actually did it in my body. I don't know if I, how it was done. Like, she's just trying to be as honest as possible.
Yeah.
At one point, she even says it never happened. Right. But then again, she comes back and she says, okay, it did. So another thing that happens to her is that what I find interesting is that one of the first things she writes has nothing to do with religion. It's a cosmology. So she basically writes about what she sees when she's in space.
Wow. Yeah, that's incredible. Really interesting case. Really interesting case and phenomenon, like we said. Okay, so that's kind of my list of crazy phenomena to ask you about in regards to religion. So now back to some kind of more normal. Is there anything normal in this world? What do some of the world's main religions say about psychic phenomena and communication with the deceased, aka like mediumship or any kind of communication with the deceased? But I know that, some denominations of Christianity, probably some of the main ones, probably would say it can't happen and or it's the devil's work and this kind of thing, particularly the communication with people that have passed on. But yeah, what's the overwhelming opinions of religions towards these kind of phenomena? Again, if in kind of a nutshell, if we can.
Yeah, sure, of course. So all right, so in a nutshell, we do have actually the 1800s in Western Europe and the United States and in England, what you have is spiritualism. And spiritualism is, in my field, we call it a new religious movement. And we call it new because we take a big view of history. So it's new, but it was like in the 1800s, which most people say that's so long ago. Yeah. But in terms of religions, it's a new religious movement. And this basically took the mediator out, like took the priest out, took the minister out, and put people directly in contact with, their sacred, which was deceased people or, people on the other side, right? So spiritualists were people who felt that they could communicate with deceased people, spirits, and things like that. Okay, so there's a whole movement. Spiritualists are still here. We still have them. Okay, people go to see mediums and things like that. What do different religions say about it? I know that within Buddhism, once your meditation practice gets to a certain efficacy, once you're really good at it, you feel as if you are in contact with beings. Sometimes you see entities and things like that. You're supposed to ignore that because that's an obstacle to your attainment of enlightenment. Okay, so in certain Buddhist practices, now there are many denominations of Buddhism as well, but I have not yet come across one that advocates this, mediumship. There could be, and I could be corrected. Okay, but I've yet to see it. Yeah. Mostly it's considered to be an obstacle in, that you should just ignore.
So not like evil or anything, just like a kind of, just ignore it and move on and focus on your goal in this sense.
Yeah, so there's Tibetan dream yoga, and people who are experts at that say this is going to happen. It just means that you've reached a certain attainment. And in a sense, it's a good thing that you've reached this attainment. But with a new form of attainment comes new obstacles. And just ignore it because you'll think of it as a power. And that's wrong. It's not a power. It's just something that you've cleansed your mind enough to see this, see the future or see other realities and things like that. It's a good thing. You've cleansed your mind, but don't get stuck there, right? Is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Within Catholic tradition, there's this big idea called discernment. And sometimes people have a discernment of souls where they're able to see either a person's future, or they're able to see the state of that person's soul, or they just have knowledge that normal people wouldn't have. And it's called discernment. So there's a whole category within Catholicism where this is a thing. Okay. It's a thing for your benefit, but only for your benefit for good. Okay. So if you get information that you're not seeking actively, but it comes to you, okay, that's probably a good thing, right? Like information about a potential car crash. I've had people tell me that. I've had people say, I woke up with a dream that I shouldn't get in that car. And that car then ends up crashing, right? There's a car crash. So that kind of stuff could be similar to, like, so within Catholicism, it's not advocated, do not do it, is what they, promote. And this is, but they don't say that it's evil. They just say that it's a normal thing that happens to
They
humans.
acknowledge it. Yeah, they acknowledge it happens. They even have a word for it, which is called discernment.
Yeah,
which is
discernment.
essentially like psychic phenomena. Yeah, like precognitive stuff and various things. Yeah.
Well, the discernment of souls would be the more specific term, but discernment as a category can also just mean discerning if you should take a course of action. And that's not psi, that's just good sense or something like that.
Yeah.
So there's
or it could be in the
forms.
middle. Could be some kind of intuition that comes from, you don't know where it comes from exactly. And
Right. Yeah. So there's also signs and wonders within Catholicism. Says, pay attention to signs and wonders. Well, what's a sign? A lot of people, it could just be someone saying to you, oh, you shouldn't do that. And then another person, like your mother, saying, I don't think you should do that. And, two signs in one day, probably don't do that.
Yeah.
So there's that kind of thing too. So I would say that most traditional religions are acknowledged that this exists, but they don't promote actively trying to identify someone on the other side. But there's spiritualism. Spiritualism is actual religion.
Yeah.
Where this is cultivated and people have an ethics around it and a protocol for it and things like that. So, so it depends on which religion you're talking about.
Yeah, of course. I know I know each one of these questions we could spend an hour, like I said, on all of them, because there's so many different religions with all various different viewpoints. And yeah, I know you did a good job answering it. You're doing well.
Thank you.
On these, I'm giving you hard work on these questions. How universal do you think, or how universal, as far from your research, how universal are depictions and descriptions of the afterlife, let's call it the afterlife, survival of consciousness? How universal are these? What are some of the main similarities and differences as well?
Right. So this is going to be a weird answer to your question. Okay.
Sure.
It depends on which culture, but in many cultures there isn't. So in our culture, we assume a linear progression, right, of time. We assume you're born, you live, you die, and then there's this thing called the afterlife. Okay. A lot of cultures don't have this kind of linearity to time. Okay. Some cultures have time conceived as different dimensions, and there are different spaces, and you could be living with your future self at the same time. It's just a different place that you're in. So those ideas are also present, but we just don't think of those in our culture because in the West, we derive this idea of linear time from most likely Judaism, and before that, well, in Judaism we have this idea of sacred time, right? That God creates the world, and then there's human time, and then there's, at the end of the world, there's the end of time, and then there's sacred time. Okay, so that's and now we actually live within that worldview, I think globally, because we all have ideas of 1900, 2000, 2024. I mean, that's a linear progression of time.
Yeah. Time is a very interesting and, again, hard to wrap the head around thing. There's lots of people looking into that from a scientific point of view, and I guess it's starting to seem more and more like time is not as easy to, it's not as linear as you say as we maybe are used to thinking that it is. But I'm certainly not qualified to go into that in much more depth. What are your thoughts on, or not what are your thoughts on so much as how common are some of the features of near-death experiences in regards to religion? So I'm thinking things like a life review after death and or being greeted by deceased loved ones, things like that. Do they come up in religions at all?
Yes, they do. And there are a lot of patterns that are similar. A person named Carol Zaleski did a great book called Otherworld Journeys. And this is a book about near-death experiences. And what she does is she compares medieval near-death experiences with contemporary near-death experiences. And they look really similar.
Yeah.
I talked about the allegory. I talked about Plato's Republic, this book that was written a long time ago by Plato about his teacher Socrates is the main character in the book. Well, at the end of the book, Socrates actually presents a near-death experience account. And it's called the myth of And is this soldier who dies. Yeah. And Socrates says that after he dies he's a soldier, he dies on the field fighting. And when he dies, he experiences this place where all these souls are, and everybody gets a life review. So this is, more than 2,000 years ago that Socrates is relating this story. So the soldier gets this life review, and he notices that people then, if they've done well in their life and they've been kind, they get like 1,000 years of happiness, and then they have to get reincarnated, right? But they get to choose their life. Right. But if they've not been kind and they've done bad in their life, they get 1,000 years of something pretty gnarly bad, right? And then I think they don't choose their reincarnation or something like that. So there's this idea. This is a long time ago that people are talking about near-death experiences, and it looks pretty similar, right, to kind of how people describe near-death experiences today. There's a life review, there's a judgment, right, and then there's some kind of either compensation, right, either a good one or a bad one. And today we have technologies that bring people back. So when people die, we bring them back more than happened 2,000 years ago, even 100 years ago, even 50 years ago. So we're getting more and more and more of these, narratives. Yeah. These afterlife narratives, and I think they're fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you familiar with the work of Gregory Shushan, by the way?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Because he's somebody else I've spoken to on here, and it's just, again, it kind of resonates with me with what you're saying, and with the kind of general, I guess, conversation we're having as well. Like, yeah, he's done lots of research into comparing and looking into near-death experiences and the afterlife throughout history and cultures, and he's a really cool guy. Fascinating stuff. Does reincarnation come up in religion? Like, I know in Buddhism, obviously, it's a big feature of that, and probably some others. I guess I'm thinking more about like Christianity. Are there any religions where it's not known to be part of it, where it kind of crops up in little parts here and there that people might not know about?
It does crop up. There are questions of this idea of reincarnation, even time within early Christianity. If you do read the Bible, actually, which I think, Christians, it's your book, you should read it, right? But if you read it, it's really difficult to understand, because a lot of things seem to contradict what Christians believe to be what it's supposed to say. And one of these things have to do with Jesus, there's in the New Testament. At one point, Jesus has like an apparition. He appears to be not himself, and he's flanked by these other people, and he's seen by his apostles. And he's, and he also talks about himself in terms of other prophets, like, is he the returned Elijah, or is he the returned, so there's speculation. So that indicates that there was speculation about reincarnation in those communities back then. Yeah. As well, a lot of the communities, because these are Jewish communities, they're not Christian yet. Christianity doesn't happen until Jesus dies. Yeah. So these are Jewish communities, and they have differing beliefs as well. And some of them don't believe in an afterlife. Okay, there's no idea of the afterlife. And some of them may get this idea of the afterlife from like Zoroastrianism, or from some of the more Hellenistic and Greek religions that are around. or things like that. So where the idea of afterlife comes from is a good question, still debatable within the field of Jewish and Christian studies.
Mm-hmm. How would you answer the question of, is there a God or a God force? And again, I hate to put the limitation of you, but if you can, in a couple of minutes, which is obviously an impossible question to answer really quickly, but how would you go about answering that question of is there a God? Is there a God force?
When you're saying a God, are you talking about an anthropomorphized version of a God, like a God,
no, I'm talking in
a
general.
Human type of looking thing, or
no? From my point of view, that would be kind of that's what we've done, right? Humanity is slapped a label on it, it's interpreted it, it needs a face, a name, But no, I'm talking in general. If I ask you, we both are kind of aware of lots of this stuff. In general, is there some kind of thing out there that could be labeled a God? Is there a God force? Be it some kind of universal consciousness? Be it something that we can't even begin to describe? Is there something that could be akin to that?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I can only answer it from a personal perspective, my own opinion.
Yeah,
okay,
of course.
So my opinion is that a lot of religions are onto something. Okay, so that religion isn't going away because it's adaptive. We are religious. It could even be emergent. I don't know. So the jury's out for me on why religion still persists. But this is my inclination, is that I'm more inclined to be like what Plato is inclined to do, is to look at these acts of kindness and acts of goodness as taking part in a reality that's beyond us. And I believe that's true. And I believe that that you see this in the influence of this in different religions. Different religions kind of identify something that's transhistorical, right, objective of human beings, but of which we can take a part. We can take part in this, and those religious practices enable us to take part in this thing, which Plato calls the good. Okay, he says it's like the sun. You can't actually look at it directly, but it gives light to everything. Right, so we see its effects, but we can't actually talk about it. In Taoism, the famous line, "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao." You can't talk about it, but then there's a whole book about it. This is what it's like, right? And so I think that a lot of people feel that there's something like this, but they can't be about it because it's ineffable, right? You can't say what it is, but you see the effects of it. And I do believe that our ways that religions are technologies, they have technology, they have certain practices, a template, an algorithm, whatever you want to call it, to hook us into these things, this good.
Yeah. Totally with you. Great answer. And I think it shows up outside of religions as well, right? I think it's kind of ubiquitous.
It existed before religions.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And it exists for people that are total atheists and things like that, and have never believed in anything in their life. They'll still have an experience. Not every atheist, obviously, not every person, but these experiences are very much not limited to people that are religious. You said the sun. Then you used the sun as a kind of as a metaphor, an example, which takes me on to ask you about the miracle of the sun. What again, in brief, what is your take on that series of events? And it's kind of a good linking point for us to start moving to talk more about the UFO phenomenon as well.
Yeah. So once you start to look at the original sources for these events, like the Fatima in 1917, 3 kids in Portugal have a series of events, which then gets interpreted to be a Marian apparition, an apparition of the Virgin Mary, where she appears to them, and consistently. And then she says she's going to provide proof that she's there. And this word gets out, and thousands of people come and witness on October 13th this event that's now referred to in Catholic culture as the miracle of the sun. And people see it, by the way, miles and miles away. Even people who are not even related to the event don't even know it's happening. They see some solar phenomena happening. And the Catholic Church takes a long time to identify this as an actual supernatural event, but they do. So people like atheists are there, doctors are there, scientists are there, lots of people are there, the newspaper, journalists are there. and they see things. Everybody sees something. They don't all see the same thing. Some of them see a disc coming toward the earth and it looks like it's going to crash and they're all afraid. Most of them, all of them experience rain, and then the rain stops and then their clothes are all dry. So they do experience these supernatural effects. And after that, as the Virgin Mary, as she's identified by them, they pass away. And then the last one, Lucia, she becomes a nun, and she's has to take vows of silence. So she's quiet for all the rest of her life about the event.
Wow. It's an incredible event or series of events. What do you make of it? Do you think it was, I guess, I mean, I don't even know how you'd begin to answer what you make of it, I suppose. Like, it is what it is, right? Like they've reported what they saw, and so many people
your question is good. Yeah, okay. Your question is good. What do I make of it? Yeah. So, okay. So when I first started to look at the UFO phenomena, I actually identified it as very similar to a lot of the things that happen within Catholic culture. That's what led me to do it. I'm a person who has looked at Catholic culture, right? And I've looked at these specific types of events. I have to say that it shocked me to recognize that the parallels were striking, okay? And so that led to further study. One of the first things I began to study were, first Francis of Assisi, but also Teresa of Avila. But after that, I started to look at Marian apparitions. And I've always been interested in Marian apparitions. The more I learn about them, the more interesting they become to me. Because once you start to look at the sources, and by the way, once a Marian apparition happens and it's verified by the church, generally all those sources go to the church.
Right.
So you either have to be, you have to have, I compare it to the need to know that we have in CIA. You only get to know this if you have a need to know. So it's the same thing with the Catholic tradition, especially with respect to the miracle stories. It's not transparent.
Yeah.
And they don't have to make it transparent. So a lot of people are upset about that. So a lot of people have asked me, won't you ask the church to make this all transparent? Well, they've been around for a long time. And our country is only around approximately years old. And, they get to say what they want to do. They're not a democracy, so we're forcing our, democratic ideals on this pretty old institution, country, basically. They get to decide what they do with their sacred information, and it's theirs. So, but that said, I know people who got to see the original sources before they were sealed.
Oh, wow.
And they've written a book. And I'm going to give you the name of that book so you can post it for your viewers. Awesome. I think Jacques Vallée actually wrote the introduction to it. But basically, it was two researchers who went in and looked at the sources and identified that the first thing the children saw was like a being, like a shiny youth on a spinning disc that came down and announced that they were just about to have these experiences and that they better start praying. And so they did. So they were impressed, and they did. They started to pray. And then the youth came again, and then this woman who floated on kind of like a disc-shaped cloud announced that she was there and she wanted them to pray. And by the way, what's really interesting is that they're always talking about praying. So the messages of the being Virgin Mary is that people need to pray and be better. They just need to be better. And if they're better, it's going to avert some pretty terrible things. Some people in my field have done this study, and they've said that when the Virgin Mary appears to a community, that community is in danger. There's usually war around it or something like that. So when I look at this type of phenomenon, I think this is almost like a counter to it. Like, this being shows up, the sacred being to this culture shows up basically to help them get through what is happening all around them. Is the insisting on prayer. We talked about prayer already. My question, I can't answer it, but this is my question. Is the prayer a way to counter what's happening and maybe even change it? You know, is her insistence that great quantities of people pray in order to, because we may have forgotten that prayer is something important for us to do. And, you know, and she's basically helping us understand that, you know, pray, you know, fast. She also says fast, you know, do these kinds of things that could maybe help. I don't know. That's just a question that I have. Like, you know, why are these things happening? So once you start to look at the particulars of the situation, it does look very similar to UFO events, some UFO events, not all, but some UFO events look like that too.
Yeah.
And have very similar aspects. She can read people's minds. Okay. So she knows what's in your mind.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really interesting as well. That's another overlap. Wow. How strongly do yeah.
And she speaks without moving her lips.
Oh yeah, okay. So like telepathy essentially again, yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fascinating. It's such an interesting case. And again, it's, you talk about it in your book, American Cosmic. So if people want to, learn more about all of this stuff, it's a good kind of, your book is going to go into more detail on all of this. How strongly do religious accounts of angels and or other similar beings correspond with, UAP, UFO accounts from the modern day or from relatively, you know, modern accounts?
A lot of them look similar.
Yeah.
Like just different, you know, they happen just in different time periods. So now we use this language, whereas 100 years ago we used the language of an angel.
Different labels. Yeah.
Yeah. But the events looks very similar. So there are, in modern UFO events, you have people like pilots. So we've never had actual, you know, 100 years ago or more, you know, when people had what they considered to be, you know, experiences of unidentified flying objects, it wasn't in the sky.
Yeah.
They were generally looking up and seeing these things come down. But now we actually have pilots that are out there looking and seeing these kinds of things. And they have various different perspectives on it. A lot of times it's changing the reality, but not transforming it like a spiritual event, right? So they just say, I don't know what it was. If that's our enemy, we have to be afraid. You know, we have to do something about it. That's the number one thing I hear from pilots. But I also talk to pilots who've had, you know, who have a public face about what they've seen, and then a private. I call this the two data sets. And Jacques Vallée is the first, he pointed this out. He said a lot of times when you talk to people, they'll say one thing to authorities. They'll say, I saw this. This is what it looked like. And it's very straightforward. No weird, you know, phenomena, right? They just say this. But to their friends and to people like Jacques, or even to me, they'll say, I felt like this was there reading my mind. I felt like it knew what I was going to do. And you know, it followed me here. And how did it know I was going to do that? And, you know, they have a much more nuanced, strange report, but they wouldn't make that public. So there is the problem of in reporting the two data sets. Another person who talks about this is Dr. Ia Whiteley. And I feature her in Encounters in my book. So she trains pilots and she also trains astronauts, but she also talks to pilots about problems that could lead to, you know, pilot death and, you know, death of, you know, air crashes and things like that. So part of her job is to make aviation safer. So, and she's a space psychologist. She's a psychologist. So she identifies problems, and she says that a lot of the reporting of UAP, it's the two data sets. And a lot of times they won't report, because if they report it, they're not going to be pilots. They won't, you know, sometimes they wouldn't be pilots. And she says they've trained their whole life to be a pilot. Do you think that they're going to report it if it's going to put their ability to be up there in jeopardy? So she's working on helping pilots report what they've seen, anomalous activity that they've seen.
Nice. Yeah, a lot of it, like you say, would be connected to the kind of stigma. And I think a lot of it would just be that even if there was no stigma, like some things are just so personal that they're hard to talk about at all, right? It's like in NDEs, I'm not saying that there's necessarily any crossover between near-death experiences and UFO experiences, but in like near-death experiences often won't be able to talk about half of their experience or certain elements of it, partly because it's ineffable, but partly but just because they're so personal and meaningful and emotional and everything to them that like maybe that, you know, they'll report their experience in general, and then 30 years later they'll tell somebody, oh yeah, and this element too, and I didn't feel comfortable to talk about that. And yeah, it's a problem, I guess, with when it comes to collecting data on these kind of things. How many like how many religious texts and books and things like that seem to refer to what we could call UAP now? How common do things like that come up? Like, you know, like the miracle of the sun, and yeah, how frequent, how common are those kind of things?
All right. So, okay. So I'm going to kind of do a pushback a bit and say that we call it UAP, but that connotes, even though we're trying to get away from
too broad?
What it connotes. Yeah. But it connotes something that we going to be a highly technical craft from maybe another civilization or something like that. All right. So we don't know what it is. Just as back in, 200 years ago or 500 years ago, people saw something like this, they would ascribe their own cultural terminology and interpretation to this, whatever it was. Sometimes they wouldn't know what it was. And that's where a commonality is basically Alex Dietrich, the fighter pilot, who is one of the people who saw the Tic Tacs. She described it. I was listening to her at a conference. We were both at this conference, and she gave her presentation, and I listened to how she described it, and I thought, okay, that moment of confusion where they see it and they don't know what it is. And she called it the WTF moment. Yeah. Right. So it was a WTF moment. And I thought, that's exactly how Teresa of Avila described her. She didn't use, of course, the word WTF, but she said, I don't know what it is. I assume it's an angel, but it's not the type I've ever seen before. Okay. So there's always this moment of, what is that? Basically, what is that? And it doesn't fit into any cognitive framework. So that, I think, is probably, we need to look at that more than religions describe UAPs. And, what did they describe? They described things they couldn't fit into their framework.
Yeah.
And that's what we're describing. We're describing things that can't fit into our framework.
Yeah.
So that's a nuance that's lost on most discussions of what we're doing. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
The one person that I've talked to who does get this is a person who can't be named, but works for the intelligence community here. And he said his job is to go out and gather data. And part of what he does is that's exactly what he focuses on, is that moment when they can't fit it into their framework. He says that's the telling sign right there.
Yeah, like
when
you're trying to interpret it, you just can't, and it's just...
You can't. Yeah, it defies... it's very similar to religious language. Like, the Tao that can be told is not the Tao. Yeah. I'll try to tell you what it is, but I'm not going to be able to.
Yeah, you said it earlier, ineffable. It's ineffability. Again, it comes back to near-death experiences and all of these kind of things where we're engaging with something that we can't put words to. What about orbs? That's something frequently associated with the UFO phenomenon and UAP, like unidentified anomalous phenomena. The orbs, like balls of light, how frequently do they come up in religious texts and things like that? Is that something you've come across?
Yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah, they're everywhere in religious texts. And they're also in the representations and painting and things like that, the orbs. Yeah. And also, if you look cross-culturally, like I was consultant for Encounters, the Spielberg documentary, and they went to Japan, which I said, you should go to Japan. There's a lot of this happening in Japan. And they a lot of it was cut out. They didn't actually include it, but they might include it in their next documentary. I'm hoping they do. But so in Japanese folklore, there are orbs, and lots of them, and they view them as souls.
Right. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense, actually. Like they come up in like so many different areas. Like they come up with UFOs, they come up in mediumship as well sometimes, like in like physical mediumship. They seem to be all over the place, and there's cases where like somebody was trying to communicate with like like a ghost, for want of a better word, although that's such a it's like kind of worse than UFO in terms of so much baggage associated with it.
Yeah.
But like when there was a case that I spoke to Lloyd Auerbach about, he's a researcher in these areas, and there was this consciousness essentially, and this boy was able to communicate with her, and she said lots of things that was verified in terms of like, it's a longer story, I won't go into it now, but she said lots of things that made it seem like this is legit. This boy is actually able to talk to some kind of spirit here that used to be alive, and I think they asked her, because there were a few adults there, they said, can you ask her what she like looks like, what's her like form, or what does she, and it was basically a ball of light is what she said, like a ball of light like floating in the air. And so these orbs, they come up, and it's really fascinating that even in religion they kind of seem to think they're
everywhere,
souls, like you're saying.
There's an expert on this who's written an excellent book, and you may have had him on your show, but it's Joshua Cutchin.
I haven't actually, no.
Oh yeah, he is the expert on the UFO as a soul vehicle, a vehicle for the soul.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and the UFOs and souls, like that's it's all this stuff is so hard to wrap your head around.
I know. Yeah.
When you visited the Vatican secret archives, did you come across anything that has popped back into your head since David Grush went public and made his, gave his testimony? Was there anything that you were like, oh, that I thought that makes me think of that I read in the archives, or is there anything along these lines that popping into your mind?
Yeah, you're talking about the 33 crash and that type of,
not just that, like anything at all, but yeah, sure.
Well, one thing that happened after David gave his testimony was that the language that he used was finally out. Like, because I feel like I met somebody in one of those programs. I talked about it. I went to a crash retrieval site.
Yeah.
So I was able to use language that he coined. He didn't coin it, but he used it.
He made it acceptable to say.
Yeah, people could actually now talk about it. And so, when I wrote my book, and finished it in around 2018 or so, I was, or actually 2017, it was in press. None of this was out there. None of this language was out there. But I had done I'd done those things. I went to a crash site. I saw crash retrieval parts. I met somebody who allegedly is part of a crash retrieval program. So I was able to understand what I did a lot more specifically, I guess you could say, because I had done it without any knowledge of any of this stuff. I did it completely rogue, right? I was out there on my own. And I could look back and say, that's what I did. Like that's literally what I did. And I thought that was really, really interesting. Basically, I thought, well, now it's all coming out. I thought it would take longer. Tyler did tell me what would happen when my book was published. And his timeline, he didn't actually give a timeline on certain things he did, but everything he said is actually coming true.
Yeah. Wow. So what it was next?
Well, it's all happening right now. So it's all, it's like an unveiling from the U.S. government.
So do you think, you think we're in the middle of basically disclosure?
I think that disclosure is something that is first of all, you have to understand that a lot of communities believe that they're in contact already. So if you talk to, say, Indigenous Australians from Western Australia, they'll say, we've been in contact, we know what these things are. We've been in contact with them for thousands and thousands of years. I believe that. So I think that this particular form of disclosure is a Western military form.
Yeah. I agree. Like disclosure is such a wide word. Like disclosure of what? What do they even know in the government? How much are they going to tell us? What would count as disclosure? Like, you know, if they tell us 10% of what they know, would that count as disclosure? It might to a lot of people. And yeah, there's like different levels to it. But do you think we'll have kind of some kind of meaningful disclosure from, say, the US government this year, like 2024?
I think we've had pretty meaningful disclosure.
I guess
that,
again, you're
right.
right.
They've said, yeah, we have. Do you think that they're going to show us anything that they have? No, not if it's going to be advantageous to the U.S. government technologically. Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah.
Why would they do that? So I want everybody who wants the U.S. government to come out with the bodies or the biologics or the technology, I want them to question, is that in the U.S. government's best interest?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And would they do it, and why would they do it? Because obviously, they don't do anything if it's not in their interest. But you think it's a real phenomenon? You think it's a physical phenomenon? You think it's beings coming from another planet? What do you think is like? Do you think it's connected to, obviously, religion? Is it something like interdimensional? Where do you have a leaning? Again, I'm not asking for like a definitive, like we all kind of speculate. We're into more speculative territory. So yeah, what are your speculations on say like origins of this phenomenon?
Yeah, so I'm parsimonious, which means I'm like we have to just go with what we can know.
Yeah.
And what I do know is that Dr. Gary Nolan, who I went to New Mexico with mm-hmm. Tyler, has been studying these with, in labs, and he's a very well-known and well-regarded scientist. And he says that it's intelligently created, but not by us.
Intelligently
That's what he
created.
says. Yeah. So do I think we have physical things that are intelligently created, not by humans? It appears so, according to those scientists. Do I think that we have a program of reverse engineering? Yes, I do think that. I think that. Do I also think that we have artifacts like, say, the Shroud of Turin and things like that are mysterious, and things happen that are mysterious, like incorruptible bodies? I do. I think that too. So, so it falls within those categories of things that, this kind of stuff happens. Life itself is kind of strange. Once you start to think about it, here we are on this planet, and
mm-hmm.
wow,
Yeah.
So there's a lot once you start to examine the things that happen and the things, that have happened, you begin to think, I think this is an interesting journey we're on.
Yeah, definitely. When you start to peel back the layers, like it's like infinite layers, and everything gets more bizarre each time, and each time you kind of go a bit further, you're like, no way. So that and they all kind of relate in their own little way, and some things make other things seem more, you can believe something after realizing something else is true. And yeah, what are your thoughts on the abduction phenomenon? Let's just call it kind of what it is. What are your thoughts on that? Is that physical? Is it real?
Yeah. So the abduction phenomena is a real phenomenon. People actually do experience this. I've met thousands of people, and most have not wanted me to reveal who they are. Like most of them. Yeah. They're doctors, they're lawyers, they're like, not that say they're the most amazing people in society, but these are people that if they said what they did, it would hurt their career.
Yeah.
Police officers, right? People who are heads of tech companies have had these experiences, and some continue to have them. I don't doubt that they're happening. And they do, once you begin to like look at that, it looks like people in the Catholic tradition, 1,000 years ago or so, also had experiences that were similar. Once you start to see, wait, these experiences seem to be something that happened to people and across culture and through time. What do they mean? I don't know what they mean.
Yeah. Obviously, it's fun to wonder what they mean. It's fun to wonder about like what's the agenda of whoever or whatever is here, like interacting with us. But that's again pure speculation. Well, not pure. Maybe there's some things we can go on, but it's very speculative. Have you ever accounts, like again in religious texts or historical texts, of things that seem like they could be referring to essentially like a CE5 or cattle mutilation or any of these little things that we kind of associate as like fringe parts of UFO lore or UFO phenomena. Yeah.
I have, and this is so disturbing. Like there are things that I've done, you know, in terms of research that at some point continue this research because it's pretty disturbing. And one of those things had to do with like the mutilations, the cattle mutilations. So there's a I can't necessarily say which case it is, but it's a case that's been well documented, and it's in Argentina. And the person who described their experience, you know, they described their experience and it was very, very traumatic to them. And some UFO researchers have been following this person for years and years. And I happen to know about the case. I happen to know that there were cattle mutilations all around the area that were reported by farmers when this person had their experience.
Wow.
And that this person, and that this person saw, like, you know, boarded a craft and saw, and this is what, he was a child, and saw something like a cattle mutilation happening. And this was part of the trauma. And when it gets reported, it's very similar to what gets reported, like, you know, with this, it's cleaned up. Yeah. So there's a redaction process that happens because I asked one of the people who just recently did another representation of this case. It's a well-represented case, and did a media representation and cleaned it up. And I asked them, I said, why did you clean it up? You know what happened, because I know that they knew. And they said, we just don't think that it would be good to describe exactly what happened.
Wow.
So so there are things like that. I also, I have stacks of, and I apologize to people who write to me at my university account and also who write me letters. I have so many that I can't respond to everyone. I try to. I have stacks of actual mail, hard mail, from people from years ago who wrote me. Some of them, the longer letters are written by people probably in their 70s and 80s, and they describe experiences that they had. And I found it, and I just happened to read it. And I read the whole thing. It was about 3 or 4 pages. And at the end, they said, and then I started, when I followed the UFO phenomena, I stopped in the 1980s because I recognized that pilots were being hurt and killed. And then they ended their letter. And I thought, wow, you know, they had this really long experience of having abductions and seeing things in the sky. And they thought that, you know, these were benevolent beings that they were in touch with, and these, you know, and then it ended that way. And I thought, and that really sobered me up, you know.
Yeah.
That's pretty intense.
Yeah, it is. And it may, you were saying about like cleaning up the image of, you know, like the mutilations and other stuff for like our consumption, and it kind of brings me back to the whole idea of, you know, like, why is this whole thing secret? Why is everything so evasive? And is it, like, you know, lots of people say, is it because in fact the reality is quite dark, and or at least has dark elements to it? It's kind of creepy, some of it. Any other thoughts on any other thoughts? And again, I know this could probably be a 2-hour conversation in itself, this question, but just in brief, any other thoughts on other potential connections, overlaps, gray areas, links, etc., between the UFO phenomenon, religion, anomalous cognition, consciousness, life after death? And I'm thinking, we've talked about levitation, orbs, bilocation, healing. Any other things that come into your mind as, like, you know, you're drawing parallels or what have you? Like I say, any blurry areas?
Yeah. So when you look at the formation of religions, you know, how they kind of come together, that mostly it's very different, but there are some similarities here that you can say, okay, you know, the major religions started this way. A lot of times the people who begin major religions don't intend to do so, and they've never written anything. So, you know, you have to kind of like put together how these happen. And a lot of times they happen through technologies, like, writing was a technology a long time ago, right? Books were a technology a long time ago.
Yeah.
So we have different types of technology today, and therefore you have a different timeline for the creation of a new form of religion. And so I think that the UFO phenomenon is this new form. It's like a global form. Recall that at the beginning of our talk, we talked about how religions, are regional, grow up, in regional spaces. Well, now we have a global way to connect.
Yeah.
And therefore we're seeing the rise of this new, what I call a new form of religion. And it's associated with sky beings. It's associated with the UFO. And I would tell people to be particularly cautious, because we're also at a point where we've studied religion and we know the kinds of things that can happen within religion, and the fighting that can happen, and things like that. I think we need to, as we move forward with this new form of religion, spirituality, I think we need to be cautious that, people think that if they have an experience like this, that they have like a messiah complex, or they think that what they're told by these beings is true and that they have the truth. I think that we've seen that, how can there be so many of these truths? I think we should, be cautious about this new era that we're in.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So many different truths and so many conflicting things and everything like that. And it's really hard to know what is the truth these days. And I guess that's the same in modern media, which kind of goes back to your ideas of, the connections between, and how, religion and UFOs and media and everything like that. I'm going to have to leave so many of my questions on the table. Hopefully we'll be able to get to them next time. Just a couple of last kind of quick ones. Have you ever seen a UFO yourself? Have you ever seen, or a UAP?
JD Power now ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. Visit sleepnumber.com to learn more.
I actually have. I've seen something called is unidentified. I don't know what it was, but it did have a lot of, I saw it here at the ocean, and I live at the ocean, and
Nice.
I was with my husband, and it was a very long day, and we decided to go sit at the ocean and just kind of do nothing, just, look out. And I kept seeing something. He was a non-believer, completely skeptic, right? And still is, actually. But something appeared up, out of the corner of my eye. I tried to ignore it. And I also heard an owl, which is so strange. So we were at the ocean. It was becoming, it was going into darkness. It was evening. And out of nowhere, I hear an owl. So I'm looking around. And that's something that people report, but it didn't occur to me. I just thought, why an owl? This is so strange. And I was looking for it. And then everything seemed to get really slow. So, like, time kind of slowed down. And I kept seeing something sparkle up out of the corner of my eye. And I looked and I saw something up there, and I thought, oh, I'm not going to say anything, because obviously if I say something, he's going to scoff at me. So I didn't. But it wouldn't go away. So finally I said, what is that? And then he looked at it, and he was like, I don't know what that is. So we looked at it for a while, and then it just disappeared. Wow. Oh, but that wasn't the end of it. So the strange thing is that I went home, and then I received a paper that Dr. Jeff Kripal was writing, but it hadn't been published yet. And he said, can you look at this paper and give me some, feedback? And it was about owls and UFOs. And I thought, wow, that's strange.
That was the same day.
It was the same day.
Oh, and then there's more.
within a couple of hours, of all people, Mike Cleland, the owl guy,
yes, I was
decided that he was going to call me. Never talked to him before. Calls me. Yes. And then it still is strange. And by the way, that was on August 15th, which is the special day for Catholics. It's the Assumption of the Virgin Mary.
Right.
And then the very next day, the chair of my department knows that I'm studying this. And it was the beginning of a UFO flap here in my town. And it was reported on by a bunch of people, and it was in the newspaper. So he sent it he didn't know that I had this experience. He just randomly sent it to me. And I thought, okay, this happened. A bunch of people saw something strange. So that was my experience.
Wow. That's unbelievable, with all the like added elements of like the synchronicities, and that's bonkers. where do you even, like, what do you do with that? You know, how do you even begin to interpret that? Like, I guess, like, ineffable, like we said earlier, like the actual, like, meaning behind all of that. That's fascinating, but that's really cool. Thank you for sharing that. I was going to ask if you've had any other anomalous experiences, not necessarily UFO related, like it could be like precognitive stuff. Essentially, you just kind of gave me the most anomalous of all experiences because it was kind of all of them.
Pretty weird,
but you don't have to go into any others in any detail, but just have you had other anomalous experiences? Like, anything precognitive, anything regards to psychic phenomena, anything regards to, any of this stuff, like communication with somebody that's passed away, anything like that. We can go into it next time, but just, yes or no, really, if you... I know you've got to get going.
I feel like I've been in places where very odd things have happened and I was witness to them. Mm-hmm. And I would say that this actually did happen. I was a witness to it, but if it hadn't happened, I wouldn't have believed it. So I've had things that happen like that. That tends to be how my life is. I tend not to believe something. And then, I think most people are like that. You won't believe it until actually something happens before you're like, okay, well, that did happen. Yeah. I did see that thing. And with the thing that I saw, I don't know if it was military or, I'm.
What did it look like? Was it just a bright light or what was it like?
It was a vehicle and it was kind of like a cigar shaped vehicle.
Okay.
That's cool. And it had strange movements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I guess it was like a Tic Tac.
Yeah. Okay. So it was white as well.
It wasn't white. It was golden, but it could be the way the sun was, shining on it. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I say interesting like that. Sorry.
Oh no, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's interesting like that I say that like that with you because it was golden because I just, like I mentioned just before we started, I interviewed Ray Bowyer recently and published his ATC recording, air traffic control recording, and he says that the craft he saw were cigar shaped and bright yellow, like which is quite similar to
fascinating.
gold.
Oh yeah, that is very fascinating. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't hold out any I'm not going to give it any kind of like interpretation like extraterrestrial or supernatural, anything like that, other than to just report what I saw.
It was something weird and you didn't know what to do with it. Fascinating. Thank you for sharing that. Again, this is a question I would have liked to have asked you in more detail, but just in kind of a couple of words if you can. I was going to say, what do you think happens after we die? Because this is another thing I explore with this show, but do you think we survive death? I guess is a way that I can make it like, in your personal opinion, do you think that our experience continues after the death of our bodies?
I do think that our experience continues. That's what I believe. But I don't know how. Like, I don't have a very set perspective on, I'm not like Plato who says this happens, the myth of right? The soldier, I don't have maybe that happens. I don't know. But I do think that our experiences doesn't end when we die.
No, cool. And from my point of view, I've researched that a lot, and the more I research it, the less of an idea of what happens after. I'm more like I have no idea what happens, but something is basically my answer to that question nowadays. Something happens. Just to wrap this up then, Diana, if you wanted to kind of say any words about I think you've got something that you're working on now, like Beyond the Stars. I'm not really sure exactly what's going on there. If you wanted to say any words about that, if you wanted to say any words about your new book, and then just if you wanted to say any last words, a message that you wanted to leave with people at all, anything along those lines.
Sure. So I teach, I'm teaching a course on UFOs. It's a historical course about UFOs and what's happened and UFOs in history and things like that from different perspectives. I'll have interviews with people that know about this, in the community. And there's going to be two parts of it. One will be an in-person class that I'll teach. And then after that, I'm going to create an online version of that course. So there's going to be that. You can see it on my Twitter page, which is at DW Pasulka, or at my website, which is dwpasulka.com.
I'll link those in the description as well. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, thank you. I also teach a course on the protocols of creativity, because through this research, I found that a lot of people are really talented at, being creative. And so, and I link that to monastic traditions, and I'm co-authoring a book about that. And I also teach a course. I co-teach a course with Simone Plante, who's an expert at AI, but she's also an expert at these protocols as well. And so we teach a course on that as well.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. And so when is that going to be starting, your course and stuff? And when can people sign up to that?
People will be able to sign up for it probably in February.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll put, like I say, I'll put any links that I can find, and if you send me any links, I'll put them in the description. So if anybody's interested, they can check that out. If it's not for a few weeks, you can send them to me whenever you've got the links, and I can add it in. Yeah, thank you so much for giving me so much time today, Diana. I really appreciate it. I like I say, I've left so many questions on the table. Hopefully we'll get to them next time. I guess I should say sorry to my patrons loads of them had questions for you, which again, I didn't manage to get to today, but hopefully next time we'll have time to talk through those.
I'd love to do that. Yeah.
So just if there's any kind of, last words or any message or words of wisdom or advice or just anything at all that you want to leave with watched or listened to this.
Oh, let's see. Words of wisdom.
Doesn't have to be. No pressure.
I don't know if I have words of wisdom. I would just say that it's an interesting time to be alive right now. And I think it's, what we're seeing here happening in the United States is fascinating.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting time to be alive and stay open-minded. Thank you again so much. I really appreciate it. It's been really fascinating, and I can't wait to do it again. I wish you all my best.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you for listening to my conversation with Diana Walsh Pasulka. See the description for relevant links and more info. Please subscribe to continue unraveling the universe with us, and if you want to help our channel stay alive, please consider a monthly contribution via Patreon. Thank you.
Stop being boring!